I hope we're back. Because that was fucking stupid. My computer basically crashed with OBS trying to capture a window that was changing shape. The problem is I was trying to get that timestamp stopwatch thing to work and it was just refusing to work. It was bad. I'll probably have to do this. Fuck. Here we go. Yeah, this is probably gonna crash my system if I try to do that shit again. Fucking hell, man. That was bad. That was very bad. Let me get the live chat pulled here. Actually, let me just unlist the video. Let me make it private so that people are pulled into here. Because that was fucking trash. That was sad. Oh, fuck. You gonna allow me to do mid-rolls or not? I mean, I make like 50 cents, but it still affects the VOD. Anyway. Okay, let me pop out chat here. I gotta get a lot of things in order for this whole thing to work here. I think I'm probably gonna have to just like, yeah, it's not gonna, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to dedicate my entire monitor to this, but hey, it's worth it. All right. Boo, 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 boo. All right, so where I left off, basically talked about, I guess for VODs, basically I didn't realize until starting the stream, or until like a few hours before the stream, that I'm watching this, I'm doing this whole stream, this Jobless Oblige stream, at the same time a Mushoku Tensei episode's airing. So basically what I'm doing here is timestamp here, and I'll be watching the episode. And I guess I gotta restart from the beginning because the stream crashed like halfway through doing that. So yeah, I can't have the desktop audio on. Apparently that did not save as I closed OBS. If someone's in the chat, please say something because I don't know if this is okay. Thank you. Fuck. So go doing a live reaction to the episode, and then we'll get on to Jobless Oblige because episode it fucking crashed. This whole thing fucking crashed. So yeah. Hello. Okay. I don't see anyone from the last stream, so they're probably still in the private stream that the stream that I had last time. They probably made that private. So I don't know. So after that, we'll be watching the Moon Knight, and also for any of you anime onlys, this will be a heavy web novel spoilery stream. So, and also I'm probably just going to remove the chat box because it's extremely delayed, and you'll be able to watch chat on the side. So the problem is I have to have the stopwatch pulled up. So I'm gonna have to do this. Actually, no, I think it's fine if I do that. Let's go Sieg story. Yeah, so I'm gonna be watching the episode first with this timestamp. If you have access to it, start at the same time as me, and I'll get things going here. I just need to make sure that everything's fine, so it doesn't like, so OBS doesn't freak out, because it was trying to capture a window that I was constantly changing sizes for this timestamp here. It was bad. So let me double check to see if I got this right. Okay. I got chat pulled up on the side here. Okay, so if anything's wrong, let me know. You won't be able to see or hear anything from the episode, but I have chat on the side here. I have a window of Mushoku Tensei pulled up right here. I can't pause, otherwise the timestamp just loses track, and I'll be a few seconds off. So, yeah. For those of you who came here to watch Jobless Oblige, just skip ahead. You'll be able to see a preview of when I have the volume pulled up, and skip to that part. Yeah. As far as I know, this is a cliff-based episode from the few minutes I've watched already, and until the whole stream fucking went to shit. So, whatever, it's fine. Anyway, let's start this. Let me know if the timer's moving. He got clawed in the face. Pretty keck. Linnea V called an idiot is beautiful. The boss. Oh my gosh. Someone in chat, let me know, because right now I don't see anyone in chat. Like, let me know if everything's fine. So I gotta double check, because last time I thought everything was okay. The stream closed. Okay, I have it previewed on the far right corner. It looks fine. Everything looks fine. I'm just gonna trust myself here. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, Cliff is falling in love for Annalise. Keck W. Okay, it's the OP right now, so I'll just... If you ever break a controller, don't fix it. Buy a new one from a sketchy marketplace at half the price. Honestly, different case if you have a Switch controller and it's a drift. If it's drifting, then you should fix it yourself. You save so much money that way, even if you buy it for half price. You can, like, for right now, my Pro controller has drift, and I need to fix it, so that's something I need to get. I need to get access to a stick from Amazon or someplace. I also got a few Joy-Cons that need to fix their drift. I think we're like halfway through the OP right now. Okay, Greenbird. Yeah, okay. And it's about to end. He's on, okay. Whitebird. Panning shot of the university. And, okay, the episode just started again. We just got back from the OP. Oh no, bullying, bad. Bullying is bad, guys. Six cowards against a one. Are you calling that one a coward? Gosh dang it, Rudy. What's the stream about? I'm watching the newest episode of Mushoku Tensei live, and then we'll get into Jobless Oblige after. Is it freaking out right now? I got the timestamp. I got the timestamp of where I'm at in the episode right now. So. Yes, I'm not his enemy. Why does Cliff even hate me in the first place? Because he's an edgelord. That's why, Rudeus. All right, more panning shots that I can abuse for the university. Nice. I can abuse those in my editing memes. Nice. There's a lot too. So we are watching. I feel like a creep. Don't worry, man. This is the best way to avoid an XQC situation. Share the panning shots. No, I'm not. Are there even any, bro? I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh wait, no, Ellen Elise is in this episode. Fucking hell. I'm stupid. No. No. Cliff's getting baited. Her name beautiful yet bold suits her perfectly. But I was seeing dates, but I guess he really does mean Ellen Elise. She spent a night with a boy and any boy in the school. No, those rumors are true, bro. Oh fuck, dude, I was laughing my ass off when I was watching this in the volume, bro. I was like, how in the fuck is this guy trying to get paired up with her? Okay, Sylphie's relieved that it's not romantic advice for himself. Oh no. She got baited too. Oh my gosh. Oh, no. How do you feel about this woman? I have nothing against her, but I'd never date her. Oh no. Yeah, dude. Listen, if I was gonna talk about how Sylphie's so cute all the time, like it's just gonna be a freaking 10 out of 10, easy 10 out of 10 every single time. Every episode's just gonna be a 10 out of 10 with Sylphie in it. Like I gotta stop simping here, okay? Do it, shut the fuck up. Okay, no. I missed what happened. I can't rewind. Fuck. No! She scratched your ears. Stop! Stop! I can't control myself, bro. No! The simping is too hard. Fuck. Oh no, Ellen Elise is in the class. Okay. It's Rudeus. Oh no, Cliff's behind him. Fuck. Oh fuck, dude, no. I need to close the window, bro. There's gonna be some weird ass shit. What brings you to see me, Cliff? He wanted to get to know you, so I brought him along. I admired your beautiful features. I beg you to consider a personal relationship with me. Oh no. That's a good visual gag, bro. She just fucking speared him to oblivion, bro. What is this? 66. Yeah, whatever. You should be ashamed of yourself bringing a gullible boy like him. I'm not the shameless one. I didn't trick him. I just gave him an introduction. Also, by Master Roxy, if you like. Oh no. Boy, that serious is a problem. Figured she say she had it in booked just in case didn't whisk him away anyway. Oh fuck, dude, no. I can't skip till just one partner. Oh no. Web novel spoilers, since I assume I could talk about the web novel since the title of this video is completely different than what I'm doing right now. But holy shit, she's so wrong. She definitely was able to stick with one partner. Oh my gosh, bro. Man, she had a low expectations for himself. She didn't think she could do it. I feel bad for Cliff, but this is probably the best outcome. Oh fuck no. Oh fuck no. I know what's gonna happen. Don't do it. Don't do it. No. No. Next day. Next day. Next day. Oh shit. Yep. If I remember this correctly. Yep. They're right. They are dogging it in the freaking classroom, dude. Okay, maybe not. Oh, okay. I thought they were going to go like the most like crazy kisses of all time in this. Fucking hell no. Let me double check if the time's right. Yeah, time's right. I won't let you suffer alone. I swear I'll lift your curse. I'm currently analyzing your room. All right, what do you got? There's a poster back there. There's a basketball in the corner. You got a few things to look at, you know? I'm dying to cure myself. It's just no. If Cliff was on Rudeus' side, I don't think he'd be able to cure himself still. I mean, Ellen Elise, I don't think she was able to. Nah, she was able to get a few things from Cliff, but oh no. No, not this shit. It's the fucking beast. Everyone's gonna be lining up to beat up Rudeus now. Ah, fuck. Oh, are we gonna end the episode with Are we gonna end the episode with that dude showing up? You randomly put clothes in the drawer. Oh, oh no, that's my brother's. Fuck, I should probably close that. Nah, you see, there's stuff over here that's mine, and that one is my brother's to save space. Do I randomly put clothes in my drawer? Yes, and yes, but not just shoving things in. I keep them folded, but is in random order. I do not care. I do not give a shit that much of a shit, but I care more of a shit than that. All right, so that guy got fucking blasted, and I believe that the girl that's peeking is the girl from Eris's sword tribe thing. I'm pretty sure. I forgot her name. But I'm pretty sure she's from Eris's group. Nina, yes, correct. The things in the box are your school stuff. 8. Cow toy. Oh, you're talking about the horse. It's the mascot for the school. The one that June was girlfriend in that redundancy chapter. Yeah. I know. No. Hello, dude. Hello, main antagonist. Hello. That eye of foresight. Yeah, he's legit. He's legit. All right. Charge your Kamehameha, Rudeus. He's very relaxed. Yeah. Bed's not the blue one, correct. That blue one is abandoned right now. Fucking hell. More marvelous than Laplace. She's never said that of anyone else. I mean, your mana capacity is among the greatest in the world. True, it is. I mean, I've been training to improve it for a long time. That alone wouldn't allow you to rival Laplace. Foremost, that would be impossible. What about reincarnating people like me? Maybe the man god hooked me up with some hacks or something. Yeah, ask you something. Not an agent or a minion of the person I'm about to name. So please don't attack me out of the blue. Dude, you're gonna fuck up. I know that he doesn't react to that. Where did you learn that name? He knows nothing. How sad. Claiming up all of a sudden. Laugh with me. No, he's gonna bring up Orsted right now. He's gonna bring up Orsted about that. He fucking blasted Rudeus for mentioning his name. Charge up your Kamehameha blast, Rudeus. Or you're very, very fast Atani-esque stone cannon. It's gonna beam it right into his ass. Right there. If I lose, please spare my life. May your life before we begin. What a funny fellow. Can't be too careful with my life. So for all your mana, you don't believe in your own strength. It's only been 2 years since a mana as Dragon Gun nearly beated me. Nearly killed me. Sorry, not beated. No fucking hell. He stopped his laughing. Oh no. Well then I have a proposal. Just one below. Striking one strike with your mightiest blow. If you moon me, you win. If not, I win. How's that sound? Oh no, he's spinning his staff, bro? Oh no. I have now he has time. Oh no. It's a fucking drill. Oh no. That's great. That's fucking great, dude. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah. Yeah. Congrats, Rudeus. He's dead. Nice job. You did it. You did it, Rudeus. You should be happy. I thought I was a goner. Dude, he's immortal. He's not a goner. You are triumphant, Rudeus. Don't really guess, but I guess I won by decision. Oh no, fuck. I guess it's my turn. You got fucking blasted, dude. No. How did his neck not break for that punch? That's what I'm wondering. How did he not break his neck and die from that punch? That's what I'm wondering. His head should have been cut clean off after that punch, bro. Probably won't ever see him again. Keck W. Yes, you will. Snow? Don't tell me we have another time skip. No, I don't think so. Oh no, Cliff's not in the classroom. Oh fuck. He's doing something with Annalise. Yep. Hello, dude. What's Shisho? Alright, that's it. Alright. That's done. Good episode, good episode. I didn't expect them to get to the Badigadi stuff that quickly. Maybe if the boo method is used, like disintegrating every cell of his body, he could be killed. Yeah, do a spirit bomb, and you'd be able to do that shit. Yeah, I think so. Anyway, let me delete the stopwatch here. Yeah, that episode was pretty good. Oh fuck, wrong thing. I'm trying to move the. There you go. I'm trying to move the window here, but for OBS instead, I accidentally moved the camera. But yeah, like I think this episode was overall pretty good. I mean, I'm kind of disappointed, honestly. Let me try to get the window for Crunchyroll here. A new one. And it would be this one right here. There you go. And let's bring this all the way down. Yeah. I was kind of hoping that I'm gonna remove the subtitles here. I was kind of hoping that they would go a little bit more ham with Elise and Cliff, but this visual gag was fucking great. Like, hold up. Wait, the fucking beady eyes. Look at his fucking beady eyes, dude. But anyway, this fucking gag. Hold up, where is it? Oh fuck, hold on. I need to hear that again. I love that I love that gag, dude. Cliff stuff felt good though. Yeah, I know, but I was hoping they'd go a little bit more. I was hoping they'd go a little bit more. Down to earth sort of deal. Death. Yeah, I know. I was hoping they'd go a little bit more explicit here, but I guess not. I guess they're not doing that. Whatever, it's fine, you know. But that was the only thing I was disappointed about this episode. Everything else was good. They're not. Doesn't seem like they're gonna point her out until they do like a side chapter with Eris. Oh fuck, my screen's blocking. It doesn't seem like they're gonna point out her until like they go for the Eris shit. But yeah, that's seems like what's gonna be happening. I can just hope for Nino OVA. Yeah, I feel like that's what's gonna happen eventually, but we'll see. Eris OVA probably is gonna happen eventually. Yeah, but the Otani pitch right here, just fucking spinny. The fucking spin, my boy, spin. Yeah, and then the fucking got fucking blasted. Let me just see. Let me find a good shot here. Yeah, just fucking yeah. Oh, my stream was 2 minutes back. No wonder why you replied so late. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're ready for doing some. I think we're ready for this here. Let me try to close everything down. Try to get this thing here. I think we're ready. I think we're ready for Moon Knight. What do you guys think? Who wins spinning cone from an ex-pedo or spinning balls from a cripple? He's not an ex-pedo. He is not an ex-pedo. I'm not going to get into this argument, but it's a completely fucking useless argument, but spinning balls from cripple. I don't know. Oh yeah. Also, volume 1, reading it right now. I'm on page since I don't have this on record in this new stream, I'm on page 234 of like 320 or something. Just finished the part with Lily's POV after the whole affair thing. It's good. It's good so far. Volume 1's pretty decent. It's a lot easier to stomach the more lewd parts of the series because, well, it's in book format and it's not visual, so you can't really see how everything is pictured, so you're not really disturbed by it much. There's a lot of foreshadowing in it. Like, for example, the freaking Rudeus asks Roxy when she was bringing up Superds, it's like, do they perhaps have like a thing that turns their gemstone blue, maybe? And it's like, all right, like are you okay? And I personally, I don't think that's foreshadowing. I don't think that was intentionally meant. I don't think that was in the author's plans to put Rudyard's thing going blue for a brief period of time in the last volume or second to last volume. I don't think that was his plan. I think he just called back to that moment and he was like, oh yeah, that'd be cool if I did that. All right, let's do it. I think that's what happened. But there are a lot of things that were obvious foreshadowing, like the freaking let me get call back. I read this in the first stream, but let me call back here. I think there were some things that were definitely foreshadowed with intent. Uh, Father has a weakness in women, I asked. Rudeus talking to Zenith here. Yes, not as much as in more recent times, but back in the day, he was pretty indiscriminate. You might have older brothers and sisters out there that we don't know about, Rudy. Make sure you don't grow up to be someone like that, okay, Rudy? Make sure you treat Sylphie real nice, okay, Rudy? Of course, Father, that hurts. Okay. Like, make sure you don't go cheating on Sylphie, okay? If you ever do it with her, okay? Make sure you don't. And it's like, yeah, okay. That's fun. That is very fun. Yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of foreshadowing and stuff in that, and there's a lot of you're able to like easily picture the teacher and the student dynamic for Roxy and Rudeus, unlike the freaking anime. And there's a lot of hidden touches here, like how he passed his Saint tier magic test. A few little details added some effect. Well, Zenith did smack him for the extra wives thing. I don't know. We'll get to that part eventually when I reread that part. Okay. We'll do that.
The second son of the Grary family, Chapter 4, Past Buddies. Paks was a clever man, full of determination. Whether it was mathematics, the magical arts, or even entirely theoretical concepts,
I know.
He was quick to grasp.
I know he smacked. I know that
what
you were referring to.
Territory management and economics. Some of his remarks in class were, in fact, very creative and made a great deal of sense. While we were both looked down upon and ignored by the noble brats, it was still enough to open the eyes of the teachers. Moreover, he was also able.
By the way, I'll mention this right now. I do not agree that what Rudeus did, marrying multiple wives, was cruel in any way. I don't think it was very cool of him to do that. I don't care how bad of a state Roxy was in. I do not care. Okay? All right? I do not care. I know about the freaking polygamy or whatever the fuck. It's like it's on the table. Fucking hell. Goes against my beliefs personally, but fucking hell. Whatever. It's fine.
They were Central Continent's human language, Bigari Continent's fighting god language, and the Great Forest beast god language. Furthermore, it has been said that he was learning the sea god language now as well. Incidentally, the only languages I could get a handle on were just the human language and demon god language. Mother tried to teach me some other languages, but I was simply unable to learn them. The only reason I was able to get the hang of the demon god language was because there were many people of the demon tribe.
I assume that mother meant Roxy.
The demon tribe running through his veins, and the person my aunt married was also of the demon tribe. But even though I say that, there is almost next to no opportunity for me to use demon god language. How are you able to learn so damn much?
Game multiple wives isn't the problem, is that he didn't ask White Burb first. Kinda did. Granted, they did have sex before he talked to White Burb. Granted, he did cheat on her before he asked her. True. But personal beliefs are getting thrown in here. I'm a Millis believer. Fucking hell, no.
This was the reply I was given. When the time
I'm like Cliff, okay?
I imagine that I will meet with those of the demon tribe or beast
I'm like
tribe
Cliff,
who
okay?
Understand human language quite often. If it's just management, then wouldn't it be good enough to just hire an interpreter? Then, when it comes time to hire an interpreter, will it not be necessary to verify whether or not they will be able to carefully pass on the word?
Sylphie's only true wife, okay?
Particularly necessary for you to be the one to do it. Rather than necessary, it is something I absolutely must do. At any rate, my allies still number quite a few, after all. He was not the kind of person to talk about his situation very much. What I understood was he is originally from the King Dragon Kingdom, so other than his mother being a noblewoman, I can't say that I know anything else worth mentioning. Also, he himself has said that he doesn't have very good memories in regards to that. As a result of being continually ostracized, he has few people that he can call allies, and he was separated from the man charged with educating him and his mother. Not only that, but he was then sent to Azure Royal Academy under the pretense of studying abroad. I was able to understand this much from the conversations we had patched together with some of my own guesswork. Still, do you find it really necessary to learn the sea god language? Aren't they the kind of people that actively try and avoid contact with those living on the surface? While it's not viewed as much of a problematic matter, from the olden days, those of the coastal area and them have engaged in disputes many times. They eventually turn into full-scale disputes and then devolve into fighting. In many cases, it leads to a lot of blood being spilled over pointless matters. Then, is there nothing that can be done about it? I do not think so. After researching some documents, though I say fighting, it's really just a great number of trivial matters. Before they were even aware of it, the human tribe had already gone and defiled the things which were important to the sea tribe. Wow. If some dialogue can begin, then some of the problems can be solved in short order. However, there is the matter of one village already being annihilated. Of course, there are going to be many cases which won't be solved with just dialogue. However, if there can be an understanding of words, for both PARES to take it as far as fighting, I expect there can be a place to negotiate and end the hostilities. He said this with a smile. For myself, there weren't any particular feelings that sprung up within me from this, but there was a very persuasive power behind it. So together with him, I studied the language. And, when it came to studying together with him, I even found it surprisingly easy to learn it. It was surely because of his, if it were me, in what way would I use it? Attitude, all while diligently studying and doing
By the way, appreciate this. This novel, with the amount of bugs that were in it, was completely like unreadable. So like you could not read it. It was fucking like errors out the wazoo. Juice, instead of justice, it had JUS space CE. Now, juicy, so it's a lot better. The TIs were like deleted from everything, and instead were just replaced with a space. There were a lot of bugs translating it from PDF to EPUB. It was a lot of bugs. And then even then in the PDF, if you had like something read the PDF, it was still glitchy as fuck. So now it is totally fine. That was a painful stream. True, it was. And you better fucking thank me, because it's so much better now. It's so much more understandable. Oh my gosh. And holy shit, Primamar, just, we get it, dude. We get it.
Taking it into consideration,
we get it, dude. Chill.
Actually end up using what I learned in practice. Having such thoughts while studying in that matter, I find that I have come to be somewhat excited. By the way, even though it was him, his talent in fencing was just ordinary. For me, who had started to study the North God style at a young age, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't best me even once. I am in no way saying he is weak. He had studied the same North God style as me and even had the foundations firmly built. But, even after saying all that, he is still unskilled. Sieg, you are really strong. What strong was all this innate power?
I'm asking important questions here. No, you're not.
I don't believe it's quite to that level, though perhaps it might feel somewhat similar. Maiko is the name given to children who are born with an extraordinary and terrifying ability. I pictured in my mind many of my father's acquaintances, and before long, there was a single person who possessed superhuman strength.
My gosh.
The difference between my superhuman strength and their superhuman strength was vastly different. To have obtained the strength I have now, I've had to train my body a considerable amount. However, it said that person never even once had to train theirs. Furthermore, even as strong as I am now, I am still no match for his physical strength. Also, I'm proud to say that my Shishao is the North God. North God Kalman 3. It's likely the difference between the masters. Ah, I see. The person who came to teach me the sword, despite how considerably strong he is with it, he might not be as good as the head of the faction after all. When it came to the matter of losing to me in fencing, he really did not seem to pay it much mind. To begin with, he probably doesn't have the disposition suited for fighting. In any case, school life with him was enjoyable. If I think about it, it's very possible that he is the first
This chat box is delayed as fuck, dude.
While there were some very close friends at Magic City Sharia, when I think about it from the bottom of
sometimes
my
it's dead on,
it was just him.
and other times it's not.
By Paks, I had reached the point of becoming diligent in my studies. Paks's method of teaching was quite skillful, and in no time at all, I had recovered from how far behind I had fallen in my classwork. Even though I had just caught up, my best grades placed me dead center in the upper ranks. However, that was only limited to the academic portion. When it came to my ranking pertaining to martial arts, I was the top of my class. Or perhaps, it was the top of the entire academy. I didn't feel the need to look too deeply into that. Paks taught me how to study, and in return, I taught Paks how to fence. Much as how I was not a great pupil in academic learning, Paks likewise wasn't a great student of the martial arts.
Paks was trained by Randolph, right? Forget that part. I don't know. I forgot about that too.
His results were similarly a dead center of
Fuck, we can look it up if you want.
For him, that was only in martial arts. His ranks in the academic portion were top of the class. Even after we started hanging out, we were still being ignored as usual.
There's a lot of things I have to keep track of here that I just forget.
At this point in my so-called school life, it's as gray as ever.
Kind of sucks, to be honest.
Times when I was alone, I have definitely seen some color. Thankfully, I was able to pass the time in an enjoyable way. Mostly due to Paks, definitely. You are not going over there today as well. A close friend as him, of course, had a certain hobby. No, I don't know if it's alright to call it a hobby. Rather, a habit or... No, it's probably better to call it a bad habit. At Azure Royal Academy,
Okay.
every 10th day of the school holiday.
Okay. We got one error right there. Better. Got it got replaced with beer. we got one error that I missed. All right. One error over like this many pages. Honestly, I'll take that. Not even worth changing at this point. So we'll take that, dude.
Students are free to spend time however they would like on campus, but leaving school grounds is prohibited. Mainly because problems tend to arise.
Don't be rude. Paks is trying its best, dude. Like, it's slow sometimes, dude. I don't know. I think it worked fine there.
And past that is where the common folk live. As for the Royal Academy, it accepts not only exchange students from other countries but also commoners with particularly high abilities. However, it goes without needing to be said that the majority are the children of the Azure nobility. Those noble
perfect timing on that chat box, bro. What the hell?
Sent upon the place where the commoners are. And thus, as would be expected as a
people ship Paks and Sieg. I'm not surprised, dude. Yeah. People ship Rudy and Orsted. I'm not surprised, dude.
Though not much time has passed since the founding of the academy, there are students who are unable to put up with it. AER several years, a loophole was created, and it became a holiday for the students to start being able to move about freely outside. Now, while the academy, to preserve its integrity, prohibits it on the surface, there is definitely the feeling that it has completely given up on trying to obstruct that loophole. So without pretense, we also use the loophole and use the holiday to head out into the town.
Okay, hold on.
Behind the school building, we are already there.
Okay, so I can see that it's... So, any sentences that start with that is after. I missed the loophole though. I missed the loophole that they were talking about. And thus, as would be expected, as a matter of course, the problems arise. At times there's a real likelihood of a student dying, and when that becomes a point of concern, it is only natural for it to be prohibited. Fuck, I messed up. Hold up. Situated right in the middle of district that insulates the middle class nobility from the upper class nobility, leaving the boundaries where the middle class nobles live. One arrives at where the lower class nobles live, and past that is where the common folk live. As for a Royal Academy, it accepts not only exchange students from other countries but also commoners with particularly high abilities. Yeah. I remember they're in the other school, not the...
Those noble brats who were raised in that from the small hole which was opened up from behind the school building, we are already there in the Azure Kingdom's capital city. The place we were going was a particularly dark place, even in the Azure Kingdom. Should I call it a dubious place? Well, if you looked at it from a certain viewpoint, it probably is. It's the place to go to for the very purpose of being dubious. This is the place where the drainage from the areas of the royal castle and the noble district spills out to. It is the area where the commoners live, an area that is especially filthy and smells terrible. What is otherwise known as the slums. The slums are surrounded by the castle walls, and there are always guards posted on the ramparts. The reason for that is to prevent the vagrants from the slums from getting inside. Of course, the other part of their duties is to protect those of us with...
Bro, this place is just built like Bossing to say, bro. It's like a circle, and then there's, as you go in, there's layers upon the layers.
For those of the slums of the capital city in Azure Kingdom, such sparkling places like the Royal Academy or the Noble District sound like outright lies. Small and shabby houses are lined up in a row, and there is a man lying down on the road in his own vomit whilst holding fast to a bowl of liquor. Bare naked children run around.
Another one. Oh fuck, dude, they're getting more and more apparent now. Shit.
The needs of food, clothing, and shelter, the necessities of life. Peeking into one of the small houses while sipping on tasty soup, a mother.
Actually, I prefer that bottle instead of bottle. It's bottle. Okay.
Laughing together. Then, from time to time, a young woman with a collar of iron ached to her being led by a well-dressed man could be seen. Probably a slave on her way to being sold off. The man is clearly a slave trader. The young girl has a pained expression on her face, too red from resisting, with an expression of defeat. To say of her appearance, well, it's just an ordinary face. In other words, the normal face of those who clearly understood that they were being sold off as an object. In order for us to chase after them, we move within the slums. As for the residents of the slums, when they look at us who are well dressed, some mess they would come out and put out their hands as if hoping we would fulfill some kind of demand. Paks didn't even give them a single glance and instead said you must not give them anything at all. Otherwise, they will never stop swarming you, okay? AER coming out of the dark alley, there was a plaza-like area.
After. You
It's the
fucking
interior
hell.
of the slums, a place
Okay.
you would never know from the looks of the area around it.
It's not that
Place
bad right
overflowing
now.
with zealousness all
It's
the
not that
time.
bad. I'm under
Platform located
I'm
in the
under
center,
some serious
there are no
copium
men
right now,
being
but it's
displayed
not
there.
that bad right now.
The slave market.
We could
Compared
you
to
could
the one
chill.
in my hometown, it's a bit smaller, but there is no mistaking it. In the kingdom of Azura, the official stance on slavery is that it is prohibited by law, but that is just outward appearances. For it is in fact secretly done here. And now, for some reason unknown to me, Paks has the hobby of coming to take a look at the slave market. I can say, however,
I
that the
am
reason Paks has come
completely
here is not to
relaxed
buy
at
a
this
slave.
point.
That slave over there looks like they have considerable skill in fencing, huh? The blisters on their palms, how do they look to you? No, those are not the kinds of blisters you get from holding onto a sword. Perhaps, they're from something like farm work? Here, take a look at my hands. If you only do fencing, then you cannot get blisters in these places. Then if it's the case of a different school of fencing, might it be possible for such types of blisters to grow there then? Maybe. However, he made observational comments. What kind of person is that slave? What's their forte? What kind of experiences has that person had? Before you became a slave, what did you do? What kind of social status did you come from? Some mess we compare answers, but mostly it's just him saying whatever he wants. Ah, that man who is being watched by everyone, although he is wearing worn out looking
Some
clothes, his hair and
mess
fingernails are clean.
sometimes.
Incidentally, the commentary was not limited to just slaves.
Fuck.
It's an employee who serves a noble.
That's
By some
gonna be
chance,
happening
even someone
a
from the royal
lot.
family. Whoa. That slave trader is a member of the beast tribe, isn't he? He's also selling those from the beast tribe. However, the atmosphere around here feels different from the usual human areas. Maybe, perchance, someone from a thief company has betrayed his companions and was selling them here instead. Slaves of the beast tribe fetch a very high price here in the Azura kingdom, don't they? The slave trader and the slave buyer who came to shop again once more became the targets of Pax's observations. Though there were a lot of hit and misses on his observations of the slaves, he was good at inspecting the customers. He was able to distinguish those who held a high status and those who held a lower position in an instant. Pax, you are really detail-oriented, you know. I received instruction in this from my mother. How to see through disguises and how to see those who lie about their social status. In King Dragon Kingdom, such things can be taught. No. Mother it seems had been taught this by my father, or so I understand. When Pax said that, he had an indescribable look on his face. It was one of longing, and different from nostalgia, his facial expression seemed complicated. Because of that, it might be something that I probably should have known already. For him, what kind of place is this place? For him, what kind of existence is his father? Be that as it may, the fact that you like coming to a place such as this is really quite surprising. Though I wanted to know about it, I didn't inquire about it directly. I might not have had enough courage inside of me to. Such a place as this? You're here, so exactly what kind of place did you expect it to be? Listening to his reversal of a question, for just a moment I was unable to reply. As for the slave market in my own hometown, Magic City Sharia, I haven't set a single foot into it. In the past, when goofing around with my older brothers and sisters, we tried to sneak in and take a peek.
Oh no, the
but we were
Moon
discovered
Knight's
by
gonna
Mom and
be
subjected to a very angry lecture, so never
shining
again did we
here
try.
real quick, real
Feel like to
soon.
say that I wasn't curious about it, but I would never have thought a smart and noble man like Pax would ever intentionally come to this kind of place. This place is a wicked place, and the bad guys are in control of it.
No,
I
no, no,
said.
no, 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 no. That's phrased. Okay, this bot cannot do that line justice. Okay, this is how Sieg would say that line. Okay, okay. Give me a second. Okay, hold up. All right. This place is a wicked place, and the bad guys are in control of it. There you go. This place has gotta be stopped. This place is full of crime, full of villainy. Someone's gotta stop it, and that person is the Moon Knight. Dons the black cowl, goes out.
As much while looking at the surrounding area. First of all, the slave seller is quite vulgar.
Fucking hell.
The upper half of that person's body is bare and covered in tattoos. They also seem to
Where
have a
is
number
he?
of scars, and they are
Where
clearly
is
never
our
get around
Moon
with
Knight?
displeasure. Secondly, the slaves they have for sale, they are all in poor condition health-wise. The slaves you can look at openly don't look visibly ill, but I can tell they aren't getting a satisfactory amount of food to eat at all. The location itself is bad as well. The sewage ditch with the runoff from the slums gives off the smell as if something is rotting away. Surely, if any of that water is drunk as is, very likely they will be sick to the very pit of their stomach.
They
Also,
need your
the
help.
sanitary conditions are reprehensible.
Sieg.
Furthermore, if any of royals or nobles who would come to this place to buy a slave, I can say with certainty aren't ever the kind of person that could be considered virtuous. Evil, huh? Well, at the very least it's not a great place, right?
You
As Pax
charge
said
my
this, he began
headset
walking.
again.
While looking at the slaves, while looking at the merchant, and while looking at the customer who is looking at a slave, appraising it seriously for the sake of making a purchase.
Yeah, that's
But my father
me.
seemed to have
Don't
a
worry
fondness for
about
such a
that.
place as this. Seemed to have.
That sound was
By
me.
the time I was born, my father was already dead. I have never heard the voice of my father and have only ever seen his face on a portrait. Is that so? He's usually not one to talk much about his personal history. Thereby, today is the first time I had heard that his father was already dead. Well, I had a vague impression it was something like that. Though I don't know what there is to like about a place such as the slave market, for your father to slip out of the castle often and visit such a place, it seems like there may have been something causing a problem.
Nah,
However,
he was
seems to have gathered
villainous
a group of people
too.
who were there for the purpose of controlling them. After hearing that, I wanted to make it something I did too. While talking about his father, he had a faraway look in his eyes. The father he had never seen outside of portraits. That, compared to how I look at my own father, might have been given an image much larger than life to look at. At one point in time, the man in charge of my education asked me why I was so obstinate about wanting to hear about why my father was fixated on such a place. Though his words were a bit evasive, he also spoke about it to its end. Your father was definitely disliked in the country. So where else do you think he'd find a place he could be himself but in the slums? His father was said to be originally a prince from the country formerly called the Sharia Kingdom. His small stature was probably due to the curse he was born with, and because of that, his behavior had worsened too, even being neglected or mistreated among other things by the royal family. It can be said to be an inevitable thing for him to find the place he could feel he belonged to. It's not just my father. I had heard that my grandmother was originally a slave. My grandfather, who was the king of King Dragon Kingdom, though I don't understand the intention behind why my grandmother was bought, eventually
King
became the ruler over my
Dragon
grandfather,
sends his
and my mother was freed.
regards.
And mother, of course,
Fucking
being the
hell.
child of a slave,
Of
was
course,
shunned.
King
His
Dragon.
grandmother it seems was said to have had blue hair.
Fucking hell.
When you think of a race with blue hair, it's got to be
Fucking
a weaker
pro
tribe. Is
ZD
there blood
reference
flowing through
there.
those veins, or is it the blood of another tribe of the demon race? Or it is unrelated to it entirely, and the hair color was just merely inherent? I can't be sure of it just from his story alone. However, a certain daughter and son had inherited the hair color. And that stigma then marked them as being descendants of a slave. And then, it was my turn to be ostracized. However, I do not bear a grudge against my grandfather. My grandfather acknowledged my mother as his daughter, so she was
Paks
brought up properly because of
Jr.
that. AER.
Yes, and also, if you, again, I probably have to warn people just in case something didn't quite translate. This is a web novel. If you're an anime only, or if you haven't if you haven't finished the entire series, because this is an epilogue for the series, stop watching now. Heavy spoilers. If you have finished the series, or you know what happens in it, then you're safe. but otherwise, there's a big filter for people who can watch this shit. That's all I'm gonna say.
He came to a stop, exactly in the middle of the slave market. My father found his place in the slave
Oh
market.
yeah, Sieg as the Moon Knight. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You know. Yeah, Paks Jr. and Sieg. Yeah.
Breathing in the smells that wafted in from the surrounding environment, there were signs everywhere that were plastered with vulgar es. So, I wonder. The slave market here is filthy, stinking, and, as I understand, not a good place
See
at
it
all.
all, but thanks.
But
Just
I
had to
cannot think of it
remind
as an evil
people.
place.
Just had to remind
Paks said as
people.
much with a strained smile. Well, whether good or evil, it's necessary. Though I can't say slavery is a good institution, even if it has been kept
And once again, the chat box is getting fucking slow.
If it's not managed and maintained properly, the number of misfortunate people will only increase. When I receive my territory in the future, you will be able to make a clear decision if you will come to a place such as this again. With correct management, and since I intend such a place to not become a place where the bad guys are in control, I feel it's necessary that I should know very well what kind of place it is inside and out. Therefore, the reason for coming here is to study it. Paks, while giving a bitter smile, shrugged his shoulders. For him, the slave market is not a place.
He's analyzing the Arkham Asylum. He is going through. He needs to know every single escape route. He needs to know how this place is built inside and out. He needs to understand how he needs to plan his attack and get the villains instead of the victims, okay? This is how he does this, okay? He needs to plan out an incredibly precise form of movement to get to his goal, okay? That's how he does things, okay? Very simple, very basic, Batman-esque, but he's not Batman. He is Moon Knight. There's a difference.
Of course, slaves aren't evil either. If it turns out it is evil, then his existence, surely at that time, will become evil as well. Studying, you say. Did he want to affirm his own existence? Or, did you want to affirm the existences of your own neglected mother and father? I just don't know. There was one thing I did understand, though. Whatever it might be,
slave controversy, true.
Otherwise, why else would he come to study something in a country so far away from King Dragon Kingdom?
Slavery bad, guys. Slavery is bad, and Sieg knows it, okay?
Though I'm not enthusiastic, we are study buddies. Paks looked dazzling to me. For the me who had given up on the dream to become an ally of justice, and for me who lived a school life without any purpose at all, he was a very enviable existence. Chapter 5, presently, with my younger sister. Sieg. I heard a voice in the middle of my nap. As I'd heard this voice every day, I was experiencing a sense of déjà vu. How long do you plan on sleeping? Get up.
Cider is
I opened my
bad,
eyes.
but
When I rose
fucking
from my bed,
hell,
I looked
don't
out the
you
window and saw that
dare.
it was already midday. When I looked in the opposite
I'm
direction,
not
it
gonna
was the same
talk
as usual.
about that shit
My
again. It's a
white-haired mama had her hands on her
stupid
hips,
fucking
scowling at me.
debate, I
Today,
swear.
too, I had to be woken up. Though I didn't complain, it was also troublesome for my mama to do this every morning. I'm airing out the futons today, so get up already. Okay. Following her exact words, without even changing clothes, I left my room. I've already prepared breakfast for you, so hurry downstairs and eat up. All right. While giving an unmotivated reply to my mother's words, I walked down the hallway and descended the stairs. Then, halfway down the staircase, I saw a blue-haired girl sitting down. It was my younger sister.
The most
Lily.
OP character in
When
the
I glanced
show,
at her
or
hands,
in the
I
series.
wondered
There
what
you
she was
go.
doing, as it seemed she was fiddling with something like a shell that had many kinds of bumps. Perhaps it was some kind of magic tool? I don't really understand what it would be used for. But it was not a rare scene. Her hobby was the
Future
assembly and
girl.
disassembly of magical tools.
Future.
Then, finding herself with free time, she was playing with them.
Future.
While it's a good thing, it's also an issue not knowing the time and place when inspiration would strike. When you love what you do, you could really get absorbed in your work just about anywhere. Whether it be in the middle of a meal or a bath, inside a store,
Guess you can
or by the
finish this
sidewalk,
story
even at times
today.
taking a seat.
If I stayed focused and on this for a very long time, this would probably take 4 hours to finish. So yeah, I probably could finish it, but it's still gonna take an extremely long time. It's very short for me. Right now I'm 27% of the way through, but that's including the last stream, which I read this for about a decent amount of time. For able second analysis, bro, just stop. I'm not listening. I'm not gonna read any of those comments, bro. Stop. But yeah, like I need to, like, if I want to finish this, like I'm gonna have to, like, if I need to finish this, I need to stay on here for a very long time. So could I finish it today? Maybe, but like I'm gonna have to pull a fucking volume 23. The 8-hour stream, fucking no life shit. And that it was not enjoyable. I'll just say that much.
In a back alley, she would begin to tinker with magical tools. Today, well, seemed to be one of her BER days. Lily, is today your day off? When I poked her back with my foot, she seemed startled
Also
and turned her head,
airs.
looking right at me. Then, after exchanging looks with me, and what I had in my hand, she shook her head. Then it's not your day off. It's not too late.
I have a feeling it's gonna get worse as we go on.
Right. Go change your clothes. I'll escort you.
Because it was split.
Off.
Because
Sure. Please do.
when I was editing it, it was
She's
like
been in the
split into
process of calling me home
halves,
from work.
and maybe I
escorted her
missed
up
a
the
few things
stairs,
in the
and
second
having made
half.
sure she went into her room, I went downstairs. I wondered, was it because of Lily's personality being like that, or was it the fact that I was ignored at the Royal Academy, but amongst our brothers and sisters, she was the only one who didn't end the academy. Since it was my younger sister herself who wished not to end the Royal Academy, she instead got a job through Dad's connection at Zanaba Company, which manufactured and sold works of art and magical tools. As for Lily's position, it was mainly in the development and repair of magical tools division. She seemed to be quite reliable, and was even given a private workshop by the company. For my younger sister, who loved anything magical tool related, that kind of workplace must have been akin to paradise. Despite that, she was chronically tardy or absent from work. Usually, like how it was today, she became almost completely absorbed in fiddling with strange magical tools. She was not sufficiently aware of her role as a member of the working class society.
If only
I
a
of all people
story
had
of
no
Sieg
business
was
saying
10
that.
volumes instead of one.
Incidentally,
Please,
my younger
dude,
sister,
it would be
Chris,
terrible
had
to
entered
read
into
through
her
that
Royal
many
Academy.
volumes
Her
about
hair color is neither blue or green, and, from the beginning, she was
about
able to make sure
anyone
kingdom, so our father and
besides
mothers didn't have anything, in particular, to say
having
about
one
it.
arc be 10
My younger
volumes
sister,
long is
despite
kind
being
of
grown up, had a shining
kind
admiration
of
for Sensei,
yikes.
so a place such as the Royal Academy must be like paradise to her. I wonder what she is doing there now. Has she made a boyfriend yet? Red Mama. Lily is going to the shop right now, and I'm going to escort her. So is it alright if I borrow a horse? So today wasn't a day off after all. That's fine. Just be careful. AER informing my red-haired mother in the dining room about our departure, I quickly wolfed down my breakfast and left the house to prepare a horse. Helping Lily onto the saddle behind me, we headed along the road to the Zanaba Company. By the way, the horse belonged to our red-haired mother. Not only fencing but equestrianism was also one of the red-haired mother's strong suits, so back when we were kids, we were often taken on long rides. I also happened to be good at training horses. Any horse mother would get a hold of * became obedient. All of us siblings, under the tutelage of the red-haired mother, were taught equestrianism and how to break in horses. Incidentally, the name of this horse was Caravaggio. The same name.
Read all the web novel, right? Yes, live. Do you read the additional stories in the light novels? I have not read all the light novels. I've read volumes 7 to 14 of the light novels. I'm trying to read the light novels now, and I'm going to be putting out videos reviewing each of the volumes. Like Sarah later in the series. No, I have not read that.
As the horse my grandfather once kept asterisk. Though I didn't understand the reason behind it.
Well, I did.
Never
There
failed to
was a scene between her and Rudeus in the web novel, but it wasn't crazy. So, I'm sure it gets better in the light novel, but not the same.
fit a name.
So
Perhaps
no.
it was a part of his character. Since a short while ago, Lily had been leaning against me, fiddling with a magical tool. Even while in the middle of traveling, or just during anything, she paid no heed to anything but them. So, to not let her fall off, I deftly handled the horse. I was quite used to it. So, what kind of magical tool is that? It's a magical tool that waters the fields. When you hold onto the rod and pour mana into it, it rotates while going clack 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 and sprays water everywhere.
Wow, it's a sprinkler.
It sounds like it would also spray water on the person using it. That's why I need to see if there's any way to improve it. While Lily was saying that, it began to go clack clack clack. Though all of us siblings learned equestrianism, Lily was
Why
not
is
particularly
Lily
good at it.
inventing a
When it
sprinkler?
came to getting on, she could, but once she did, Lily was at a complete loss at what to do next. Incidentally, while on this matter, when Lily finds something
Can
interesting
someone
on the
explain
roadside,
why she's
she might jump
inventing a
off.
sprinkler?
She's very whimsical. And because she was short, she would have a hard time getting back on again. In addition, Lily also had no sense of direction. From home to school and from home to work, it was expected that she would get lost on the road. However, she didn't used to lose her way at all when she was a child. That said, for this person to lose her way so often now was simply because she had no awareness. I often went to look for the lost Lily, and the many times I would find her, she always seemed to have a puzzled look on her face. To not send her to the Royal Academy, father and mother probably took into account her horrendous sense of direction. Anyway, due to those sorts of things, I can't help but accompany her, when she is late. Heath. Then suddenly,
Lily
cold
loves
feeling streamed down
magical
my back.
tools. Yeah, I bet.
It's cold. Coincidentally, similar shrieks also erupted from the various people who were walking around the neighborhood near us. Lily. I'm freezing. I'm really sorry. I have told you many times not to activate magic tools back there. Lily, of course, had activated a magical tool.
She
while
works for
sitting behind me.
Zanaba. It makes
This was a common
sense.
event. At least today, I can consider myself fortunate as I wasn't covered in flames. This time with a small voice, the feeling of Lily against my back disappeared. Did she fall off the horse? Thinking that that's what happened, I looked behind me and saw Lily running towards a place. She crossed the main street, with a pa-er. Her destination was a roadside stall.
Pitter patter.
Circling back with the horse, I moved to the front of the street vendor. Looking at it from above, it
Okay.
appeared to be a shop that had some
Okay.
extra goodies put out.
Okay, just to be clear, this is not the same horse as in the first episode of the entire series, first volume of the entire series. Just making sure. I doubt it is, because I'm pretty sure that horse got deleted during the teleportation incident, and we never saw him again. And once again, the chat box being very strange. All right, comment below if I should delete chat box. It also improves the magic armor that Rudeus uses for people to use. Yeah, I imagine that's the case, but
Magical tools,
whatever.
and nature-made magic
I'm
tools.
gonna.
Though they seemed similar, they were different, and regardless, Lily liked both types. So, as per her usual behavior when she found such a place, she jumped right
I don't know
after
why
it.
they named that
And
horse the
exactly
same
you have someone
as
with a
the
staff,
Volume
they
1
will
horse, and if that's the same
People
horse,
feel like they have drunk a
that
large
horse
amount
is
of ice water.
incredibly old, and how the hell did
Would
you
like to buy
get
it.
back?
Young miss, you don't look like an adventurer or mercenary. It's for research, so that I can
How
make
the
some
hell
magical
did you
tools.
show up again?
As expected of the Magic City Sharia, there are people who buy with that kind of purpose. So, you got money. Lily pulled out a heavy sack from her pocket and placed 5 coins she took out from it in front of the merchant. A suitable price. Even though Lily was weak at equestrianism, she was fast at calculation and magical formations. Here you go. HOH, to be carrying such a large sum of money, must be a wealthy young miss. It's only for such opportunities like this. Is that so? If I were you, I'd be worried about pickpockets swiping them. Well, is that why you have a bodyguard? The merchant looked at me, smiling with a laugh. Was I supposed to be a bodyguard? He's not a bodyguard. This guy is my older brother. Is that how it is? I guess the features, minus the hair, do look a bit similar. There's no such thing. I extended my hand out from where I'm sitting on the horse and pulled her up before she gets stuck telling her life story. You are late to work, so we need to hurry on. Right. Then, shopkeeper-san, that's goodbye. Sure, thanks for your patronage, and watch out for pickpockets and kidnappers. Lily is completely treated as a child. Lily is the child of our blue-haired mother, and that seems to be the reason why her appearance seems so young. Her speech and behavior are also childlike. However, amongst our siblings, she is probably the hardest worker. It's unmistakable, since I am the best at not working at all. NII-san, would it
Check
be alright if I
W,
whack you on the head
yes.
with this to see how it looks?
Go Sieg.
Get fucked. NN, dash. When I looked back, Lily seemed to be
Wait, hold on,
in
what?
agony.
I missed that. Would it be alright if I whacked you on the head with this to see how it looks? Get fucked. Oh, what the fuck? Have they used that? Have they used that line at all in this series? What the fuck? Oh man.
It just tested out the
Oh
effects of the
fuck,
magical item
bro.
she bought on herself. In situations like this,
No
my
shot.
older sister Lala, I wouldn't have refused and been hit on the head. Lily can't feel satisfied until she tries it out herself. The brain freeze is real. Nii-san, want to
Get
try it
fucked.
too? Stop it. It'll be bad if we fall off the horse. Okay. Lily, seemingly a bit disappointed, slid the staff into her bag around her waist and began to fumble
Fan
around with the magical
translation,
tool.
what do you expect?
Moving
I
along on the
know,
horse in
I just
silence for a
love
while,
the fan
destination
translation,
being
just like get fucked.
The atelier owned by the Zanba company. When I stopped the horse in front of the building,
I mean, like, dude, to be fair, like all of the stuff that I've been reading, like for the past year, has been fan translations. Okay, because of the fact that they weren't adapted at the time I was reading them. So like, so it's just like, I'm very surprised we haven't seen that line that much.
Thanks, Nii-san. All good. And when you return, I can go home by myself. I see. Take care then, sis. Yup. Piring, Lily headed into the atelier, but stopped and suddenly looked back at me. Ah, Nii-san. What's up? Forget something. If perhaps Nii-san wants to work, I could hire you in my place,
Nii-san.
you know, as your chauffeur. More like running errands. Nii-san, it'd be convenient, since you already know a bit about magical tools. I'll think about it. Okay.
Nii-san. Sans.
Nevertheless, my younger sister seemed to want to help me get a job by going as far as this. She also understands the situation in regards to my unemployment, but I guess she must not think I am in a good state. Moreover, the words of the merchant from before made me anxious about pickpockets and kidnappers. Suddenly disappearing one day, and then being put on display in the slave market, it's good that there's never been such a thing. Well, despite her appearance, she is a lady of the Grere family. Even if her equestrianism was poor, her fencing and magic skill were well above the ordinary. Besides, in this town, the Grere family had influence. I can't imagine there would be many people who dare to mess with the Grere family. No point in being careless though, right? While muttering such things, I left. Wandering around town as usual, eventually, I arrived at a certain business I frequented. The Drunken Goblin.
The
This bar was the most
Drunken
inconspicuous location in
Goblin.
town. The so-called dive bar on the outskirts of town. It wasn't the kind of place for the really notorious, but rather,
The
for
Drunken
small-time villains to
Clam.
gamble. There may be some people wondering why an
Family
upstanding
Guy,
person,
bro.
like myself,
The
would
same
admit such a
bar,
vice.
dude.
However, it was something I had realized. Just like what Cheddarmen were battling, there was no evil that is easy to understand. Yes, real evil doesn't show itself on the surface. It was always
Yes.
sly and crafty.
Yes.
It was always hiding in the shadows and moving behind the scenes.
Yes.
If someone wanted to punish such evil, they themselves must go to where there is evil. By putting myself into the den of evil, I can gain information on the evil.
True.
Thinking this as I entered the bar, I located the usual face.
You just spitting
It's a
facts,
small
bro.
man with a balding head. It's George,
Moon Knight
the
over here
information
just
broker.
spitting facts.
Yo, George, how's business doing? Oh, it's Sieg. Well,
Okay,
it ain't too
one
bad.
thing I appreciate,
Alcohol sales are in the black today.
about this side story. Okay, the side like fucking slice of life shit that can get a little mundane, a little overkill at points if it goes on for too long. But the Moon Knight shit, whenever Sieg goes on his monologues about justice and evil and all that shit, it's beautiful. It's a sight to see. I love it. There'd be no error in translation. The issue is there's like a whole army of Overwatch simps, and that is very tough to compare the Mushoku Tensei fan base to that. So
I can treat you to something if you want. Is it alright? Thank you. Alcohol is no good though. I gotcha. George asked the serving staff to add on a drink. I don't receive compensation, though I'm not paying, but I will accept something given in goodwill. That is because goodwill is the partner of the ally of justice. And how about yourself, Sieg? How's business?
I have
You mean
justice.
how's my unemployment going? Some mess good, some mess bad, you know. Haha, I get that impression from you.
Sometimes
And
good,
is there
sometimes
anything interesting going
bad.
Small talk was something I engage in, from time to time. At any rate, it was basically just a bit of gossip. It's a good place to start from anyway. There's nothing particularly interesting going on. I escorted my sister who was late to her job, and at around noon there was a kid who fell down near an alley. He was crying, so I used some healing magic on him. There was a pickpocket in the market, so I tripped him with my leg and made him fall down. Your younger sister? Is she the one called Lala?
My nose is bad.
It's Lily. Right now, Lily is the only one of my younger sisters in town. Ah, that's how it is. My bad. The names are a bit similar, so some mess I jumbled them up a bit. It seemed that today, what George wanted to know about was Lily. He was a good listener.
I might have to go change that.
Information on the Grey family probably had a high price. And since I was the source, the credibility of the information was very high. There is a rumor that she acts like a spendthrift and buys all the magical items and magical tools around, but what kind of lady is she really? That is, well, there's no mistaking the buying all the magical tools and magical items part, but it's just her hobby. Rather, it's more like she has a personal interest in them, since she's a workaholic to the end. After all, she's developing new merchandise.
What does mess mean? Okay. Just to be clear, for those of you who do not know, last stream I tried reading a Jobless Oblige and it was fucked. The translation from PDF to EPUB or just something messed up in the PDF. It was fucked, and so sometimes when there's TIs, it just replaces it with a space. And sometimes when there's TTs, it also replaces it with a space. So you'll see instead of bottle, it'll be bottle. And I'm totally fine with that because bottle is funny. But sometimes it replaces, again, sometimes, the word sometimes with some or mess. Some mess. Or something like that. It's so the mess part is supposed to be combined with the previous word to form sometimes. So I'm thinking maybe I just change it, but I also want to be extremely chaotic. So fuck you, we're keeping going. We're still going.
Anything that might be well, exactly
it's a very easy fix, but
I don't actually know.
Yeah,
I
fuck
have no
you.
idea where George was selling my older and younger sisters. Information. I didn't disclose any important information. Well,
I made a lot of changes. It was a lot worse. It was a lot worse before. It's just the sometimes word I just overlooked. So, because like some is spelled correctly, mess. I think that's like a Spanish translation for month. I think so. So it did not check the so it wasn't underlined in red or anything for misspelling, so I may have overlooked it that way. So sorry, but yeah, let's keep going.
Is there anything interesting going on? Anything interesting?
I didn't want to actually read the content while I was correcting it. Otherwise, I'd be like spoiling myself.
That I was an ally of justice. That may have stemmed from the result of some villains being suppressed because of the information distributed to me. I didn't think a guy who couldn't piece that much together had any business being an information broker though. Nothing really interesting, but I did hear a strange rumor just then. A strange rumor. Something about a band of thieves that had been frequently appearing on the main road to the west. It's not something too strange, is it? Magic City Sharia was a city with an excellent public order, however, it's a lawless area outside of its walls.
Thieves, you say?
Sooner or later, the country would dispatch a knight or soldier to suppress them. The fact of the matter is, even if I were to make the trip out west as an ally of justice, it would take a whole day. I let in the evening.
Yeah, I have read it all.
If possible, only in town. Outside of the town was outside of the jurisdiction for the ally of justice. Well, that's unfortunate. They say that the band of thieves are selling women and girls in the slave market every night.
No!
Then,
no! Moon Knight!
I don't
get on that shit!
But the leader seems to be the one wearing
oh,
red
fucking hell, no.
Aside from that,
no!
As always, from George, I drew out information about the villains. Afterwards, the small talk began again as usual. From this point, it's really just a normal chat. I listened to George bitch about things, and then we talked about how fine the asses were on the neighborhood girls. Of course, George wasn't the only one I talked to. I also spent time talking to my other acquaintances in the bar.
A true ally of justice.
I left the bar. I headed over to the vacant lot downtown. Then,
so you're gonna read after a Jobless Oblige, yes.
There was a clink, and the entrance to the secret base was opened. When I was younger, my older brother and sister had made this place together with me. We carried tables, closets, carpets and cushions over and made this our hideout.
The Batcave.
We had a lot of fun playing together here. This base was not going to be succeeded by our younger sisters, so it had been decided that the last resident to inherit it would be me. The small bed and closet still remained as they were. Or perhaps
the secret base is his. No one inherits it. No one.
That joke, I took a certain item out from the closet. It was a black helmet. The helmet was the kind that
where's the Batmobile?
In the castle of the Dragon God.
Where's Robin?
Accompanied my father on a visit. Incidentally, though I said castle, it wasn't a large place at all. If I were to compare it to the size of other buildings on the ground, it is a bit smaller than our house, and father called it an office. But, all those who lived in the town called it a castle. The reason was probably that they think it would be disrespectful to call the place where Orsted-sama lived anything other than a castle. Was I also lured into that as well? Before I realized it, I had reached the point of calling it a castle. Well, that's enough on that subject. There were large quantities of helmet placed in the castle's massive underground warehouse. There were 20, no, was it more like 30? The helmets which were exhibited in rows on a shelf were similar to this one, however, the design of each of the black helmets differed little by little. Just like a certain section of a magical tool shop. Among those, there was one that I was attracted to. It was a very cool helmet. But of course, even if it was the coolest looking thing, I would never steal it.
Cool helmet.
No matter how foolish of a child I may have been, I would never steal something that was the property of someone my father worked for. Still, I picked it up, letting out a sigh of admiration as I held it in my hand.
But Sieg can't use that mech, dude.
Who had appeared behind me saying, "You can keep that." From that day on,
it has to be something that Sieg can use. No. I got it. The Batmobile is a combination of a bunch of magical sprinklers that Lily has made. They're lined up in a row enough to carry a person on top of it, and with the water, it jets out behind them and propels them forward, acting as some sort of vehicle, a flotation device, if you will.
This one was mine.
Like a hovercraft, yes, indeed.
I carved the crescent emblem on the brow of the helmet and made it the symbol of the Moon Knight. From top to bottom, I changed into some black clothes and put
that is the Moon-mobile.
Dark-colored mantle. The figure reflected in the mirror is none other than the ally of justice, Moon Knight. Today as well, I would rid the city of its evil.
Yes.
Presently, at the slave market dead of night. Leaping from roof to roof, I was heading for my destination.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
The tune I hummed was the song of
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
Of night, a shining moon in the sky. A moonlit shadow. A silver masked shadow. An ally of justice, they say. A man who defeats evil, they say. I am a knight of the moon of justice. I am called the Moon Knight. Justice, love, and courage, surges from my heart. Just, love and courage, defeats all evil. A silver, shining moon in the night sky, it's the ally of justice, Moon Knight. Chatterman's song that my father sang for me a long time ago, a parody of it, that is. As I sing this, my moodly essay bit. Determination rises.
Fucking stupid.
At the same time, I also feel like I forget all the unpleasant things.
So fucking dumb.
The destination I finally arrived at is a place where public safety is particularly poor, despite being in the
poetry.
There's nothing like a slum in this town. Even
so fucking dumb. I hate this.
Such people have a tendency to gather in one place. And in most cases, the public order of that place diminishes.
Fuck.
In the middle of that kind of neighborhood, is that slave market. In Magic City Sharia, it's regarded as the slave market with the poorest.
I guess it rhymes in Japanese. Yeah, I can guess so too, but...
Where other slave markets would hesitate to sell such slaves, here they are sold without batting an eye. Therefore, they have
without batting an eye.
However,
it's supposed to be batting.
And occasionally you'll unearth a lucky find. They also
again, the corrections did not pull through that well.
Or slaves from rare tribes who were left behind. This gathered a crowd of those who desire a slave but don't possess the funds, slave traders looking to resell, those who want a dispensable laborer, or inexperienced merchants or young nobles who were duped into being brought along. As I drew nearer while concealed, the pungent smell characteristic to the sort of area DRI add in. It's the smell of when people have become soiled. This is the smell that's more or less present at slave markets. However, markets that deal in particularly high-class slaves are also careful about this smell. There are a couple slave markets in Magic City Sharia as well, but none of them smell as bad as this. The merchandise, the dealers, and the patrons, I wonder if all of them are becoming soiled. Ugh. When I tried to take a step further, I suddenly stepped in something mushy. A glance revealed brown and black lumps piling up at the edge of the market.
No!
Stench and a swarm of flies buzzed around
shit!
It would appear
it's shit!
By the slave seems to have amassed here.
No!
While that I couldn't cover my nose while wearing the mask, I tried to wipe off the excrement clinging to my shoe.
No!
Determination fizzling. No, I just stepped in some shit.
The ally of justice has been foiled once again. No!
I continued moving through the shadows, searching for the previously mentioned person. Sanitation was a catastrophe here.
Shit!
You're likely to contract a disease just by being here for a period of time.
No!
Let's just locate the target as soon as possible. I was looking for a man wearing a red bandana. There weren't many lights around even though it was the middle of the night, making it easy
not the red bandana. Red bandana man.
Slaves, but it also made it
oh no, he's a target.
Though upon closer examination, there are also a lot of people covering their faces just like I am. I kind of can't decide if that's a good or bad thing. In any case, since I can't really see the dealers like this, I decided to leave my hiding spot and get closer. Hey, bro, we got a super rare deal, yo. Abruptly, a slaver came up to me.
Hey bro, we got a super rare deal, yo.
To a normal slave market,
fucking stupid
anyway.
shit.
Of course, I ignored
why are they talking like this?
Daughter of that magic king, you know. Wadash.
This is a fantasy world. Why are they talking like this?
Young lady with her blue hair in a braid. The second youngest daughter would be Lily. It's not her. I almost believed it for a moment there, but it obviously wasn't my little sister. The braided hair is kind of like her at first glance, but looking more closely, the blue of this girl's hair was just dyed. Moreover, the age difference is too wide. First of all, my little sister inherited the appearance characteristics of the magic race and looks like a child. But I can clearly tell this girl is already an adult. She looks about the same age as me. And the face is just too different. Maybe someone who's only glimpsed her once or twice can be fooled, but there's no way I'd mistake someone else for the little sister who I see every day. My little sister is cuter, and so. Don't worry. She isn't being tracked, so of course the Magic King also won't be coming to take ER back. Well, maybe because on top of it being a fake.
Take her back.
Fucking
Fucking
doesn't
hell.
even have feet to leave tracks with. Wow, amazing. How'd you obtain something so rare? Hehe, well, why see. One of the Magic King's sons is a prodigal and unemployed and has been on a buying spree for magic items and magic tools, and so, struggling for funds, the parent sees the daughter, and, yeah. That prodigal son is most likely referring to me.
Yeah.
Buying up all the magic items and magic tools is Lily herself. I usually don't have any money, not that I really do much spending in the first place. I am nobly unemployed. So how about it? I'll give you a special bargain for ER. Ha, if you're going to sell a dupe, you should come up with a more believable reason. I said it with a shrug, and promptly skedaddled. If I'd found my actual sister abducted I'd save her immediately, but I'm not going to go along with this kind of sham. But he didn't pick the wrong person. My little sister is absent-minded and it feels like she really will get kidnapped. Walking through this place full of fraud and deception, I search for my target. Still, the slaves are in quite poor condition. Because I scrutinized slaves together with Paks in our student days, I get how bad it is here. No one seems to be whole. They look healthy at a glance but it's just cheating using makeup and oils. That they can still be disguised to look healthy is already pretty good, with things like broken arms or being full of fresh wounds. Even the slave market in Azura Kingdom slums wasn't as bad as this. Slavery can't exactly be called a good institution, but even banned, it's the way things are. Having said that, you also can't just leave it as is. If you don't properly regulate it, tragedies will just continue to increase. I recall the words Pax had once said to me. Slavery itself is not evil. But I can't see the present situation as anything.
Yes, it is, bro. What the fuck?
Most countries have been turning a blind eye to the slave trade. There are countries that
There's a flaw in the Ally of Justice's logic.
Kingdom, but it also looks like there aren't any intentions to regulate it. You'd think that a person like me, who deals with things quickly and carelessly,
Magic King is the nickname of Rudeus. Guess he never learned the spell stronger than King class. How sad. No divine class. How sad. Big sad.
Concealing his face. His hair is cropped short and close to his head, and there's a scar on his forehead. It's him, there's no doubt about it. I don't know if slavery is evil or not, but kidnappers are definitely evil. Okay. I hid myself in the shadows. I checked my disguise with the mirror I'd prepared beforehand, washed off my shoes that were still stained with poop.
You gotta learn time travel again, bro.
If an ally of justice stank, the name would be ruined. Let's go.
Why would you need more than spamming bullets in Quagmire? Time travel.
While everyone was astir trying to figure out whose voice that
You need
was,
more than
I
that.
scanned them from my elevated location and shouted once more. That red bandana over there.
You need telepathy as well. You also need to be able to teleport yourself and shit without using magic circles. You know, fun times.
Your evil deeds may not be able to be exposed during
gravity magic. That's what I was looking for. Not telepathy magic. Gravity magic. Yes, gravity magic. That's something that Rudeus needs to learn.
But you can't escape from the eyes
Still has yet to
kidnapper.
reach his grasp.
Everyone's gaze is landed
Telekinesis, yeah, whatever, it's fine.
At the same time. They looked up at me. Who the hell are ya, bastard? I heard someone ask that. There's only one way that can answer that question.
The way the robot said that was hilarious.
I am the Knight of the Silver Moon which shines in the darkness. I pose and declare. The ally of justice, Moon Knight, has arrived. Red Bandana and his cronies muddledly exchanged glances with each other. And so, once more, I said the same thing, in the same way, for them to hear. Who are you? Why do these guys always keep needing me to repeat myself? I really don't get it, but it's uncool to keep having to give me name out, so I promptly transitioned to the next part.
Why do I have to keep repeating myself whenever I say exactly who I am?
Here I come. I leap off my high place. Simultaneously, Red Bandana and his cronies unsheathed their swords. I've gotten pretty used to this kind of reaction. 5 people in total. However, justice cannot lose. I've learned how to hide multiple opponents from my shishao. Hey. Moonlight Punch. I drove my fist at the sky and drew
whenever he got a mecha, his classes started not to matter. Dude, as soon as he blasted freaking what's his face, Badigadi with a single stone cannon, an intermediate spell, or is it a beginner spell? Whatever. It doesn't matter. The classes don't matter. The practicality of those like divine level spells are probably non-existent. Because you already once you got to Saint tier, you basically had Cumulonimbus, which is the practicality behind that was honestly stupid. No one would use that. Oh my gosh, he thinks he can actually kill Rudeus. True, he probably
It
could.
was too slow. I felt my fist make a good landing. Ta. Moonlight knuckle. The next person tried
Probably
to slash
could
at me
kill
from behind.
Orsted if he
While
wanted
avoiding
to,
his attack and
honestly.
also throwing a backhand chop at him, the move name came out wrong.
That version
Knuckle is
of
body blow.
Rudeus.
TOU. Moonlight SAULT1. Because two people have come forth with their swords, I avoid with a backward somersault.
Moonlight
A
Salt.
backward somersault isn't necessary, but it looks cool. Perhaps trembling because of my backward,
True,
one
it
of the
does
two who
look
came at me from
cool.
behind lynched.
It's,
Yes,
it's
that
the
was also what I was
second
going
most
for.
important thing.
Poet. Moonlight strike. I drove my fist in a counter at the one who attacked without lynching. With that, that's 3 people. 2 people left, red bandana and the young guy who lynched from my back lip. Boss, this guy, he's kinda. Calm down. I'll distract him while you secure the merchandise. Red bandana came out to meet me.
Secure the
His
merch.
stance is tight and there aren't any gaps. Even though 3 of them
Secure
got
the
taken out, he's
merch.
still calm. I can't see any sign of tension. His sword is quite worn down.
People
Judging
equal
from his 3
merch.
points, he's pretty capable. Those moves are from the North God style, aren't they? Wrong. This is the Fist of the Night from shadows formed from moonlight. Its name is Moonlight Fist. 4th point. He immediately recognized my moves as the North God style after seeing it. His observation skills are also sharp. Recently, I heard rumors of a dumb rascal hiding with combat techniques. It's you, isn't it?
Dumb
Evil must
rascal.
perish. Here I go. Come at me.
Hey, he just called
yelled and take a
himself
step forward.
dumb, bro.
And
What
red
the
bandana
fuck?
also took a step. But the signals are different.
Casually
There's no
buying
indication of
merch in
attack.
another
While
world
looking like
with
he'll
the
absolutely attack, he's
boys.
taking a stance for countering.
Don't call
This
him.
guy, he's
Don't
from the
call
water
the
god style.
merch.
The school centered around counters. Speaking of reversal techniques, it's said that of the 3 major styles, not one is superior to the others. Hey, what's wrong, Justice Man? Thought you said you were gonna attack now. If this is all you got, my bud's going to run off with the merchandise, yeah no. You bastard. How cowardly. I really dislike the water god style. They themselves always never make a move first. While stopping their feet there and adjusting the remaining distance bit by bit, not giving the impression of attacking at all, they lead on their opponent into attacking.
What I
or lure them
miss?
through spouting provocations.
What I
Because my
miss?
opponent isn't going to make any strikes of his own, this really won't be a cool looking eye. What's
Moon Knight doing
Come on,
Moon
you
Knight
cool
things.
Can't attack me or something. Not at all. Here I come. If possible, I don't want to take the initiative against a water god style opponent. But at this rate, his crony will make a getaway with those kidnapped victims. There's nothing else for it. Moonlight. Both hands ready at my waist, I take one step back. At that moment, he also came at me. Are you stupid? FEINT. I clap both my hands together with a slap. Simultaneously, I generate mana and magnificent sparks scatter from my hands. NA.
Oh
At
my
nearly the
gosh,
same moment, Red Bandana swung his
magnificent.
sword. It's a counter slash aimed for my right hand. But Nekadamashi 2 isn't an attacking technique. There was quite some distance between us, so his sword slashed at thin air and completely missed me. Of course I'm not going to let that opening slip by. Take this. Moonlight Serenade. I launched a fist with all my might behind it at Red Bandana's face. Red Bandana is finished, with a tooth lying out. Red Bandana spun while flying several meters and landed in the muck piled up at the edge of the slave market. An acceptable outcome. That certainly made the right kind of impression of a villain being brought down. With this, it's done. Judgment.
Common whatever's numbers, Red
It's not done.
Bandana.
There was one more. I
Oh
caught up to
no.
the last guy and knocked him out with a body blow. Judgment. When I posed again, the people in the slave market, who'd just been watching until now, led in all directions. It probably goes to show that they all have some sort of guilt weighing on their hearts. Are you alright? However, I have no intention of pursuing anything but my target. Because they haven't settled into
I
the
think
path
that's
of evil
supposed to be
yet.
fled.
Rather, let's prioritize protecting the poor victims. I took off the handcuffs and the acts of people it seemed were nearly sold as slaves. You saved me. I was suddenly attacked on the highway, for such a thing to happen. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving me. The people who had been lined up as merchandise faced me and each thanked me.
To get some wives. Yeah, I think that happened in the first stream. The Roxy roast. I think that happened in the first stream. Not 100% sure on that though.
He had one response. No need to be so formal. As an ally of justice,
I remember
it was only
someone
a matter of
roasting
course.
Sieg.
Though you may have lost all your possessions, you are all
I
now
think it
free.
was Sylphie
You
though.
should go home.
I don't know.
Thank you so much.
I can't remember.
Look, you all, it's time to go home. They all quickly dispersed while wearing relieved expressions. While watching them, I busied myself tying up that fainted red bandana with.
Wait, no, that was in the first. That was in the first reading.
Abduction is clearly a criminal act.
I remember now.
To make an arrest without sufficient evidence. But there were a lot of witnesses today.
This guy's definitely
This guy is
tossed in jail.
Justice, complete.
Definitely getting tossed in
Looks like I'll
jail.
be returning
Cool.
home in a good mood. Just as I was heading back while thinking such thoughts, I noticed a young girl watching me. She was still all chained up and watching me with reproachful eyes from between her blue bangs. Why does he help him, but he won't help me? Was the kind of face she was making. But she'd never requested help from me. When our eyes met, She quickly averted her gaze and was pulled by a slave trader into the crowd. I don't know the details of how she became a slave, even had her hair dyed and got sold. Perhaps it's the result of being tricked by some scoundrel. It's impossible for me to discern at this moment. All I know is that probably, she's a really unfortunate person. It's not good or evil, it's just sad. If Paks were in control, I wonder what he'd do. I left the slave market behind with the words of my prior best friend on my mind. Chapter 7, Past Princess. We are now second years. We got good grades on our finals.
Yay.
I landed the top spot in
Second
combat while Paks
years.
scored top in academics. While we may each have our weak points, if you put us together, we did exceedingly well nonetheless.
Time
Although our grades may have
skip,
been good,
baby.
our isolated school life continued. However, I think the reactions from our surroundings have changed a bit. I no longer sense most of the hostility directed at us from when we first enrolled. To deal with that atmosphere between them and us, we tend to mutually ignore each other. The first years didn't pay us any anon in particular. Maybe we're just used to it by now. Perhaps, in order to work on improving themselves, they've no liberty to pay anon to strangers.
Lara's still in Sharia, right?
Another problem arose. It happened shortly after
Yeah.
our second year began. A lone girl approached. Graced with long, fluffy blonde hair, she was beautiful. She came before me and gave an elegant bow. I've always been looked at you from afar. Followed up by a respectful self-introduction. She was the daughter of the ruler of
Yeah.
a genuine princess,
Lara's still there.
same as us. From when we first enrolled,
Lara's
it
still
would seem
there.
like her mother had instructed her to get along with me. Yet, due to the color of my hair, my large physique, and the fact that I got into a fight soon after enrolling.
Yeah, she leaves in the last chapter of Redundancy.
Since I've recently
This takes place right before that, or not right before that, but before that.
Sorry for being taken by first impressions. She wishes to get along from now on. By some chance, we may get married in the future. AER having one-sidedly apologized, without waiting for a response, she bowed and left. Marriage. Though that keyword rang out, I could understand. My father is a fairly influential person. Naturally, he would have close relations with the Azura Kingdom, the largest country in the world. It seems that the ruler of Azura wishes to forge even closer ties with my dad. Or possibly, it's the other way around. Whichever way, with such connections, talks of having their children marry would naturally surface. At first, the candidate was to be my older brother. My brother Ars has red hair, common to the Azura Kingdom, as well as knightly facial features like Red Mama.
We know where that happened.
Having my brother marry the Azura princess.
You know what happened there.
In the end, he had found another partner and ended up marrying and living with her instead.
Lilia.
His plans were cancelled. Though Dad had given
Don't.
I remember my
Or no, not Lilia needs to like take control of that dude. Like I swear.
I can't quite.
Like, can we have Aisha just on a leash or something? Cause she's crazy, honestly. At this rate, like she needs to like, someone needs to shoot her. She needs to be put down, honestly. It's semi not canon. Yeah, how it exactly turned out isn't exactly canon anymore. The chapter was deleted. They are hinting that that Ars found someone else, but they didn't say who. And this one's canon. The other ones aren't. We don't know. I'm pretty sure he said he's redoing the Aisha chapter, but yada. I don't know. Let me put this above there. But yeah, I don't know. I hope it's not canon redundancy line. He's just changing the ages, I'm pretty sure.
Consider my brother's actions correct either.
Other than that, I'm pretty sure he's keeping it the same, which is cringe. It's so cringe.
Son, from a perspective of relative political power, it would be proper for my house to marry a male heir to an Azura princess. Father hasn't said anything about who to marry or who to not. However, that girl's mother had given her detailed instructions for various things. That's why she called out to me. That said, I can't help but be startled by these sudden talks of marriage. She did seem like a nice girl.
It would not go well with an international release. I could say that at least, if it was directly translated.
She was just scared. Was I so frightening? Yeah, when school first
I
started,
prefer to just drop it. True, you should just drop it. True, we should.
Certainly, I guess I was quite scary at the start of school. Though I wasn't conscious of it, protected by father's authority, I'd been using violence all while.
Man, we're in Jobless Oblige right now. We're still getting traumatized by that chapter.
Would see me as a frightening being. Normally, I'd expect her to just keep
even a slight mention of it. Slight mention of ours.
If she wanted to, she could have put off contacting you till after your engagement was established, nor did she even need to bring up the possibility that you'd get married in the first place. What an honest girl. Now that you've mentioned it, that sounds about right. Same as us, with parents in politics, she'll eventually have to marry for that sake. In that case, wouldn't it be preferable to marry someone nice? When what Paks said sunk in a bit. Paks, could it be that you have a fiancé? Actually I do. We've never met, but that might be because I've been avoiding it. With those words, I'm reminded of his homeland filled with nothing but enemies. Surely, even after marriage, his wife wouldn't become his ally. Oh yeah, that princess's name.
Richard X Norn is pretty, like, it's teetering on the edge. You are on the edge with that one, okay? You are on the edge. I've already explained this.
What was it again? It was. Surreal. Surreal and Mayajura.
The school,
That was
like
her
the
name.
school days
Being
enemy,
darn it,
true.
Surreal dropped by to chat on a daily basis. That said, her conversation topics were too far out of my areas of expertise. Things like flowers and tea, pastries, and animals.
Dare.
Since we did have
Don't. He should drop the fucking cooking chapters too, because they were completely useless. They were completely useless to adding anything to the story, bro. Dude, I swear, the fucking Master Chef shit, bro. No. They did Nanahoshi
I was able to
bad. They did her
but that's
dirty.
as far as I could go. The conversations quickly came to a halt. Whenever our exchange would hit a stop, Surreal would make a troubled face and depart after saying, well then, please excuse me. With no means of stopping her, I'd end up seeing her off. Those kind of exchanges repeated many times. You need to bring up some topics yourself. Though Paks might have said that, it wasn't exactly a simple matter. I had intended to do so. My preferred topics were the same as always. Heroic epics, tales of adventures. The stories I've heard since I was a child of various struggles that my parents and master experienced. All tales of battles. Yet, when we go with that, it ends up being me doing all the talking. Surreal would hear such stories with enthusiasm, making indications that she was properly listening. She would even pose questions when something was unclear. However, that was just on the surface, and I could tell that she wasn't actually interested. While we're at it, in particular, she wasn't good with stories in which people die. For example, once upon a time, my dad and granddad challenged a labyrinth of the highest difficulty. To rescue mom and grandmother, Dad
Oh
and Granddad had
no.
secured the cooperation
Don't
of various
talk
allies
about
and gone
that
to the depths of the
story.
labyrinth.
No.
Along the
Anime
way,
onlys,
Kurt was able to rescue my
no.
mom as well as my
Anime
grandmother.
onlys,
However,
no.
grandfather had perished in
Any
battle
anime
versus the
onlys,
labyrinth boss.
leave.
Because of that, father had fallen into
Anime,
depression, but
any
recovered
anime
with mom's
onlys,
assistance,
leave.
and returned home. It's a sad story, but at the end, without fail, Dad would state no matter what trials and tribulations one may experience, this had taught me that we must always continue to push forward. It's a nice story. Still, upon hearing of my grandfather's death, Surreal would make a sad face, saying I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear the rest. And leaving. Without hearing the conclusion, it ends as a sorrowful story. Even though, if you stop the story there, it would certainly have a sad ending. I'd say, for sure, our compatibility is bad. Even if our compatibility isn't great, I know she's not a bad girl. I can't say that I want to marry her though. If we could find some common ground, it could be possible for her to become pleasant company, but being unable to do so, this continues to bother me. Anyhow, she's a troubling partner. It would be nice if I could talk with my brother who's good with the ladies, but he's long since graduated, and has been helping father with his work. Though he graduated the Royal Academy at the top of his class, he's now buried under a mountain of work. It's not so important of a problem for me to trouble such a busy brother. Therefore my mediocre relationship with Surreal remained as is. Still, the advent of Surreal didn't improve the state of segregation for myself and Paks. To the contrary, it feels like we're even more isolated than before.
No,
There were
the
some students that didn't like
bro,
how I was getting close to Surreal.
the bros,
They were guys
the
from distinguished
boys.
households, hoping to get married to Surreal. Having seen me get close to Surreal, their attitude took an about face and the harassment began. That didn't last long though. That's because Surreal's entourage took action. Since Surreal was a princess, it was a given that she'd have quite a few followers. They were girls from families of Azura's upper nobles. Always nearby, they would shower Surreal with affirmation. Like a field of flowers with Surreal's smile in full bloom at its center. From afar, in the midst of FLA and honest praise,
Flattery.
you could always see Surreal's unwavering smile. That entourage came before us. They made up some only Surreal-sama is allowed to call out to them. Kind of rule. Regardless of who would approach us, they would drive them off. Be they ones with any prospects of marrying Surreal or not. The girls of Surreal's entourage were from families of high standing, as well as abundant in number. Surely, this wasn't for our sake, nor was it out of some sense of justice. Witnessing their idol, Surreal, willingly associate with some boy instead of themselves, perhaps they felt their own value decreasing. Or maybe, she told them my mother instructed me to do so. And they wanted follow in line with the royal
Ariel
family.
reverse
Anyways,
harem.
because her followers
Okay,
wanted to be
dude.
special to Surreal, they wanted to drive off the insignificant pests crowding around her. TLC this paragraph. Phrasing was kinda tough. That said, their rule became absolute. All those hostile classmates were driven away and, from then on, don't really bother us anymore. However, we were no longer treated like we didn't exist. We began to stand out. While we were unaware, we started to draw some anon from those uninterested to start with. Those overbearing senpai from back when we were first years now turn a blind eye. The
Oh,
teacher seemed to be
according
treating
to
us like some
cake.
kind of tumor. As expected of the royal family's authority. TLC this paragraph. Doesn't feel like this makes contextual sense. I couldn't tell if that was a good or bad thing.
It's
nor was I
all
interested.
according to cake,
Anyways,
my
it
guys.
didn't change our situation very much. Still, what was I to do about my relationship with Surreal? How
Oh,
was I
man.
supposed to treat her? That still bothered me. Your marriage is still only in the realm of possibility, right? In that case, just treat her like a friend. Paks might have said that, but Surreal was too different from any girl I knew. I've never met such a frail, dainty girl. The closest might be my youngest sister, Chris. She likes flowers and sparkly things and gets mad when I tell tales of battle and adventure, calling them boring. Surreal doesn't get mad though. The furthest would be my elder sister, Laura. She lives a crude and slovenly lifestyle, always playing hooky and only thinking of her next prank. Strangely, we got along just
Oh
fine.
no.
If Surreal was a little more like Laura, I wouldn't be so troubled. When you look at it like that. Though I may say that, my relationship with Surreal seemed to make any progress. Her entourage didn't want someone who's just friends talking with her, nor did she herself wish for more friends. In which case, regardless of our poor compatibility, those dull exchanges continued. Nonetheless, for Paks and I. Without doubt, this character named Surreal had entered the story of our school life. The appearance of a cute girl had blossomed upon our gray school life. I may be a loner, but there's no way I'd reject some female company. Regardless of how we might become engaged,
Oh
the fact
my
that she's a
gosh,
genuine
of
princess,
course,
I still
Sieg, the
held the desire
fucking
to get closer to the pretty
degenerate.
girl. Although, our feelings for each other didn't seem to change. My strange relationship with Paks and
The
Surreal went on.
degen.
Visiting the slums with Paks. The three of us having a
It's
chat.
bad.
Many things happened. But
He's
our
down
relationships didn't
bad.
really change. Paks and I remained close friends. Surreal and I remained awkward with each other, same as always. Chapter 8, presently, marriage. It was a holiday. White Mama had let in the morning, making it a rare occasion that
Let me
allowed to
look
sleep
and
in.
see how many
Though breakfast
chapters there
wasn't
are.
prepared
Hold
for me,
up.
there were some leftovers in the kitchen, so I ate. It might be a little lonely, but that seems just right. Since I don't have a job, this is to be expected. Typically on holidays, White Mama and Red Mama go out, while Blue Mama stays at home. Recently, that's been our home's norm.
There
Dad may
are
or may not be home, but today, he's not. That means I can relax at
15
home.
chapters.
Good morning.
You're
Just as I
halfway
thought,
through.
Blue Mama had come to the dining room. I'm a little on guard. Blue Mama hasn't directly told me to go find a job or keeps an eye on me in that regard.
We're
She's
almost
only
halfway
hinted that I
through.
should seriously look for a job. In short, she has many weak points. Actually, Sieg, there's something I want you to take a look at. What?
Oh no.
Wait just a moment.
Wait,
Blue Mama
did she
scampered
not
off to the room.
get, did he not get
Now
arrested
then,
yet?
what hand will she play today? Shortly, Blue Mama brought back a stack of square boards. Perhaps her goal today isn't to get me to find a job, but to get me to help with something.
She's truly a gray,
Maybe
right? I
most
know.
Hashtag I may be unemployed, but I wouldn't turn down a request.
Hashtag.
Please look at this. Saying that, Mom starts lining up the boards in front of me.
The
There were
hashtag has
pieces of
gotta
cloth
be
and a teak
trending.
board, with paintings on the cover.
Hashtag I may be
Portraits of
unemployed, but
All portraits of women. The girls look young, around 20 years old. What's this?
here it is. Oh
That's
no.
the second daughter of the tile house of the Renault Kingdom, Merida.
Okay, I
That
maybe
one's the third daughter of House
misunderstood.
Yeoman, Moni. And this one. That's the fifth daughter of the ruler of the Basharant Dukedom, Egrid. Since we've started to put effort into sales of magic tools with help from the Zanaba firm, Basharant has been wanting to establish some connection. As a matter of fact, Lily's also received a marriage proposal from their prince. Marriage. Even without hearing that keyword, I figured it was something like that from the lineup of portraits. Hashtag from today's predicament, I can feel my hair color changing. How about it? Aren't they all quite beautiful? Well, I guess they are. Could it be that you'd prefer more cute type girls over the beau es? In that case, how about
Over
these?
the beauties.
Blue Mama. Look at this girl. Low E House is Krishna. She's got a cute face and great TS. Ah, speaking of chest size, this girl's great too. Tashin House is Roko. She's about as tall
She
as
meant to say great tits.
with help
Okay.
from the Zanaba
Oh,
firm,
no.
Basharant has been wanting to view down her cleave dash. She's about as tall as I am, and with TS like that, from your height, you'll have a nice view down her cleave dash. Mama. Hearing me shout, she stopped. I have no intention of getting married. Why? Since they're all high class, you'd be able to get away with taking on a not very job-like job. I won't be fooled so easily. Nobles still have to do quite a bit of work. They're required to attend various events and ceremonies, and when the time comes, they have a duty to fight for the sake of the king. Knowingly marrying a child of the Grey House means that they intend to use me as a negotiation channel with all of the other Grey connections.
Negotiation
Mainly,
channel.
I hate that I would be made to deviate from my sense of justice for something like that. If I was to get married, I'd be made to work for the house for whoever I get married to. For a house that I don't even like. Working for the Grey House is still BER. Well, I guess you're right. You're an adult now. I might have been treating you too much like a kid just now. But Sieg, in order to become a proper adult, it's about time for you to find a partner. If you think about it as working for the girl you love, I feel like you might stop thinking about if something is a job or not. You might be right. Right? Well, I won't say to do it immediately, but if any of these girls made you think, oh, she's cute. Why don't you try just meeting her for now? I'll think about it. Right then, Lily came into the dining room while yawning. Looks like she also spent her holiday sleeping in. She made a little gulp, seeing me and Blue Mama sitting with a lineup of portraits. Lily. Good morning. Watching her come in, Blue Mama broke into a grin that would indicate the end of the opening act. Of course, there's some for you too. D don't need it? Ah, come, at least see what they look like. They're all very understanding, saying that it would be fine for you to continue with your current job. To chase after Lily who fled, Blue Mama ran out of the dining room. It's been a while since marriage proposals first came in for Lily.
Oh
She's
no.
a talented lady working at the Zanaba firm. Various places have placed recognition upon her works. Although, she does seem to bring about many worries for our parents. She gives off the impression that if we were to take our eyes off of her, she'll end up getting captured by some slave traders. Regardless of her work, I bet our parents' wishes for some reliable
Bro
husband
just
to take care
swiped
of her.
left on all of
I
them.
totally sympathize.
True. Moon Knight,
Shouldn't borrow me some getting married first.
work
That girl will find someone on her
takes
own soon enough.
priority over shit
can
like
tell.
this. Okay,
That's definitely a lie.
this
I could hear that
shit's
coming from upstairs.
nonsense. All right.
By the way, no marriage proposals had come in for Laura. While I was
No,
away at the Azure Royal Academy, I
future
thought that a good number
girl.
of marriage proposals would
No.
come in for Laura. However, no one wanted to marry her. There weren't any heroes brave enough to take my pranks and naps loving sister. Perhaps word had gone out, leading Blue Mama to give up. At any rate, we sure collected an impressive amount. Amongst the painted visages, there were only magnificently beautiful girls.
Future girl.
Since these were painted for the
No.
purpose of a marriage introduction, they might have drawn the girls a bit prettier than they are in reality, but they seem to have gathered those who would be most likely to suit my tastes. Without someone telling me, I wouldn't even know their names or pedigree. However, I'm sure they're all well-bred ladies. If I
Wait,
was to
I
marry
forgot
one of
which
them,
one's
I'd
which
expect to be
one's
able to enjoy
Lily
a laid-back
again.
lifestyle to some extent.
You don't
Even if I
simp.
had to do some
True.
work as a noble's
I need to
adopted
double
son,
check.
I could veto it to some extent. Of course, I'm not
I'm
unemployed
not
because I
gonna
want
look
to
at
slap off.
chat. I'm gonna
It
find
depends
this
on a temporary ally
myself.
of justice. Though I feel bad for Blue Mama who went out of her way to gather these, I must decline. While I was just thinking that, in the midst of dyeing up the portraits, among the sheets of pictures, there was a face that I recognized. A face adorned with fluffy blonde hair. She was a
Yeah,
doll-like girl.
it's Laura. Yeah.
A classmate from when I was at the Azure Royal Academy. Though her face would normally be considered beautiful, thanks to the shy smile she was making, that cute representation suited her well. I can picture very well what kind of expression she was making
Lily's
as she
the
sought
younger
for a
one.
painter to have this portrait made. As expected of one who works on portraits for Asuran royalty, this painter looked to be very skilled. Amongst all of these candidates, of course she would be the one to stand out the most. Putting hers along with the other portrait, I piled and let them. Midday. As usual, I spend the day wandering around town. The weather's nice. A blue cloud-free sky spread to horizon, a rare occasion for this region. It's a little warm too. A perfect day for airing out laundry. The river was glimmering from reflected sunlight. Since it flowed through the town, it wasn't the prettiest river, but you could see a few shadows of fish in it. It wouldn't be bad to do a bit of fishing on a day like this. Blue Mama likes to fish. When we were young, on a day like this, she would take me and my siblings upstream. I would often play around the river with my older brother, but at other I would go fishing with Blue Mama. She would sit me down in her lap, and while holding the rod, she would tell me stories of her days as an adventurer. In particular, I enjoyed her stories of when she would go solo into a labyrinth. How nostalgic. That reminds me, though my eldest sister is usually quite refined, she too enjoyed fishing. As we all got older, those family fishing trips stopped happening, and Mom would end up fishing alone.
After again,
On those days,
it's
we could
been
always expect the
weird.
dining table to be lined with fish dishes. Maybe I should also try fishing by myself
Fuck,
once in a
sitting
while.
down for a long
When my
time
eldest
is
sister got
not good
married,
for
she
me.
didn't take any fishing gear with her. Most likely, the gear is still gathering dust in the storehouse. Yuh. Look. While I was lost in thought, it sounded like someone was moaning.
Oog.
No, not
Oog.
sounded like. Someone was definitely moaning. Someone was in pain. There was no way an aspiring ally of justice such as myself would mishear that. I restlessly surveyed the area. Moon Knight's insight evolved to clairvoyance with the power of sunlight. Found it? Under the shade at the side of a bridge, there was a man crouching. What happened? I immediately rush over to talk to him. A beardless middle-aged man. He was leaning himself over a cask. Oh, it's Sieg. Where have I met him before? Ah, it's the old man from the fruit stall. I didn't immediately recognize him, since he shaved his beard.
Hello,
I was
fruit
supposed to carry
man.
this barrel of wine to the church up ahead,
Hello,
but
fruit
midway,
man.
my back gave out. Well, I hate to ask, but could you help out? A simple task. First off, I massage his back.
He responds
Adding a
like
little magical
that.
power, I clear up the pain. I'm not particularly good at
It's
healing
like, hey, can you help me out here? I just need help getting up. It's like a simple task. Is that a yes?
At least do this much. I used some healing magic. How does it feel? Oh, the pain's gone. That's a big help. With this. Hold up. The healing magic might have relieved your stained back, but you should still rest for a while. I'll carry the cask.
Strained.
Is that so? Then, if you would please. I pick up the cask of wine, putting it under my arms. It's quite an amount. Too much for a single person to drink. What are they going to do with so much wine? I'm glad you asked. Today's my daughter's wedding. Congratulations. Thank you. Well, it's hard to stomach how her husband's going to be the son from the liquor store. While chatting, the church came into view. Lots of people were gathered. From a carriage parked in front of the church, luggage was being carried in. Oh, horrors. Out of the crowd, a single man came before us. A man with a beard. It was the owner of the liquor store. Wearing a bright smile, he approached us. Didn't you get all excited, saying that you'd bring in the wine for the banquet yourself? And yet you got Sieg to carry it for you. There's no helping it. My back went out on my halfway here. Your back? Haha, your back gave in? Weren't you too excited? Dumbass. Shut it. The fruit store owner wasn't amused seeing the liquor store owner laugh. These two are childhood friends.
He's playing into being a superhero too much that he
so to speak.
too much when he's not even in costume. Yeah, it just bleeds into his personality now. There's nothing he could do to go back now. He can't revert back.
Patting me on the back. Then the fruit store's old man turned around with a grin on his face.
He's far gone at this point. We lost him.
Just have my boy carry it. He might be the second son, but he's a professional at moving around wine barrels. I'll do just that. After all, from this day forward, he's my son too. A daughter from the fruit stall and a son from the liquor store. When I last saw them, both were still fairly young. That's before I attended the Royal
Jeez,
Academy.
man.
I wonder how many years it's been. Before I knew it, they had grown up. And are now getting married. Time flies. Well, it's best to get a day's rest if you got a strained back. Just sit back and watch. The liquor store owner showed off his biceps. And then, he went to grab one of the crates filled with fruit out of the carriage. For now, I'll carry in what's here. You should head inside and take care of less strenuous. Saying that, when going to lift the crate, as he put pressure on his back, he put the box back down and fell forward. Oi, go doll. Could it be that you? Huh? Did your back give in? AER laughing at me, you went and threw out your back too. Haha. Fucking asshole. Shit. I'm just not used to carrying fruit is all. I went up to the liquor store owner who was breaking out in a cold sweat and applied some healing magic. Thanks Sieg-kun. Being able to use healing magic at a time like this is really convenient, isn't it? The liquor store owner said that while on all fours, putting pressure on his back. Having cast healing magic, he should be fine after some rest. P-dash. Ha 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 ha. Asshole. Laugh while you can, but what are we going to do with all this luggage? If we can't do anything, how are we be ready in time for the ceremony? The fruit store owner stopped laughing and turned green. The two of them made an unpleasant face at each other and turned to me after a while. Hey, Sieg-kun. Can you help a little? No problem. Immediately after replying, I got to work. This kind of honest work also falls under the jurisdiction of an ally of justice. AER that, the wedding went on without a hitch. Both the bride and groom were younger than me. During the ceremony, both looked to be a little flustered with an innocent blush on their faces. Looking at scene, you can tell that the two truly loved each other, even making me break out in a natural smile. AER the ceremony finished, it was time for the reception. It's not the Mealy's faith, but the local custom. Everyone makes merry and feasts in celebration of the couple's new life. Leaving nothing in want, happiness spread across the wedding and banquet. All thanks to me taking up the father's job of bringing over the wine. Though I probably shouldn't say that myself. The two old men with strained backs were very gracious, but I turned down their offer of partaking in the banquet in return for helping. That's because an ally of justice doesn't act for reward. Do what I must and take my leave. That is the way of an ally of justice. Now then, what should I do next? It is now evening. No destination nor direction.
Bro, what the fuck?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Having
decided that, I head towards the Magic Academy.
Thank you. Thank you. Finally stop lugging fruit around.
However, it was locked. It's rare for her door to be locked. She only does that when she's away. Guess she's out. Unusual. Shishao. Do you know where Lauren A is? I tried asking a teacher who was nearby. She wasn't in her lab. Then, I don't know. There's no way I'd know. No one in this school except maybe Roxy Shishao can guess where that girl's gone. I guess so. Roxy is Blue Mama's name. And today, she's on break. That means no one has any idea where she went. Not a single person alive is capable of finding the elusive Lara. Where am I to go to fill this empty stomach? The bar I usually go to for gathering intelligence isn't open yet. Since father won't be home today, there is the possibility of heading home to plunder the kitchen. Alternatively, I could head back to the church and pick at their leftover fruits. However, if I was going to do that, I might as well have stayed there for the whole ceremony. Since I am acquainted with both the bride and groom, if I was there to congratulate the newlyweds, I could have considered the food to be part of the ceremony, and not a reward for helping. No. As an ally of justice, I don't think that's appropriate. GSU. Hick. Suddenly, I could hear crying.
Oh, man.
I'm particularly sensitive to the sound of someone crying. That's because I'm an ally of justice. My justice ear is tingling as I search for the source. There, at the bottom of the stairway. I found a girl hidden in the shadows. I say girl, but she's more like on the brink of adulthood. She looks to be around 15 years old. Probably of the human tribe. What's the matter? Having called out to her, she turned to me with a surprised face. She was a pretty girl with flaxen hair. It's nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not a suspicious person. I'm Sieg. Sieg Heart Salad in Grere. The Grere House. In times like these, the name Grere is quite useful. That's because it's a trustworthy name. My own name might more or less lower the credibility, but not enough to shake the solid foundation of the name Grere. Why were you crying? It's alright. I won't tell anyone. I may be able to help, and even if I can't, just talking to someone
Looking for loopholes in his own code.
Of lying. If it's within my ability, I intend to
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die, dude.
I have plenty of extra strength to lend out.
Where's the plot, bro? Shit. I'm getting bored. No.
Well, congrats.
No.
Looks like today's theme is definitely about marriage. Perhaps some greater power is pushing me to accept one of those marriage interviews. There's nothing to congratulate. The groom is over 30 years older than me. That's no
Man,
good.
I like the drug busting and slave market busting shenanigans of the Moon Knight.
That I have to. Since we
This fruit basket and marriage shit is gain.
Supposed to go meet his family. But I don't want to. So I came here. To cry. Hick. GSU.
This stuff shouldn't be a problem for the Moon Knight.
Like a political marriage
Get it done in 2 pages.
simply decide their child's spouse for them. This thing called marriage is used as a means
Oh
to
my
unite families.
gosh.
Therefore, there are many cases where the head of a household would send off their child in order to establish a connection with another house. That could have been the case even for the marriage between the liquor store and fruit store's children earlier today. However, unlike the wedding earlier today, there's clearly isn't mutual love in this situation. This is simply for the sake of money or status. Even though the girl herself is against it, the parents are forcing this along for their own convenience. Looks like she's being offered up to a perverted old man more than 30 years older than her. Hashtag moreover, even though the other party one-sidedly wants this.
Man.
Hashtag. My father is against forcing a marriage on us kids. He might initiate the conversation, but won't force us into anything.
May initiate. Oh my gosh.
Many families aren't like ours.
There's some weird stuff happening.
There are also unhappy marriages.
He has to go through character development.
However,
I thought you liked slice of life and the Academy Mark the most, or why are you bored? I don't
A
know.
righteous deed for the day has been decided. Chapter 9. Presently, defeat late night. I'm tailing a girl in a carriage. While the North God style is a swordsmanship school, some factions of it also taught tailing techniques.
It's different, bro.
But also tracking the
It's just built different,
There
bro.
are also techniques
I
for
don't
fighting
know.
and sneak attacks, and to run straight up the wall.
University Arc is just built different.
Faction, he's versed in all the techniques since he's at the pinnacle of North God style. Shishao used to hate techniques outside of his faction, but he seemed to change his mind after fighting father and was happy to teach me. In any case, the carriage circled the magic university for a while and eventually arrived before the mansion of a high noble. A giant house. Someone with a house this big might be a friend of father. With that in mind, I decided to separate from the carriage and infiltrate the mansion.
Then again, it might be because I got 6 hours of sleep. I don't know.
Like this. However,
But dude, I just woke up. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Such a technique exists in a swordsman school, but I was trained in it along with the tailing technique, which came in handy. How nostalgic.
I did not drink coffee though. That's one thing. I don't usually drink coffee.
The mercenary armory. With some help from the Renoa Knights.
Usually do it for streams, but not this.
By the way, the most secure location in town is the girls' dormitory at Magic University. It's guarded by Father's rude mercenary corps. The beast race and demon race girls that live there also form their own patrol within. While the girls are not professionals, the beast race have sensitive noses, and the demon race have other ways to identify people. With students from all over the world, there are even some with demon eyes. Quite literally eyes all over the place. However, there are ways to deceive the nose and demon eyes, and demons are easy to deal with if you know their racial character is CS. That's why I managed to
characteristics. Gosh dang it, there was. I think that was fixed earlier.
People rushing to and fro making preparations to welcome the bride. Whether from the maid's clothes or the ingredients.
Don't worry, he will be whooping ass in no time. Good. It's gonna be great.
I collected some intel before coming today, and knew that this is a noble family that has been a moneylender for many generations.
I don't know. The web novel, Slice of Life doesn't translate well. I don't know.
Among the Renoa Kingdom's wealthiest. The head of the house is greedy and lustful. He lends money to poor nobles and merchants in need of money, then marries their daughters for collateral. Quite cunning. Never the eldest daughter. But the second or third daughter, even if initially reluctant, the parents would eventually, if that's so, and hand over their daughter. For poor nobles, it is difficult to find a marriage partner for their second or third daughters regardless. The daughter will be happier to marry someone with money. Excuses like that. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with this. It does not violate the law. It can be said that he is only helping an impoverished acquaintance. There are many such marriages in the world. But the head of the house here has already married 7 wives. Like collecting women. That is a villain. I found him in a bedroom. I knew it was him right away. He is in his 40s and 50s. A fat body, about as long as it is wide. A villain right out of the storybook. There is no mistake. A hero of justice does not judge people by their appearance. However, it is indisputable that with food so costly in the north, only the wealthy could afford to put on weight. And according to my sources, the household has no sons. There are other men in the house, but the only person lazy and rich enough to get fat would be him. If I'm wrong here, I would not believe in money anymore. Huff, today is wedding day, expense clothes? Bring the most expensive clothes. Sweating despite not doing much in particular, he ordered a steward-looking man. The room was scattered with enough clothes to dress a large tree, while the butler folded them one by one. Master, rather than expensive clothes, why don't you do something about your waistline instead? Don't think I won't fire you. Anyhow, I don't think expensive clothes would make much of a difference. Listen, Huff, let...
Oh, that was a roast, bro. Dude, you can't just say that, bro. I won't judge you by how you look, but I will. That's basically Sieg, but I'm still reflecting on that freaking
Master, rather than expensive clothes, why don't you do something about your waistline instead?
That's just a roast and a half, dude. Bro, his butler fucking said that, bro. Like, what? Oh my gosh, bro. The butler folded his clothes one by one, and he's just fed up with folding clothes. And he's just like, bro, Bro, what about your waistline though?
Think I won't fire you. Anyhow, I don't think expensive clothes would make much of a difference. Listen, Huff, let me say it again, today's wedding day. She might be a collateral, but a bride is a bride. It's a day worth celebrating,
She
and we need to
might
welcome her
be a
properly into our house.
collateral. Oh
The food
my
needs to use expensive
gosh.
ingredients, and I must dress up as well. Making that effort is the duty of our household. But shrinking my waistline isn't. Sure. His words are boastful but sincere. The SC of a villain, I suppose. Even if that aesthetics includes doing something about his waistline. Huff, anyways, I'm looking forward
How
to it.
was aesthetic
The bride this
like
time is especially young and
fixed
beautiful.
right below and
Such an
above? It
innocent-looking thing.
wasn't. What the
She probably
fuck?
doesn't know the way of an adult yet, so put plenty of aphrodisiacs in her meal. Aphrodisiacs again. It's going to happen anyways, why not make it more enjoyable for everyone involved? I can't listen anymore. This man seems to have his own aesthetics. But that girl is just an outlet for his libido to him. Rather than welcoming as a new family member. Just as if he were buying a new horse and treating it as a tool. I thought randomly. If I had married Surreal, would I be treated the same? Even if not Surreal herself, those around her might. Maybe that's why I'm against that marriage. Well, that has nothing to do with this. Let's go. Stop right there. My voice echoed through the room. Surprised by the noise, the fat noble and his butler scanned the room in confusion. Yo, pig face. You sex-crazed villain. Doing evil deeds in the shadows, even if you can hide from the sun, the eyes of the moon will find you. Pig face. Hearing that, the butler looked at his master suspiciously. The fat noble pursed his mouth and returned his butler's gaze confused. What did you do, master? I wouldn't know even if I thought about it. Maybe, it is you. If the two of us are together and someone would call me the fat pig, I'd like to meet him and check his special eyes. Ah. This reaction is different. How relaxed. Anyhow. How? I kicked open the ceiling board, spinned, and landed onto a high shelf in the room. And, pose. The fat nobleman stood there dumbfounded, but the butler lowered his stance.
Bro, this guy's
His butler
reminding me
looked
of the
straight back.
freaking villains from Dragon Ball Superhero, the
fat
latest
nobleman
Dragon
regained
Ball
his
movie.
composition and asked as if he's used to this.
It's
If you can
just,
say a line like this, you are probably targeted by
oh
assassins
my
constantly.
gosh. I wouldn't be
so,
surprised
good
if he
question.
actually
I thought no
has,
one would ask
like,
this time.
special effects happening behind
I
him,
am the
being
knight of the silver
projected
moon
right
which shines
behind
in the
him.
darkness. I responded to the question and posed. The ally of justice, Moon Knight, has arrived. The butler looked at the fat nobleman with a puzzled reaction. Why did everyone have the same reaction when I said that? Yet the fat nobleman signed. Unusual. I guess ally of justice Moon Knight is his employer. I figured you won't tell your actual name or employer. But I did. Oh well. Villain. In this town I love, I can't forgive marriage just for money and lust. Against marriage. Are you an enemy of
Don't
that house
say
or the daughters
moon in
here?
every damn
Or maybe master's enemy?
sentence. True.
Why am I a villain with so few enemies? But still a villain. I see, so he's a so-called ally of justice. Hey, you, let me give you some advice. I'll let you go this time, so leave. If you touch me, you'll just regret it. Why the sudden advice, I have no idea. But I am a friend of justice. I won't be persuaded by clever words from evil. Be quiet. I'm coming. I jumped off the shelf. At the same time, the butler pulled out two thin and long daggers from his waist. He positioned himself before the fat nobleman to shield him. Apparently, he wasn't just a butler, but also serve as his escort. I sensed some considerable
Who
ability.
roasts people's waistline, dude? That's he's a cool butler. Okay.
Hearing his murmur, I quickly pulled back my hand and backstepped. At the same time, the butler rushed in. Even as I fell back, pain pulsed through my thigh. The butler's right hand dagger drew a little bit of blood. Looked like a shallow cut to my thighs. So you managed to dodge that. Too bad it's coated in poison. A cold sweat dripped down when I heard his words. He got me. Flow is a technique of the water sword style. A base counter that leads to all the techniques of the water god. The water god style treats it as one of the most important techniques, that's why it's named mysterious. In fact, it is even said that even if it is a basic technique, at extreme it can even counter any attack. But today's different. I see. He made me vigilant with words alone and sneaked in a counter when I hesitated. Don't kill him, Loris. It's a festive day, so don't dirty it with blood. Capture him and squeeze his employer out of him. Once you know who hired him, money can take care of the rest. But this man is quite skillful. Gonna be difficult.
Sieg is more of a great Saiyaman than Moon Knight. Yeah, I know.
If you can avoid that blow, it has to be skill. Full of confidence. That stab was
That might be my thumbnail for the next stream. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish this.
Style, water god style, even spear wielding demon race warriors. A dual dagger wielding opponent is difficult to handle. Daggers differ in speed from long swords. The ming and slashing trajectory is different. The overall range is small and there are few gaps. In general, swordsmen prefer long swords, using daggers only as sidearms. Although there are dagger techniques in the North God style, they do not use thin daggers like these. Dagger users. Assassin's Guild? Curses. Are you from the Assassin Guild? Obviously, but that was before. Rough words, unlike his master. His knives gave away his origin. Only villains attack from the shadow. Moonlight kick. Before I noticed, the butler had already drawn close. To attack in the middle
Moonlight
of the line.
punch.
I dodged the butler's sneak attack.
Oh no, he's about to spam.
The butler slyly avoided it, and drew his dagger in a single motion. The legs do not seem to move at all. An Assassin's Guild move. Drawing close before I realized, I'm already within his range. The rotation of the butler's attack does not stop. It is a
Just
terrible onslaught.
spam the
Moonlight
kick, the
Moonlight
punch, the flip.
Moonlight flip. But I've sparred with people from the Assassin's Guild before. Taking advantage of that experience, I handled the onslaught brilliantly. Moon. But I had little to spare. I couldn't land a hit between his dagger blows. He had good range management. Keeping at a distance where my fists can't reach, but his daggers could. My fists won't land, but his dagger some mess scratched my body, bit by bit landing cuts.
Sometimes,
If the dagger is
gosh
poisoned,
dang it.
I might not be able to move soon.
Gosh
Even though I'm
dang it.
bare-handed, this butler might be reaching king rank. Some mess I want to use healing magic instead of attack, but there's no opportunity. However, I don't feel my life's endangered. Well, with power like yours. Why help the villain? I asked while keeping a distance. Men who belong to Assassin's Guild rarely appear in public. Not to mention this level of skill. Certainly not as personal escort. MMM. The butler stopped with a stern face and glanced at the fat nobleman. Well, this guy isn't much of a villain. What? I don't know if you're moving under someone's direction. I'm not following anyone else's instructions. I'm on the side of justice. I move on my own. Not the way I see it. The butler sped up. His feet blurred and moved in a disgusting manner. A dagger flew over. In an instant, my skin tore and pain shocked through my body. So strong. Did the fat nobleman not escape because of trust in his ability? Moonlight. I can't even shout my killer move anymore. Wearing down bit by bit, little by little I'm getting cornered. My hand is shrinking. I understand I'm getting forced into a checkmate. It would have been easier if I had a sword.
My
Dagger emerges.
gosh.
It cannot be helped. This isn't an opponent I can win cleanly. I immediately decided so and prepared to throw away my left hand. North God style mystery swallow. The dagger cut off a few fingers off my left hand. But at the same time my left hand passed by the dagger. The butler's fist shattered and the dagger fell to the floor. Encounter technique that crushes the opponent's fist at the expense one's fingers. That is swallow. For those who don't expect the counter, the moment you think you've cut off their finger, you'll suddenly feel your fist shattered. Only those familiar with North God style could hope to counter it. In fact, the butler's posture had collapsed, exposing his body unprotected. What? This is it? I strike true. Stepping deep toward the butler with all my strength in my right hand. Moonlight. Serenade. The butler tried to evade, but Serenade is an unavoidable special move. It's impossible. I punched through the butler's torso. The butler was blown away, bounced off to the ceiling and dropped to the ground.
Is he gonna heal his fingers?
The ally of
Like,
justice defeats evil, but never kills. Hate evil but not evildoers.
what's he doing?
I looked toward the shivering fat nobleman. Looking toward me and his fallen butler, the fat nobleman looked stunned. You idiot. Get ready. Hearing me, the fat nobleman gazed back. If you kill me, those families I lent my money to will go bankrupt. Then that girl's house will be in ruin. No one can be happy. Please, reconsider. I point a fist at the fat nobleman. Certainly, even if I beat down this nobleman, the girl's tears will not stop. Yet that is also justice. I won't kill you, but do reflect on what happened. Stop trampling on the lives of innocent girls. I held my fist against my waist and readied the serenade pose. Let me explain. Moonlight Serenade is a deadly straight punch with my entire weight. When released it's unavoidable. One punch that destroys all evil. Just then. Wait. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the room. I stopped moving and turned to the one who immediately spoke. A window. An open window. There was a weird guy sitting there. Muscular body. Black clothes. He had a helmet on his head. A rugged, black helmet. The forehead of the helmet was marked with a yellow lightning-like mark. Who? He immediately laughed. Who am I? I'm a ray of light falling in the darkness, they call me. Lightning. A familiar voice. Hearing that simple intro, I knew who it was in an instant. But I couldn't understand why he was here, dressing like that, and identified himself as such. What was that? A ray of light falling in the darkness, they call me. Lightning. He introduced himself a second time. He did easily what I felt too embarrassed to do. No, I mean why here of all place? Lightning. A third time. Full of confidence. Apparently, he had no intention of answering seriously. Are you an ally of his? It was the fat noble who shouted. He stood up in a hurry and tried to escape from this place. But Lightning stopped him with his hand. Just don't move, sit down, and watch. Power in his gestures. You don't know what might happen to you if you fail to listen, that strength says. Oh. The fat nobleman sat back on the chair unhappily. AER seeing it, Lightning turned to me. Kukikiku, you're the justice that has been rampaging around here recently. Moon Knight. I've been letting it go until now, but if you disturb us, I'm not so merciful. Who are us? We are the secret society of evil, Shadow Corps.
Oh my gosh.
No, wait, hold on.
Oh my
I'm
gosh.
confused.
Shadow
There isn't such a
Gardens
thing in
canon.
There doesn't seem like a connecting story. What is he talking about?
Ah.
I don't get it at all. What is Shadow Corps? When was I in their way? Be quiet. Lightning shouted,
Oh
and at the
no,
same time
there's
kicked off the windowsill.
Shadow Garden
responded
is the
immediately.
thing.
Had
Gosh
a reaction
dang
speed
it.
impressive even for me. I punched at
Oh
Moonlight
my
punch.
gosh. Shadow
Lightning
Gardens and
was
Mushoku
My fist and
Tensei.
Lightning's fist hit
Cool.
each other. He said kick but punched instead. My fists shattered and broke. The fist, already missing fingers, broke even further at the wrist and protrude in a strange direction. Pain coursed through my body. This level of pain I could endure, but my whole fist was crushed and my whole body was weak.
Man.
I could see Lightning making a pose.
Aisha, what did you do?
Lightning kick. Lightning kick. Lightning, lightning,
You
lightning punch.
shadow. Yeah.
5 straight shots from lightning landed on my body. 4 punches and 1 kick. All of those shots landed on my vulnerable points. I was blown away and smashed into a thick brick wall. The impact punched through the brick wall with ease, and I landed outside. A momentary
Oh
feeling.
my
I smashed
gosh,
the ground on the
man.
2nd floor. GUH. I stood up quickly after spitting blood clots from my lips. I applied healing magic to my whole body and prepared for the pursuit. But there was no pursuit. Confused, I looked up the mansion. He was looking down from above. Ha 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 ha.
He's
Was
about
that
to
it,
go
Moon Knight?
atomic. Doubt,
defeat
but
I'll let
sure.
it go for today, so go back and practice some more. Ha 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 ha. Surely, I couldn't beat him today. I knew it better than anyone. I had no way of breaking through
I knew
into
it
that fat noble.
better.
Additionally, the surroundings had
Better
become loud.
than anyone.
AER hearing the commotion, his other escorts began surrounding to seize me. If I stay here, I would be surrounded. Numbers weren't the problem. The problem was these people were mere recent hires. In other words, they are innocent civilians. I can't fight them. I ran away from the spot. It was the first defeat for justice. AER that, I continued
Yikes.
to drink. Racing through the noble district, through the markets, circled the warehouse streets, shaking any tail I might have had, and returned to the secret base. Well, I took off my helmet and took a breath. I looked at my cut-off fingers. I walked up to a wooden box in one corner of the secret base and took a piece of paper out of it. A scroll of healing magic. The healing magic that I could use is only up to the advanced level, but the advanced level cannot cure lost body parts, so I need scrolls instead. When the scroll was applied to the affected area and magic poured in, the fingers grew back in a flash. It has been a long time since I had to cure a wound this way. When I was training with Shishao, injuries like this were more common. And the one who comes to mind was the masked man who appeared in the end. Lightning. Who are you? Those words I won't say. Because I knew his identity. North God-style martial arts, even BER trained than me. Stronger, faster. There's no more than a dozen in the world that fit that description. In addition, a simple naming sense, lightning. No doubt. His real identity is vassal of the dragon god Orsted, a colleague of my father Rudeus Rere. Head of North God School. North God Kalman 3 Alexander Ryback. My Shishao. Chapter 10, Past Graduation. The curriculum at Azure Royal Academy is sophisticated and intense.
Oh
Because it
my
is so dense,
gosh,
the enrollment
bro.
period is rather short. Only
Of
3
course
years.
it's him.
The school term only lasted 3 years.
Jeez.
Me, Paks and Surreal. Our relationship continued without changes, then that relationship came to an end. Graduation day. The graduation ceremony was held at the Silver Royal Palace of Azure Kingdom. All the graduates gathered in the large auditorium in the royal castle first before heading together to the party venue. To show all graduates are equal for this occasion, there are no chairs set in the venue, only tables piled high with food.
Alright,
All the
I
graduates were
think
dressed
this
up in
is
formal wear. They
where
were dresses
I
and
think the
tuxedos,
second
not
half of the
uniforms. Of
translation
course, commoners
happens.
won't have money to prepare
Not
such luxuries,
sure
so
if
theirs were provided for as a graduation gift.
the
A huge 5
fixes
meter
will
wide chandelier hung from the ceiling,
translate.
illuminating brightly the beautifully dressed newly grads. At the opening ceremony, the Azure Queen stood directly on the stage to
And
congratulate the new
still have
graduates.
the after
This was a
shit.
great honor. AER all, even in the academy, many could not easily see the queen. In addition, the country's other heavyweights made their appearance as well. The Prime Minister of the Azure Kingdom, high nobles, and other celebrities. King's Gatekeeper Doga and King's Great Shield North God Isolti, of the renowned 7 Knights of Azura. Those two were heroes that fought against North God Kalman, Ogre God, and Fighting God with Father. Even for me, they're people of legends. Of course we're all honored to see them even from a distance. In addition, father and mothers came as well. My father wore a
Sieg is
tuxedo that he would
literally
never wear at
me.
home,
I
standing
hope
proud,
not,
chatting
dude.
happily with his neighbors. Because he's even more renowned than even the Asuran high nobles, many graduates had gathered around father. Venue, food, and guests. I had heard of such luxury beforehand, but I was still surprised. This was a world apart. As I thought when I first entered school, was this the same world? Maybe the Azure Kingdom was another world
Sieg is
altogether.
literally not
Yes,
me.
it was actually another world. Especially for me and Pax. AER all, even now we were isolated here. Surreal is also popular today. Unlike us too. We watched Surreal, surrounded by many students at a corner of the venue. So popular compared to us, led to eat by our lonesome. Many students flocked to her. Not just the students, many nobles who were ending as guests also greeted her. She probably had higher status than most noble adults here. Without having time to eat, Surreal wore a flowery smile to greet them all. She probably wasn't used to this either. She seemed more lively when talking with us. Oh, it's Her Majesty. Among Surreal's well-wishers was her mother. Ariel and Azura, Queen of the Azura Kingdom. She ascended to the throne at a young age and quickly brought peace to the kingdom. A true queen without equals. Her appearance was beautiful even from a distance, her voice must be equally bewitching as well. The queen spoke to Surreal a bit before heading toward us.
She's evil.
Bringing Doga and I
Sieg knows.
our sides crossed. Seeing this, I hurriedly laid down my plate and
Sieg
attempted to
knows
kneel.
evil when he
Oh,
sees it.
as you were, you graduates are the protagonists of the day. Troubled, I looked toward Pax. With his hand folded against his chest, he bowed gracefully. An informal greeting. Pax Chiron Jr. I'm honored to meet you, Your Majesty. Following his example, I put my hand on my chest and lowered my head. Sieg hard Saladin Grere. I'm honored to see you. Your Majesty. Ariel is a friend of father's, so she probably knew my name already. In fact, I have met her several times when I was little. However, it was my first time making self-introduction in such a formal setting. I raised my head thinking so, when Her Majesty smiled solely. Congratulations to both of you for your graduation. I've heard that coming from afar, cultural differences and hair color have caused you some difficulty. Yes. Now that you have successfully graduated, did you learn anything in these 3 years? Indeed, the economy of the Kingdom of Azura, territory management, populace management, subordinates management. Those were all valuable classes. Yes, I think so too. I concurred with Pax's words when Ariel suddenly approached close to me. Even approaching her 40s, her beauty had yet to diminish. A pleasant voice seemingly filled with magical powers. My heart beat. But the content of the following words was so terrifying that they chilled the beating heart. Looks like you're on good terms with Surreal. If you wish, maybe it's time to formalize your marriage arrangement. Surreal was ordered by Ariel to approach me. Surreal said so herself. But I didn't truly appreciate the weight of those words back then. That girl seems to like you too, so I'm sure she would be pleased if you would agree. Even your father had consent to let you do as you please. Oh, I will seriously consider it then. I don't mind. Enemy is fine. I look forward to the next few years. For the time being,
anytime you're deleting the TIs.
Paks Chiron Jr., I've heard a lot about you. If you don't wish to return to the kingdom of the Dragon King, I will welcome you into Azura. You're very impressive. Of course, it's not only your own excellence. Your uncle, Xanabus Chiron, was a friend and classmate. I have no reason not to lend his family a hand. No, I'm sorry, I still have a duty to my royal bloodline.
My gosh.
Sensei. Ariel smiled with a slight bitterness, having been refused twice. She turned and returned to the center of the venue. Then, please enjoy your graduation ceremony. Just a few minutes. Or maybe less than a minute. But I was exhausted, as if we had been talking for hours. Is that the power of a queen? I wanted to talk to Doga and Isolde, but we didn't have a chance. Her Majesty is incredible. Yeah, very. Pax and I agreed. Feeling so elated from mere conversation with her.
Okay, one thing I don't like about the anime with Ariel, it's Ariel something. It's like her charisma and like bewitching tone or whatever, like they're captivating, like the way she talks or whatever. I don't think there's a way to translate that easily in anime format. I don't think you could just say it's a thing in the novel, but it's very hard trying to like get that to actually be the case in the anime. And so far with season 2, Ariel is just another girl, just has nobility, and that's it. The speech that she did was not impressive at all. It was just whatever. It was just a whatever speech, but I don't know. And one of the problems I have with season 2. Anyway, let's continue.
Surrounded him scattered when he approached us. Hey, Sieg. Congratulations on graduating. Thank you, father. Don't be so modest. Placing my hand on my chest and bowed, and my father smiled wryly and reciprocated.
Yeah, I would have to make Ariel like Oshinoko and
Well, not that I don't get it. I said in half jest, but father seemed to understood. Father probably came to the
with
conclusion
Star
that
and no.
Anyhow, congratulations on ranking first in martial arts on your graduation.
I don't know.
I'm very proud. No, that's to be expected. I can't afford to taint the good name of father or Shishao. Rather, I'm ashamed that I didn't take first place overall. I think you have nothing to be ashamed of. Father was smiling wryly again. He probably thought it's only natural that I can't take first place overall. AER all, compared to our great father,
Galaxy
us
eyes.
had no results worth mentioning. So he had no expectations for us. While I entertained such thoughts, father said instead. Good. After your graduation you'll be standing on your own 2 legs now. I expect much from you. Expect much from you. That phrase rang like a bell through my heart. Ding, dong. Even more intense and unstoppable than when I was spoken to by Her Majesty. Expectation. Father said, but what do you expect from me? My marriage. Was that it? When I was silent, my father turned to Paks. Congratulations on your graduation as well. Paks Chiron. Junior, I'm honored to see you, Rudeus-sama. Please, no Sama. Even though some started calling me Magic King. These days, I'm really no big deal. Father shrugged and said. A man of great humility. Even though he spoke so casually with Her Majesty of the Azura Kingdom just now. Paks. I heard about that matter. He suddenly said that. That matter? What the hell is that? I had no idea.
What the hell is that? What the hell?
I already heard the permission to study abroad at Royal Academy for me was due to
bewitching storyline eyes. Wow, great.
I see. I won't pursue further if you say so. Do your best. I didn't understand the meaning of the exchange between Paks with my father. My father simply bowed to us and returned to the venue. I didn't look at father's face then. From the moment I was told, I expect much from you, I stopped looking at father's face. And my heartbeat never led until the graduation ceremony was over. AER the graduation ceremony.
Settled.
I was on my way home with Paks. We didn't talk much. AER the graduation ceremony.
Oh my gosh, no.
You have to prepare for your trip.
AER.
Otherwise, there won't be room for
AEW.
Paks, the time for parting approaches.
No.
Paks, you knew father. On the way, I spit out the question. Yeah, your father was involved in my father's death. That always bothered him, so he gave me a lot of support over the years. That was a story I only heard once before from father. Chiron Kingdom. A small western region country. It was a time of internal turmoil at Chiron Kingdom. The seventh prince, who had been cast away by the king, returned with the backing of the kingdom of the Dragon King for the throne. My father and his friend, Xanabus Chiron, took part in the conflict. Supporting the seventh prince, they fought off an invading northern nation taking advantage of the turmoil. Although my father won the battle, the consequences of the conflict were dire. The seventh prince died, and someone else gained the throne. As a result, the Chiron Kingdom broke away from the kingdom of the Dragon King and declared independence. However, the new regime did not last and was destroyed by a pincer of the kingdom of the Dragon King and the northern kingdoms. AER the Civil War, the seventh prince left behind a wife and son. Although they returned to the kingdom of the Dragon King, they lived in dire straits. AER all, the kingdom of the Dragon King lost a tributary state as a result of the seventh prince. Feeling responsible for what happened, father supported them until the child of the seventh prince could become independent. And the name of the seventh prince? I remembered it now. Paks. Paks Chiron. Paks Chiron Jr. is the son of Paks, the seventh prince who died in battle. Well, that was the first time we spoke face to face. I heard that I was receiving support.
Bro didn't die in battle. Bro committed suicide from his fucking room, bro. His palace. What do you mean in battle? That bitch couldn't do shit.
Is that so? Honestly speaking, back when we first met,
Jumped
I
out of
thought
a
you were trying to help me
tower.
out, so I wouldn't be alone.
Yeah, but he said
Well,
died
I
in
didn't really.
battle, like,
In any
bro.
case, the story of the Chiron Kingdom War ultimately ended in defeat. My father didn't like to talk about it, nor did I like to hear it either, so I didn't ask
It's
about it
not
again.
from
It's a story I've
battle,
only heard once or
bro.
twice.
You did not die
Bother you.
in battle.
I didn't tell you until now.
Stories
but I
get
didn't intend
twisted
to
with
deceive you.
time.
I just thought you
Bro,
always knew.
bro,
Paks said and apologized.
bro.
I
It's
should.
been like how many weeks, bro? Or not weeks, years. It's been like not even 2 decades, bro. And this guy gets like glorified already, bro. Like, bro, this guy sucks.
My head. I don't mind. No, it's fine. I'm actually grateful that you approached me. Even if you were told to, I would still be grateful.
But the fact
I would have
is
helped
that
you
he
regardless.
did die a dishonorable death. That's just the facts. Surely of the death god tells you his friend died in battle, he died in battle. Bro, if Rudeus said the facts, bro, take his credibility, bro. I'm just saying. But I guess but like I guess if he said he died in battle, they'd believe it. But like, bro, it's just like I don't like Paks, bro. Not Paks Jr.'s fine. Paks though, he claimed to have killed him. Yeah, I don't know.
Unlike Surreal. I wasn't so calculating. Maybe I should have noticed when he introduced himself as Paks. Maybe my lack of reaction was disappointing to Paks. So, what was that about? You mean from earlier? What Father and Her Majesty said, about helping you out? Well. Paks turned gloomy, smiling wryly. I will be given a territory when I return to the kingdom of the Dragon King. You'll become a lord. Ostensibly. But nothing so impressive. The territory grant is on the southern border of the kingdom of the Dragon King, near the northern forest of the Red Dragon's lower jaw. A barren land I need to develop from scratch. The Red Dragon Mountains, a large mountain range that separates the Aura Kingdom from other countries. Humans cannot pass through the mountains where countless red dragons reside. With the exception of several valleys, which are called Red Dragon's Jaws. No red dragons inhabiting those areas. Therefore, they have served as strategic positions since ancient times. Although their value has diminished since the Azura Kingdom recently began to popularize teleportation circles.
About the same as Xanaba and Rudeus studying the Roxy model in the pit was fun though.
Territory. Rather, with Azura Kingdom so preoccupied with the teleportation circles, they are less likely to interfere. Now is the
I don't know what
time.
you're talking about.
The forest hosts many monsters, so neighboring kingdoms will not stay quiet when the kingdom of the Dragon King makes its claim. Even without the kingdom of the Dragon King's backing, with my education I should be able to manage if the land develops quickly enough. But the notoriety of my name would rile up the neighbors. They would probably try to sabotage me. So it's an impossible task. Even in my
At least in the context of what's happening right now, I don't know how that's relevant.
The forests of the Azura Kingdom are relatively
When
peaceful.
Paks imprisoned Rudeus. Oh yeah.
Doing so without any support.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll die there.
Yeah, I'm.
Your father both offered their help. Paks seemed unfazed. Speaking of death.
Yeah, but yeah, Xanaba and Rudeus were cool. Paks was shit that entire time. Paks was shit. Okay, so Paks sucks. I don't care how like Giga Chad he got over time. I don't care. He sucks. He always will. All right.
But why? As I said before, I'm a nuisance. I heard that before.
Have you read the light
His
novels?
father
No,
caused no
I've
damage
read
to
the
the
web
kingdom of the Dragon
novels
King.
though.
In addition,
Oh, are you talking to him? Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he read the web novels. Yeah, he did.
his mother is a descendant of the demon race. However, since the royal family is a royal family, he has a claim to succession. The possibility exists, however low. You understand, right? Then why did you refuse Her Majesty's offer? If you claim asylum in the Azure Kingdom, Noblesse Oblige. While the Kingdom of the Dragon King considered me a nuisance, it also allowed me to study in the Kingdom of Azure and its top-notch education. My county granted me freedom, and in turn I owe it responsibility. If I flee at the first sight of trouble, even I won't forgive myself. Moreover, if I flee, Mother would certainly be held liable too. No escape. He certainly thought so. Not knowing what to say, I bit my tongue. But his words did not stop. That's just the face of it. The truth is different. Is that so? Indeed, I'll tell only you this. When he said that, he stopped on the spot. He looked back at me and said with determination, I have an ambition. I stopped as well, watching him. He seemed unusually nervous. He was always so easygoing, but today he's choosing his words carefully. Ambition? What ambition? My ambition for my own nation. Those words le time a gasp. Pax's ambition, founding of a nation.
Light novels are a more polished version of the web novels. Yeah, I know.
Trivial, but his want was far.
I'm currently trying to read the what light novels, and I'm gonna be releasing videos for each volume I read. So like I'm almost done with volume 1. Pretty close to the end.
Greater than I imagined. Founding an entire nation, going far beyond even his father.
Started reading like a few days ago.
That's why, this will become my opportunity. Developing a new land, untainted by anyone. Even though an enclave of the Kingdom of the Dragon King, at some point it should be able to become independent. Paks declared. Beauty, it's a sucker's bet. There is little hope. Becoming independent means betraying the Kingdom of the Dragon King. That war with the Kingdom of the Dragon King would be inevitable. That seems unlikely. It will be tough. But even without independence, if I developed it, it'll be my territory, both in name and in fact. I can welcome Mother over then. I'm confident that with my 3 years of education here, I can identify talent and develop the territory into a comfortable place. Then its distance can take care of the rest. It's easier said than done. However, reclaiming barren land is no easy task.
I mean, I don't think anyone agrees with Roxy blaming herself for his death. I don't think anyone really agrees with that.
I should try to stop him. It is impossible. Look at reality. You should choose exile in the Azure Kingdom, and Father will do something about your mother.
I'm actually very excited to read that light novel. That light novel seems really good. I think it's volume 18 or something. 18, yeah.
He would have surely lost his life already. He let but did not give up, daring to walk the difficult path in sole pursuit of his goals. So I can't stop him. Because even I started to envy his pursuit in life. That's 19. Why, even though it's difficult to ask, there is one thing I want to ask you. What is it? Paks exhaled. He took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He said with determination, would you come with me? He did not wait.
I'm also excited for 18, but yeah, 19. 19 is it.
You will be married to Surreal. Your father and Her Majesty Ariel both desire it. I know what I'm asking cannot compare. His words had me thinking of Father. But I've thought of the last 3 years I have been with you.
Dude, okay, sadly the last 2 volumes haven't been translated yet. Yes, but I'm starting from 1. So it's going to be a long ass time. It's going to be a long ass time for those last, I'm pretty sure it's 3 volumes to be released. Pretty sure it's 3. We have volume 24, volume 25, volume 26. I believe those are the last 3. How far are you in Jobless Oblige? It says 63% of the way through, and I'm on chapter like 10, 9. Am I on chapter 10 or 9? I'm on chapter 10, I believe, or 9.
To you has given me courage and conviction.
I fucking know. I can't commit. I can't commit to one. Fuck.
So fight with me. Oh, that request. I was troubled. Father's words returned to me. My father's words, I expect much of you. Surely, my father expects me and Surreal to get married. Complete the task that my older brother had failed. Moreover, my father has a particularly friendly relationship with the Azure Kingdom.
For me, it gets interesting when it was around 70% done.
With the Assyrian royal family is he interested in a marriage alliance. By doing so,
at the end of this chapter, I'm gonna go get a snack, and we might have to finish the rest.
Marry Surreal and strengthen our relationship with the Azure Kingdom. Following Paks deviates from father's expectations. But that doesn't mean that we can strengthen our connection with the Kingdom of the Dragon King instead. Within the Kingdom of the Dragon King, Paks is isolated. No benefit to my father. On the contrary, it might cause troubles. Indeed,
Still have Old
disadvantage will be
Dragon's Tale?
greater.
Yep.
If he retains
Yes.
for
Yes, I
independence,
do.
will become hostile to the
I'll
kingdom of
read
the
it
Dragon King.
after Jobless
Following Paks
Oblige.
will surely betray father's expectations. The father that protected us all the time. My respected father. I thought for a long time without a response. I needed time to think. But Paks did not wait for a reply.
I can't wait
I'm sorry, pretend that I never asked.
Old Dragon's Tale.
Few
I can't
seconds after
wait.
asking a
It's gonna
question,
be great.
Paks said, ending the conversation. And that was my last conversation with Paks in the Azura Kingdom. Paks returned to his homeland, and I felt something vacant in my chest. I became empty and lethargic. I didn't know what to do. Pax's invitation I rejected, probably in line with father's wishes. But getting married to Surreal seemed like a betrayal of Paks. I could not do it either. Troubling over this, I returned home. I refused Pax's invitation and betrayed father's expectations as well. Abandoning everything, presently unemployed.
Okay.
Chapter 11.
Okay. So
Shishao.
okay. So I was at chapter 10, and we're on chapter 11 now. So we are 64% of the way through. I'm gonna get a snack to hold me over till I finish this. I think we started on chapter 4, so we got like 6 chapters through. So we do another hour and a half. I think it will be done. We do another hour and a half. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna be shrinking this to go right there. Cool. So yeah, I'll be back. Let me get some music. Nah, wait, hold up. Let's do something else. Got my snack. Got the snack. Got Cliff Bar and an apple. I think this will hold me over.
I headed out of town that day. It was a
Don't
place I
post
visited almost
spoilers,
every day
please.
before going to the Azura Royal
Please,
Academy.
I know you're joking,
However,
but
since returning, I never showed my face. The town outskirts. A rough, nondescript two-story building that looked like a place monsters would roam. At a glance, it looked like a typical standalone house. In fact, it was reinforced everywhere with a metal called Rudeus steel, which is incredibly sturdy. An outsized basement, with teleportation circles connections to all over the world, an armory, and library, and training facility. This is the residence of Dragon God Orsted. I became a pupil here when I was a child. By the time I was 15, I was granted the title of North King Let for Azura Kingdom Elementary, Intermediate, Advanced, Saint, King, Emperor, and God ranks. Third rank from the top, each school has no more than 5 members totally in the God and Emperor ranks. King rank is generally the highest rank around. With around 50 King ranks, North God style probably has the most in the world. Back then, I was still filled with hope and anticipation. I said my sincere farewell, thinking I wouldn't be back for at least a decade. Shishao said, I may never see you again, so don't forget my teachings, may your sword swing true. A here L parting. To come back in mere years, I was too embarrassed to show up. Then yesterday happened. Lightning, the masked man who suddenly appeared. I wanted to hear the truth from Shishao. The first room you see after entering the building looks like a clinic waiting room. A few chairs for waiting, a large table counter, and a woman with one long ear standing behind the counter. She looked at me and smiled. Oh, Sieg-kun, welcome. It's been a long time. Yes, it's been a while. She is Philiastia, a receptionist who deals with visitors who visit the office. A beautiful appearance, probably a Sieg from the long-eared tribe. Oh, it's not Sieg-kun anymore. I should call you Sieg-sen now, right? Please, don't fuss over it. Except for her, there are three main residents in this office. Dragon God Orsted, the boss. My father, the right arm of Orsted, Magic King Rudeus Rere. And my teacher, the left arm of Orsted, North God Kalman III. Alexander Ryback. Three people renowned throughout the world. Orsted rarely makes his appearance, but I fear like no one in the world can win against those three when together. These three, including father, have been making preparations to defeat the demon god who will resurrect after 60 years or so. Basically, working toward future world peace. I used to think how cool that sounds, but the reality of the job involves mostly building relationships with important people around the world. The slow and steady work of building an alliance for a war 70 years later. Father eagerly
I agree
travels
with
the
you,
world for his
Sieg.
work,
That
Shishao
job
mostly
is
acts as Orsted's escort.
way more boring than it
I
sounds.
have no idea what he actually does. Well, I guess it's a matter of information security from outsiders. Anyways, visiting this office is anxiety-inducing. There are three people here who can erase me with the flick of a finger. Father shouldn't be in today, so too. Did you come by to visit Orsted-sama today? No, just Shishao today. If you want Alexander-sama, he's at the underground training facility. Got it? It would be BER to greet Orsted-sama. He's father boss, after all, thus benefactor of the Grere family. However, Orsted isn't a sociable person. He doesn't come out too much. Well, toward father children he won't treat us so coldly. But I am no longer a child. I should know BER. With that thought, I went down from the reception room to the basement. Walking down the dark corridor toward the training facility. The training facility is a room with a high ceiling. It is set up with magic circles to negate physical.
All right. How warm of a welcome do you think Orsted's going to give Sieg? Just wondering. There's a little bit of apple in my mouth, so if you can hear that, sorry, but let's see. Apprenticeship, fucking hell.
And magic attacks, and magic circles to heal injuries. At the beginning of my apprenticeship, I was taught swordsmanship in the field behind the office. However, by the time I was 10 years old, my father used earth magic and made this expansion. Since then, I learned the sword here from Shishao. North God style. The greatest sword school in the world. Some said sword god style's one-hit KO is the strongest, others said it's water god style that's undefeatable. But I can say with conviction. The North God style is the greatest. I'd say it's the strongest, but it's hard to be sure since I'm far from the pinnacle myself. Moreover, Shishao North God Kalman III is the pinnacle of the North God style. Despite his strength, he still lost to father, a magician, and to Orsted as well. So it may not be the strongest after all. But only North God style. A school that embodies justice. Hey, Shishao. Shishao was siding in the center of the training area. By himself, without a sword, siding quietly with his back to the entrance. Unmoving. Still, like a stone statue. Seeing this, I stopped talking and sat down at the entrance of the training area. One instance later. Shishao suddenly stood up. Still standing with his back facing me, he appeared by my side. There was no sword in his hand, then I knew the sword was there. Another instance later. Vertical cut, horizontal cut, diagonal cut. In the blink of an eye, Shishao swung 3 times. Faster than even the sword god style. The current sword god could probably swing 4 or 5 times. Another instance later. The teacher was in front of me. I'm not surprised. Some techniques of the North God style are performed in response to the blink of an eye or a person's heartbeat. Against such technique, even the Water God style has trouble countering unless the instructor is familiar with it. I am someone who is familiar. Hey Sieg, it's been a long time. The teacher sat in front of me and said, smiling as if nothing had happened yesterday. My apologies for not visiting. Since coming back you had yet to show your face. I thought I was hated. On Shishao's smile unchanged from our farewell years ago. Well, I had my own circumstances. What will it be today? Here for the North God title. No, no way. If I said yes, Shishao would probably gladly oblige the challenge. Then, laugh after winning overwhelmingly, well, you have a long way to go. When I fell. In the unlikely event that I win, I would become the head of the North God style, as North God. Without any disciples to lead though. I just want to ask about some things. Well, what? Waited. Let's guess. Yes, that's it, you look troubled. I see. What is troubling you? I can't say that's not the case. I'm told I'm not good for consultations, but let's hear what's bothering you. Over the years, I have learned many things from Shishao. However, consultation with Shishao over my worries is not one of them. Shishao is simple-minded. Shishao never overthink things no matter how complicated. Also, loose lips. Whatever we talk about will certainly be shared with father by the end of the day. No, I didn't come here today to talk about my worries. Okay. Then what? What happened yesterday? Yesterday? What yesterday? I've been here all day yesterday. After escorting Orsted-sama, I was busy meditating and had no time to go outside. Orsted-sama could est yet. I haven't even asked yet and he's already anxiously offering alibi. Too easy to understand. Shishao is not a good liar. I like thunder, so you picked lightning, right? I offered him a bait. The teacher, surprised, quickly shook his head. Bingo. Did you say lightning just now? The guy that wore a black helmet. Huh. That's unexpected. Shishao, please cut the crap. Lightning, the number 2 in Shadow Corps, the most powerful evil organization in the area. Shadow Corps. The Shadow Corps is a terrible organization that does the utmost evil every day. Nobody knows their true nature. It's a big organization that even we can't get a handle of. No, Shishao is Lightning, right. Lightning was a disciple who once trained under me, Emperor rank. I excommunicated him when he joined the Shadow Corps. How descript be? Shishao is simple and bad at lying, but he's rather descript be. But no matter the excuse, one should fess up when caught, yet he insisted on his innocence. Sieg-kun, Lightning and the Shadow Corps are terrifying. You should never get involved. What should I do? I don't know why my teacher is lying like this. Why did you protect that nobleman? Do you know what the man was doing yesterday? That man yesterday? Who is it? Viscount Bastille, the fat man. Ah, Shishao nodded. The second wealthiest noble in the city. Yes, he is. He offers noble families that couldn't stand on their own with marriage alliances. You mean an innocent girl to fulfill his own desires? Shishao frowned. Did you not know? Surely, the Shishao who aims to be a hero would surely not tolerate such a man. Shishao took out a small piece of paper from his pocket. Reciting. A good man, although lustful. Although he had done some distasteful things, so let this be a lesson for him. Come on. The lies, blatantly read off a script, Shishao was obviously following someone else's instructions. Yesterday was obviously no accident either. There aren't many people who can enact such a farce with Shishao, except. But I heard rumors that he's also funding Shadow Corps. That's probably why you ended up fighting Lightning yesterday. I didn't even mention that I fought him yet. Honestly, it's embarrassing how bad Shishao is at lying. Unfortunately, I don't know where Shadow Corps' base is. Perhaps there's someone who's familiar with the underworld around town. Too bad I can't be of more help. The teacher closed his mouth like a clam. This means that if you gather intel in town, you will naturally get information about the Shadow Corps. I stood up, sighing. To be honest, I thought
We
this
only
would
got
happen
4
eventually.
viewers, bro. They're so
Surely, the
disturbed by
nobleman
my
had a
apple
relationship with
eating.
Orsted and others. Being the second richest person in the town, he may have also funded Orsted. If it seems that if such an opponent is
Fuck
attacked,
yeah.
Orsted subordinates could not stay silent. Then Orsted have to send those two to take care of business. My Shishao,
It's a
Alexander,
it's a
and my
good
father,
apple, bro.
Rudeus.
Honeycrisp is
The person behind this
bomb.
farce
Cosmic
is
Crisp
probably
is the
father.
only thing that's
But I
better.
can't believe father would prepare such a farce. I've been avoiding father ever since I came back to this town. I had surely let father down. I didn't marry Surreal, nor help father with work. Presently unemployed, moonlighting as an ally of justice. I am confident that I failed my father's expectations. I'm scared of what would be say. Will I be scolded or angry? Maybe he'll kick me out altogether. It's just as well if he's disappointed. It's fine if he's just angry and scolded me. The scariest thing is saying nothing at all. Not being disappointed at all. Perhaps expectations were mere lip service, maybe I'm like heir to
It's
him.
like looking
But
in
that
a
don't exist at
mirror.
all. Just
Dude.
like my gray-colored school life. I won't be able to handle it.
Dude, it's like it's like the Flash. There's like a stupider version of himself right in front of him.
I still respect my father. I can't be like father, but I still respect him. I can't stand being treated like that by him. Should I meet him? I have to, right? Yes, he prepared such a farce. He must have something to say. Until now, even though I was unemployed, he hasn't said anything. Even though I had nothing lined up after coming back from Royal Academy, he just said I see and nodded. Father probably has something to say. Maybe a rebuke for beating that noble. Yeah, something. Sieg-kun. Are you going? Yes. Well. I won't stop you, but at least bring this with you. Shishao nodded and said, like reciting from a play, presenting a sword. The lies and the lines are bad, but that was a good line. No, I won't need a sword. I'm not going to fight or use a sword. Allies of justice always use bare hands. I stood up. I was planning to have Shishao lead me to the next stage.
I won't stop
Shishao surely needed a costume change
but
before
take
the next
this with
scene.
you.
I don't want to ruin the farce prepared for me. Sieg-kun. He stopped me suddenly, and I looked back. Before you go, answer my question. Question. Oh, it's no big deal. It wasn't the play-acting tone as before. The nostalgic voice of a teacher. Surely, he wanted to ask this of his own will. Nevertheless, the question is predictable. Why aren't you working but doing that instead? Surely. I used to be able to talk about the noblesse of unemployment. But Shishao seemed to know I was working as an ally of justice. Should we talk about justice? Would Shishao scold me like my mother's? If it's Shishao, as the one that taught me about allies of justice, he surely won't. I want to know, but I'm also afraid. Sure, what do you want to know? Shishao scanned my face, as if searching for my true feelings, and asked. Why won't you use a sword? I was struck by the question. Oh, that's because it was different from the question than I had assumed. That is not all. I didn't know myself. I haven't touched my sword since returning to Magic City Sharia. The AC6ES of the Ally of Justice have always been done with bare hands. So the real answer is I don't know. I don't need weapons for my justice. But that was the answer I came up with. I heard father say that once. Cheddarman does not use weapons. Always fight evil with bare hands. For his power is not to fight the bad guys, but to help the weak. His justice is to help the weak, and helping the weak does not require excessive weaponry. Justice. Shishao sighed.
I
Had a sneaking
know,
idea
I
that those words
know.
would make
There were
sense for my
2
teacher.
TIs in that.
Master once ran rampant to an incredibly powerful weapon. He mistook the strength of his weapon as his own strength. But after losing to father and Orsted, he reflected and gave it up. He said he was still immature and had much to learn. Since then, he no longer uses magic swords and demon swords. Instead, a simple sword, sturdy and sharp sword, without a name. With that experience, Shishao could yearly appreciate my reason for not using a sword. I think justice needs a sword. But failing my expectations, Shishao said instead. Why? Well, you're trying to fight evil. You can help the innocent without fighting. But if you choose to fight evil, you will have to go where evil resides. I'm not going to fight evil. So you'll just show up. As if he no longer planned to hide everything, he sat back down. Standing on his knees and leaning forward. You're going to fight evil? Then you need a sword. Why? Because justice can't lose. If you fight, don't lose. If you can't lose, you need a sword. A very simple theory, just like Shishao. I cannot argue against its simplicity. I taught you the sword because you want to become someone that would fight even an impossible enemy, like a hero. When I was young, I swung the sword that goal. That looming presence. What Shishao called a hero. To me, an ally of justice. They have slightly different meanings, but both are for defeating evil and helping the weak. Of course, but that was a long time ago. Now that you're an adult, you don't have to be a hero. But if you're going to fight a mighty opponent, a sword is a must. No. I'm meeting father, so I don't need a sword with me. In the first place, it won't be a fight. How could I attack my father? But Shishao wasn't talking about that. He is scolding me. Of my current situation. Or have you truly fallen? Fallen so much that you're merely venting your anger against the weak. You think I'm bullying the weak in anger. With justice as your excuse, just as I was. Using justice as an excuse to bully the weak. It might be so. Certainly, since becoming an ally of justice, I never fought against a stronger opponent. I struggled a little yesterday, but I have strength Ellie. No, I knew. Saying I don't would be a lie. Ally of justice, the Jobless Oblige. That's just an excuse or justification for the status quo. Not using a sword is just another excuse. The ally of justice is,
It's
after
the
all,
title.
mere playing pretend.
It's
If I
the
have fallen,
title.
would you excommunicate me too? No way, I just wanted to hear your
Oh.
troubles. Shishao shrugged and stood up. But the one to hear your troubles won't be me. He pointed to the exit of the training area. Go. Tell your worries to the person in question. You'll find the answer you're looking for. Sensei said with a rare, lonely expression. I walked back to town. It might be the first time that Sensei looked
Name
that
drop
lonesome.
true.
My worries, should I have told him? No, even if I tell Shishao, I won't get the answer I'm looking for. Somehow, my chest hurts. I'm troubled.
Oh no.
Unmarried,
Heart
unemployed,
attack. Oh no.
unoccupied. My worries. But Shishao doesn't have answers for me. Because Shishao is simple-minded, he won't understand my troubles. He'll just say, then just do it. If it's so easy, I would have done it already. I head towards the tavern with those thoughts. The Drunken Goblin. It's a bar that I visit almost every day. I guess coming by
Yeah,
has turned into a habit.
we
Why
understand
goblin when
that.
there's no goblins nearby? I've heard about that before. The guy I heard from said. Because small-time villains gather at this bar like a nest of goblins. Leave alone too long and it'll fester, so once a while they get exterminated by castle knights or killed by nobles for sport. Just the same, right? He said. When I entered the store, I recalled that exchange. Those I beat up before, have I been treating them like goblins too? To be honest, I felt like drinking this time. When was the last time I drank? Probably during graduation at Azure Royal Academy. At least since coming back, I haven't drunk any alcohol. I shouldn't come to the bar for information gathering. When the bar owner offered gratuities, I always accepted. Perhaps today I should. Oh well. Alcohol is a symbol of evil. If I get drunk and lose it, I don't know what to do with me. Hey, George. Sieg. How are you doing? He reeked of alcohol when I sat in front of him. Apparently George was drinking more than usual. I'm alright. You? I'm not great. I didn't make any money yesterday. George said with a smirk. Hey, that's unusual for you. George had always done well for himself. Yet he's always short of cash. I always wondered where he spent all his money. So there are days when even he couldn't make money either, huh? But you look pretty good though. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Today I got a big job. Ah, so business is good then. So are you in a good mood? Well, I don't know. I might not be able to make easy money after today. Is that so? That's right. Day jobs, huh? But I heard that you're doing steady work lately? Seems unrelated to your job as an informant. No, unless, maybe. Hey George. Do you know about the shadow cores? Hearing that, with a surprised face George esfened up. AER looking around him, he leaned close to me. Idiot, not so loud. What if someone
Stiffened
hears you?
and
Oh,
after.
sorry. The shadow core? Where did you
Oh
hear that?
my gosh, the
There are dangerous rumors about those
FTs and
guys.
the
Apparently George
TIs.
knows about the shadow core. So that means George is probably the man that father and Shishao used to pass messages. Unless I'm completely misunderstood and this isn't part of a farce. But in retrospect, most of my villain's information so far came from George. That's why business was so good. Pass information about villains to me, getting paid from father. Well, can't blame George. He probably just did his job. They're the worst villains in town. Even that Orsted can't deal with them. Don't talk openly about them. You never know where those guys are hiding.
Can we get a cap? Like, holy shit, bro. Like, oh. Yeah, Orsted can't deal with them, bro. The Shadow Garden's too powerful. Oh my gosh. I am atomic.
George kept scanning our surroundings, looking really pale in the face. Then, after confirming that no one was looking, he whispered. So, what did you want to know about the Shadow Corps? George is a good actor. I want Shishao to learn a little from him. Location. Their bases. Sieg. Are you?
Nice cap.
George leaned back, and opened his eyes as if horrified. However, he shook his head immediately. No, if you knew of Shadow Corps, I thought you'd do something. AKA that's why I didn't say anything until now. Their base is here. He took a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to me. When I opened it, a detailed map appeared. So detailed it makes one wonder why you happen to carry it around. A cross drawn near the center of the map. That is probably the secret base. George. Thank you.
100% this is just a coordinated thing, coordinated plot. With from Rudeus just so he could get to talk to Sieg in a certain situation. I don't know. I think this is 100% just done by Rudeus just so he can get in a situation where he can talk to him. I don't know. I don't know exactly why he's doing this, but I can assume it's just to give him a talk.
No problem. George said, rubbing under his nose. He probably thought he pulled one over me again. Too
I
bad.
assume.
I feel a bit bad for him. I'll entrust a piece of this town to you. Moon Knight. Feeling apology, I decided to play along. Looking at George's face in surprise, I steeled myself and nodded.
Oh my
Yes,
gosh, bro.
And stood up. Say, George was probably receiving money from father. If so, there are some things I don't understand. Well, Sieg. What? I'm sorry. I didn't know at that moment what the apology meant. But apart from information gathering, he also made small talk. That time was never uncomfortable. It must have been the same for him. The proof was the conversation just now. It wasn't an act, but said coldly. That's probably his true self. No worries. Drunk goblin guests are killed as easily as goblins. Small-time villain with little power, earning daily coin,
making petty havocs. Oh
villains
my
have a friend or two.
gosh, dude, this
With that in
thing.
mind, I got out of the bar. Towards father. Chapter 12. Presently, father underscore 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 underscore.
Underscore. What can I say? Underscore, bro. Just get good. Just get good, bro. If you can't say underscore that many times, bro, you're just not as good as a bot, bro. Anyway, yeah. Let's hold up. How much more do we got? So that's like 72% of the way through. And if we go here, this is the final chapter of the arc, and then we got up to 15 after. Okay.
That time was never uncomfortable. My father is someone I looked up to and greatly respected. I thought of him as an ally of justice who wielded great power. As I grew older and became more aware, I realized that father wasn't an ally of justice. But my respect did not diminish. Rather, it had only grown. For family, for those he must protect, he cast aside even his pride and kowtowed to a hated enemy. The same humility and generosity that let father build strong relationships all over the world. By no means a trivial task. Not a fantastical ally of justice, but a realistic, hard worker. And the results speak for themselves. Although I haven't seen it recently, nowadays in public, father looks rather dignified and cool. Ha 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 ha. That father was laughing. Standing up high atop a staircase above me, loudly laughing. He was imposing. I'm the leader of Shadow Corps, Knight of the Moon's Shadow, Shadow Knight. The greatest villain of the land. He was laughing loudly and saying stupid things. It wasn't cool at all. Dash. AER coming out of the bar, I followed the map around town. Shadow Corps secret base. Seeing it written so plainly on the map made me lose the little motivation I had. The location was a warehouse in a corner of the warehouse district. A nondescript warehouse. AER searching for a bit, I found a stairway to the basement. I found a teleportation circle after descending down the basement stairs. Taking the teleportation circle, I arrived in a separate stone building. A dark, gloomy prison-like atmosphere with candlelights flickering. Was the atmosphere for the final battle a suggestion from Shishao? I walked down the hallway wondering. While walking down the hallway, my mood was complicated. What does father want to say to me? Will he scold me or not? Some harsh words for certain. What would he say first? How harsh could it be? I couldn't imagine. I wanted to escape from here right now. Why am I here? Why did I come? With that thought, I walked, arriving at an audience hall-like place.
Why did you come? Why did you come?
The ceiling supported by 6 tall pillars, lit by bonfires, making the room as bright as day. In the back of the room, a long set of stairs led to a large stone relief.
Play the
A giant
villain
skull
for
with
the
protruding
son
horns,
who wants to
can't be
play
bad.
hero.
In front of the relief was a stylish throne, on which a
Yeah.
man sat. Father. He's wearing a black mask and a black cloak, but no way I'd miss him. The gray robe, which can be seen through the cloak, was picked out for him by White Mama last year. And that armor underneath the robe. Impervious to physical attack below Saint rank, it also multiplies the user's physical and magical strength many-fold. It's called magical armor. Because of its high magic consumption, only one person in the world wore it. That is why its bearer came to be known as Magic King Rudeus Rare. Ha 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 ha. When he found me, he stood up and laughed loudly.
Sorry, I was trying to get something.
Knight of the Moon's Shadow, Shadow Knight. The greatest villain of the land. The first words I was so nervous about. They're harsh words all right. Too harsh. Too embarrassing. It sounds cool to say for yourself. Honestly, when I'm doing it myself, I think it's cool. But when I saw the father I respected so much doing it, well, it's hard to watch. My father is over 40 already. Yet. He's. I can feel my mental statue of a respected father shattering and falling. The father who stands by Orsted and offers wise counsel. The father who travels the world on Orsted's behalf to parlay with world powers. The father that SCAERS all enemies stood against with a blast of magic. Such a statue of my father is crushed and turned into powder. And Shishao? He's okay. That's the kind of person he always was. Dad. Please stop. I'm not your father. He said, flipping his coat. Call me Mr. Shadow. No. Embarrassing. Shameful. Why do I have to be treated like this? Why does the father that I respect so want me to
Call me Mr. Shadow.
Because I'm unemployed. I didn't get married or work, living at Arnold and life. Because I bullied the weak in the name of justice. That's why father appeared like this.
I was trying to find like the
Haha, you must
timestamp
be the one
here,
rampaging
but
in our territory lately, Moon Knight. I'm impressed that you managed to come this far. Dad, enough. Dot. Why are you hesitating? Haha, are you scared? Please, that's enough. Dad, I can't look anymore, it's painful to look at. Honestly, it's too embarrassing to watch. I know I was wrong, so please stop. My father stopped to listen to my words. Embarrassing. Yes. Really, I can't handle it anymore. I see. Father drooped his shoulders lightly. Then he removed his helmet, revealing my father underneath, Rudeus Grere. Perhaps there was a different face under that helmet. Even that ephemeral hope was gone.
dumbass
Why are you dressed
Rudeus.
like that?
I'm not
Because you
your.
weren't waiting me.
I
Father, you found out my
am
identity.
not
Waiting him.
your
That is
father.
true. I have been hiding from father in the past year. Even now I want to run away, but for a different reason. If so, please disguise yourself BER. But if you didn't notice, I'd be so sad I could throw up. So is that halfway? Atypical for father. Sure, if dad disguised yourself seriously, I might not have figured it out. Dad does have a talent for disguise. Father often had to wear disguises for work. I've never seen it personality, but I haven't heard of a failed disguise yet. So what happened to Shishao? I might as well ask first. To be honest, I expected father here. But I expected to have a confrontation with Shishao, lightning, first before. There is no reason to fight, but Shishao is the type that does that. Ha ha ha, lightning. He's not here. Why? Also, please stop talking like that. He said he didn't want to disturb the heart-to-heart between father and son and refrained himself.
Can't
Is
help
that so?
it.
So Shishao intended to confront me initially. But after the daily conversation we had, he felt it was enough. He probably thought I needed another point of view.
Every single time
ARR talk,
Rudeus talks
you need to say all the
seriously,
things
I'm
to
just
say.
gonna be
So, there is something to talk about after all the
cyberpunk.
setup, right? Hearing that, father swallowed nervously and glanced around. Well, Sieg. I know you don't like talking with me. The mothers told me to, that it's about time we. Well, no, I'm not blaming you. If you don't feel like it today, we can take a rain check. Dad. Yes. Please SELE down a bit, I have always respected you.
Fucking hell,
Yes.
these
Since my
bugs.
childhood till now. He looked dumbfounded. That's not the look I expected. But the children of Grere House have always respected father. Bigger sis, big brother, little sis, and small sis as well. Lara might have a slightly different feeling from respect, but she never looked down on father either. We all are a little different in our feelings, but we all respected father. Well, I was respected. Hee. Don't you have something to say? Oh, yeah. I do. How about we take it somewhere else? Father nodded in agreement. Sure, I know a good place. He flipped his cloak. Please stop. We ended up coming back to my original bar. The Drunk Goblin. I was fine with anything,
Anytime
but
Rudeus
father
tries
had
to
me let
be
on this
cool
place.
cyberpunk
He
theme,
figured it
yep.
somewhere I'm familiar and comfortable with. The store was full, but when we entered the store, some of the goblins got frightened and skedaddled.
I
They're
missed
probably
that
afraid of
last
father.
one, but
If it wasn't for today, I would have been one of them. Father took the innermost seat. He ordered the nervous waiter to bring some food and alcohol. Sieg. Do you drink? I do, but I haven't drank since the graduation ceremony. Well, let's drink a little. If it gets hard to talk, maybe a little alcohol would help. Yeah. Father is siding before me. Just two of us. It makes me nervous. I don't think I ever talked to my father alone. Well, maybe a couple times. But if I get cold feet now, then. Yet, father seems to be nervous as well. Can't stay calm. Must have something difficult to say. As we sat silently across each other, the food and ale arrived. Well, a toast. My father raised the cup and said, "What should we toast to?" "Anything is fine." "Then a toast to anything." We drank our ale and shotgunned a full cup. It tasted pretty awful since this bar only served cheap ale. Food and ale are pretty great here. I think Dad eats BER food on a daily basis. Mama does make a delicious meal, but I rarely get to enjoy it because of my business trips. What about during the trip? I don't really enjoy cooking on a business trip. It's pretty awful. To Father, there's little difference between a royal
Hey
banquet and bar grub with thugs.
NordVPN,
The best food is the meal you eat with your family.
what's
so
up?
this food is good too, although it doesn't taste as good as Mama's.
Fucking hell,
Father says as he ate.
Nord.
I toyed with the roasted beans with a fork, observing him. No choice, I cut to the chase. So, why the farce? I want to talk to you. So, what about? I hope you'll get into the subject soon. When I said that, my father paused for a moment. AER and he led on something, and twisted it around.
Oh my
Dad,
gosh,
I have
the
something I want to hear
fucking
from you.
bombardment of
Not a problem,
letters.
but listen. So Dad has nothing to tell me. Well, I don't know yet until I hear your story. Does that mean Father thought nothing of my current situation? Didn't marry Surreal, didn't work. Loitered around town by day, fighting evil by night. That current situation. Because Dad expects nothing from me anymore. I asked after making up my mind. And Father looked at me flabbergasted. As if he couldn't comprehend. Or maybe he wasn't listening seriously, busy shoving mouthfuls of roast beans instead. Why would you think that? Why? Do you want to hear it in my own words? Because Dad...
Rudy's just enjoying his beans. He's enjoying his beans. Dude, just let him enjoy his beans. He doesn't want to talk to you, bro.
Wanted me to marry Surreal, right? That was the expectation.
The roasted
I thought it was a good idea.
beans.
My father chugged his ale. Do you not want to hear why I refused to get married? Why not? Surreal seemed like a good girl. Big breasts, and being Her Majesty Ariel's daughter, she's probably pretty wild in the bed. Dad. Oh, sorry, why? Why didn't you like that girl? Reason for not getting married. I thought often about it in the past year. I wondered about it over and over. I don't hate her. She's a good friend. But with Surreal. What should I say, we just don't hit off. Our conversation tends to die when we're alone together, and staying silent gets painful too. Maybe if we get married, that pain would only continue, so it's hard to imagine getting married like that. Anyways, it's impossible, marrying her. Sounds like you're just looking for an excuse. My father said, still chewing on beans. Probably. I'm just finding excuses in retrospect. But, isn't that also fine? As I was lost in my thoughts, Father said. No need to force yourself to get married. Simply. With a casual tone. But didn't Dad want to strengthen his relationship with the Jura Kingdom? Well, saying I don't would be a lie. Ariel Sama thought so too. Truth be told, if our families form a marriage alliance, it'll increase our influence with the Asuran royal family. That'd make work easier in the future. In that case. But. Blocking my words, Father continued. If you don't want to, you don't have to. As if it's a matter of course. Rather, you should prioritize what you want to do instead. Ally of Justice. The Moon Knight. Isn't that fine too? Your mothers might get on your case about it, but Papa is on your side. Father spread his hands in exaggeration. To be honest, when I first heard I thought it was kind of childish, but everyone was like that at first. No one can do amazing things right from the start. Right now, it's just a small villain in town. With your abilities, it could be bigger and bigger, and eventually fight the greater evil. I wasn't thinking that far. There's no need to fight evil if I was just trying to be a good Samaritan. Like helping people on the side of the road. Fighting evil, it's as Shishao said. It's just venting. No. No. Oh, do you want to keep peace nearby? Dad, no. I forced this out of my throat. I gave up on being an ally of justice. Yes, I have already given up. The day at Asural Royal Academy, when I realized that I was borrowing from Dad. I'm not justice, I can't be justice.
Fucking
Yes,
cheddar,
I wanted to
man.
become an ally of
Fucking
justice.
cheddar,
I wanted to be
man.
Cheddarman. But it's impossible.
Fucking
I
cheddar,
already gave up.
man.
What I did was a mockery. Just playing pretend. The trigger was simple.
So
ADR graduating and
stupid,
coming
bro.
home. While wandering around bored, I fought off some thugs that were pestering a Magic University student. She said thank you for helping her. She didn't know me. A freshman at Magic University. Having just arrived, she probably didn't even know Father. Sooner or later, she would have heard about Father and me, but not yet. Even not knowing, she still said thank you to me. Despite being frightened by my creepy green hair, she still offered her thanks. Even it's play pretend, there are still people who have been saved, so I think it's good. Well, Bastille got angry. Dad looked around nervously, then leaning closer he asked, peering into me. But, what do you really want to do? I can't answer. What I really want to do is contrary to what Dad wishes. I was silent for a while. I was not searching for words. I was just silent. Then he drank his ale and ordered refills. I drank too, copying him. No matter how much I drank, no words spilled out. I had not been drunk for a long time. When you came back from the Royal Academy, you seemed to be having a hard time back then. Dad, breaking the silence. My gaze was on his plate. Only a single bean left over. He rolled that bean between his finger PS, making a sound neither crunchy nor mushy. With that sound as a backdrop, Dad continued. Being alive, you get hurt some mess. Making you want to withdraw into yourself.
Sometimes.
Many times. Especially that one time. Blaming the world for all that befalls you, regretting your own lack of ability. But now I'm where I am today, I think, because of experiencing those episodes of regret. So when I saw you hurt, I told your mothers that we should leave you alone for a while, and let you be. The ale came. Dad picked up the bean and put it in his mouth. Chewing loudly, he washed it down with ale. Dad seemed drunk already. Unlike me, Dad is not a strong drinker. But his mouth is looser than usual. And then somehow you started the ally of justice thing. I remembered how you idolize allies of justice as a child, so I figured you found what you're looking for. But somehow recently. Well, I didn't see it personally, but when I listened to the people around you. Well, you were having fun, but no longer putting effort into it, like you were going through the motions. People around me. The mothers, Laura, Lily, and George. Aside from Laura and George, the rest didn't know about the justice stuff, but they knew something was off. Dad said, finishing his ale. He took a big burp, sighed. So I came today to hear about your troubles. Not answers,
Yep.
but my worries.
Go,
That was the real
Rudeus.
purpose for
Burp
today.
with me.
Well, can't you call me out like normal? I thought you wouldn't be honest with me. You have always
Oh
avoided me,
my
and now you
gosh.
have reached an age where you two have worries that you can't share with your parents, right? So I set up a small play. As a show of understanding that I appreciate what you're doing. I see, so that's why you did all that. Dad was lost and unsure of how to approach me about my worries. His solution after much consideration, an evil mastermind and 3 large glasses of ale. I was surprised to hear that you respected me. That made me happy. I was surprised that Dad would act like that. Haha, sorry. I should have taken it more seriously. You might not see it, but Papa is pretty confident with my acting ability. I've once played the villain and hooked up a country knight and his princess.
Yeah,
I
sure.
remember. Knight Linhard and the evil great magician Rudeus. That story at Riddimer. A nostalgic story. One of Dad's heroic tales. In order to hook up a knight and his princess, he acted as an evil magician, kidnapped the princess, and the knight came to her rescue. If Dad had acted on that level, I certainly wouldn't have recognized him. He would certainly have fooled me as well.
Another 18,
So,
yeah.
My father rolled the beans around. A force of habit. Your worries. Is that you want to do something else, right? Saying with some difficulty, once a while he'll sneak a peek at me. Despite seeing him in such a state, I still respect my father. Great, hardworking, strong, gentle. That's why, please be a bit more resolute, Dad. But why? The way Dad's acting now, it felt so familiar. Perhaps how I liked him the best. Yes. Can you tell me? Breath in. Breath out. I can hear my heart racing, with a hand to my chest.
Breathe is
Until
supposed
now,
to have an
something I
E
could
at
never
the
say out
end
loud.
there. Huh.
Dad. Something I would never have told Dad, that I will now. I wanted to follow Paks. I said. Follow Paks. To the kingdom of the Dragon King. On graduation day, Paks asked if I would follow him. I wanted to, too.
Yeah, at least he
Maybe
didn't
if I had a
sleep
few
with
days
his
to think it
family,
over,
bro.
I probably would have. When I finished, Dad opened his eyes wide. His mouth opened as if saying something, but after a brief pause, he asked calmly. So why didn't you? It would betray Dad. Dad wished to strengthen his relationship with the Asuran royal family, but Paks is from the kingdom of the Dragon King. He is also isolated there. If I went, we would have no more eligible bachelors left, and we would not be able to strengthen our connection with the Asuras. On the contrary, our relationship with the kingdom of the Dragon King will likely deteriorate instead. I said in one breath. Dad, his mouth ajar, a face of sadness. But it quickly returned neutral. What? For that poor excuse. What poor excuse? What has been troubling me all this time, cast as a poor excuse? Pisses me off a little. Well, Sieg. Sure, Papa and Her Majesty of Azura Kingdom are friends. In particular, it won't be a stretch to call White Mama and Her Majesty best friends. Certainly I hope we can get along like family. But that's it? That's it? Strengthening our bond with the Asuran royal family, increasing our voice within Azura Kingdom, those don't really matter. Don't matter? But just now. I did say, it would be nice. But haven't I said before? Put on the balance against your futures, things like strengthening bonds with Azura don't truly matter as much. Shocking. What truly matters? Then, why have I been? But the thing about helping Paks is true. It'll be a bit difficult in my position. Dad gave a rough assessment of his concerns. He was deeply involved in Paks's father's death. Paks's guardian also requested for Dad to provide help if anything arose. However, interfering with the internal politics of the royal family is a challenge. Furthermore, the royal family of the kingdom of the Dragon King doesn't treat him that poorly on a surface level. As proof, even granting him a title and a territory. But a title and territory implies obligations and responsibilities. Thus, with their superficial obligations fulfilled, there's little Dad could protest publicly for. In father's position, even offering financial support would have to formally go through the royal household. Through the royal household, after various interferences nothing would come of it. Of course, we could provide money and resources on the down low, and in truth we had in the past year. But compared to what it takes to develop a new territory, it's a drop in the bucket. Trying to provide support at a level to run a territory will surely be uncovered by the royal family. If found, there will be a major crack in the relationship with the kingdom of Dragon King built thus far. I wish I made BER preparations before it happened, but it was all SE led by them.
Better
I thought they content themselves
fucking
with the destruction of the Tyrone kingdom,
glitchy
but even now
garbage
they hurt
bugs.
themselves if someone's too troublesome. AER his explanations, Dad looked at me. But it's difficult only because of my position. As a dear friend, if you rush over alone, on your own initiative, nobody can refuse. Actually, Sieg, if you go and help Paks, it'd be a big help as well. Oh, I see. It's the same. For Dad, marrying Surreal, helping Paks, they're the same. Dad could have said, help Paks. But Dad didn't. Just as he never said, marry Surreal. As paterfamiliars he kept from burdening me. But is it okay? Really? I wish to confirm. Dad nodded, of course. Oh, but I can't give much public support. It's the same even for my son. Rather, if I went, won't the kingdom of Dragon King make trouble with Dad? Even if I went on my own, I'm still a North King. Well, a little. No, Sieg. You don't have to mind that. He took another big swig of ale. He wiped his lip. No, faked wiping to hide his lips in embarrassment. What Papa wants to protect wasn't peace or relationships, but you. I couldn't appreciate the weight of those words. But the nuance was transmitted. Don't worry about Papa. It's okay, even if you become Papa's enemy. I don't want to be Dad's enemy. Well, becoming enemies would be too unfortunate. Let's avoid that at all costs. Still. Dad ate the last of his beans and EMP'd the ale. His face was already red. If you avoid doing what you wanted to do every day, and you heard about Pax's death one day, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. You'll never be able to recover. That's more tragic than becoming enemies, because it means Papa failed to protect you. In short, Dad wants me to be free. And I am free. So what is it? Do I go to Pax? It was okay from the beginning? I see. Dad, thank you. I said my thanks. Dad moved his chair with a rattle to sit beside me. He pawed at my back loudly. Before you go, make sure to say proper goodbyes to everyone. Yes. But for today, you drink with Papa. Because you keep avoiding me, Papa was feeling lonely. Yes. The conversation ended. It was exactly as Shishao said. Talking to that person would solve my worries. It was simple. Hick. Miss, please more ale. In exchange, my father got completely wasted.
Drunk Rudeus. Do you think it's okay even if you become Papa's enemy? That's foreshadowing Sieg on the wrong side in the next human demon war. Huh. I did not know that. Strange. Whatever. It's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
On that day, Dad continued to drink ale merrily. Getting drunk, praising how wonderfully cute the mothers are, singing strange songs, shouting loudly, touching a waitress' buttocks and getting admonished for it. By the bar's closing time, he was hurling in front of the store. I offered detoxifying magic for him, but was refused. Dad was merry all the way home. With his arm around my shoulder he sang red-faced. Moon Knight's theme song. Told to sing along, so I sang as well, out loud without regard for the neighbors. Dad that let loose is rather tacky and embarrassing. I never thought my father had this side to him. I probably wouldn't have
Has
respected
been
him so if
written
he had always
yet.
been like this. But why?
Yeah, I
Somehow
know.
it's the most I ever liked him. Totally uncool, so I don't know why either. Oh, yes, Sieg. When we came home and stood in front of the gate, Dad called out to me.
Oh, I
your
didn't
first
see the question mark at the end. I don't think it would make... Okay. If we don't know that, then I don't think Sieg is going to be in the fucking other side. I doubt he would. I doubt he would.
With alcohol in his breath, Dad quietly said. Good luck, I expect much from you. Yes. I nodded, feeling refreshed. Chapter 13, presently, taking leave underscore 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 underscore.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be... like that, because he, like, you would think that he owes Rudeus a lot. He owes his dad a lot and would favor his family over really anything else. So I doubt that's the case. I could see him being on the wrong side and forcing himself to switch back. Like, I guess. But I doubt it.
Moon Knight's theme song. The day after drinking with father, I woke up in my room. Looking out from the window, the eastern sky was shining. The city was silent, with a slight chill in the air. I'd usually sleep in this early in the morning. There's still time before breakfast. I got up and changed. Feeling refreshed. My mind and body, both completely fresh. I want to follow Pax. I told father and received his blessings, clearing the cloud cast over my head the past year. I don't know how much I can help Pax. Maybe I'll be a drag for him instead. But I want to at least see him in action. Well, I hold expectations for Pax as well. I want to see where his future holds. What kind of nation will he create, what kind of talent will he collect, who will he marry, and what kind of person will he become? I want to see. No matter the kingdom, talents, marriage, or the person he becomes. I just want to witness his future. Surely, that was the same as father's expectations
We're
as well.
81% of the way through.
To me, big sis, big brother, to small sis. Dad is really amazing. It suddenly dawned on me. Father never did interrupt me. He only asked for one thing. Make sure to say proper goodbyes to everyone. Today, I'll make sure to do that. I got down to the first floor. First to fill my stomach. Perhaps now with a clear mind, I felt particularly hungry this morning. When I was ending Magic University, I used to have a large appetite, but I haven't had much of one lately. Don't eat in the morning, eat a little before noon, and eat
He
a
was
little before the evening.
attending.
Such was life. But today I wanted to eat my fill, first thing in the morning. I feel good today.
Man,
It won't hurt to help White Mama and Grandma with breakfast once a while. Oh. When I entered the dining room,
yawning
I
is
was met with three
fun,
fierce
man.
moms. White Mama, Blue Mama, and Red Mama too. All three were in the dining room and turned toward me, all at once. Morning. Good morning. You're early today. Good morning. Each greeting their own way. Looking back, it's been a long time since I saw the three mothers together. Do they always eat breakfast together? I don't know either, since I haven't had breakfast for so long. I took my seat. Usually, if they were all together, I would run away, but today there was no reason to escape. Sieg. You came back with Rudy yesterday, went drinking together. Yup. Rudy was especially merry yesterday, something good happened. White Mama asked, taking the initiative. Maybe she already heard from father last night. I told my dad about my worries this past year. No wonder Rudy's so happy. Said Blue Mama. Rudy was always so worried about Sieg. Really? Yeah, occasionally during breakfast, he would look up the ceiling and say, Sieg's not coming down today either. Oh. I think he'll sleep for a while longer today. It's been a while since he drank that much. Because I always avoided father. Maybe I did something terrible to father. So, what were you talking about? Red Mama asked. Too impatient, she wanted to know what I talked to my father about and what conclusion we came to. Starting with the conclusion. I prefer that. I would like to help a friend in the kingdom of the Dragon King. It might take a decade or two, maybe even more. I might never return here again. I'm going to help Paks and witness his future. But Pax's ambitions are enormous. He wants a territory of his own, to become independent, to create a new nation. Not a job for a couple years. A decade, 2 decades. Or maybe when he and I are both dead, a legacy for the next generation to fulfill. Is that so? The mothers looked saddened. Particularly White Mama, her lips buying tired, her eyes a damn near bursting. In comparison, Red Mama remains her usual self. Is that friend the one you must protect? Yes. Now that you made up your mind. Do you best. Red Mama said with a smile. The first time I saw her smile in a long time. These days, I only saw her frowns. Of course. Because I fell stagnant. Red Mama always taught us siblings to protect someone.
She always frowns.
My
Oh
conclusion was
no,
exactly as
guys.
she taught me.
Eris's
So you
depression.
decided you won't marry Surreal? Blue Mama asked. I responded. Yeah. I'd like to remain friends with Surreal.
Eris
Sorry for
has
wasting all the marriage
depression.
prospects that Blue Mama
She's
saw in me.
always angry all the time. She's mad
As
at
I
the
always said,
world and
you live as you like.
depressed.
If you found your own path, follow it.
It's
Blue
not the
Mama
same,
said
I
with a
know,
smile.
but I don't care.
Her lessons were, live as your heart desires. If you have a problem, just ask for help. That teaching I haven't followed lately, until my talk with father. Indeed, living our own path is the way to a happy life. The house will get quiet with Sieg leaving. White Mama was near tears. My birth mother. Big sis that married off to the holy land of Millis, we're both her children. If I leave, both of us will be gone. Even as an unemployed mouth to feed, White Mama always made breakfast for me. When not on holiday, she always cooked and prepared breakfast. Even when I came home late from playing Ally of Justice, she would some mess get out of bed to welcome me home. Mama, he was my first real friend at Azura Kingdom. That's why I want to go give him a hand. Yeah, I know. If friends are in a pinch, you must go. White Mama wiped away her tears and smiled. Ever since when we're young, she had always earnestly exhorted us to make friends and don't bully the weak. I admired the Ally of Justice because of my father, Cheddarman. But it may be because of her that I thought Cheddarman was so cool. So I'll be going now. Looking over them three, I said again. Thank you for supporting me thus far. Hearing those words, White Mama could hold back no longer, a flood of tears. Originally Red Mama and White Mama both looked self-satisfied.
No, how
When they saw White
dare.
Mama in that state,
How
they tried
dare.
to console her haphazardly. Don't cry. Sieg's leaving, so see him off with a smile. Still in
Don't
tears,
cry,
White
question
Mama said
mark,
to him,
what?
I'm just glad that Sieg is finally moving forward. Feeling ashamed, I waited for my mother to stop crying. Afterwards, the mothers went to make breakfast, hand in hands. Even Red Mama, who seldom cooks, went in the kitchen. During breakfast, I told my grandmas that I'd be going abroad. Both grandmas stroked my head gently, after hearing my decision. Father, still with his head full of bed hair, smirked when he saw that. There were two missing from the breakfast table. Lara, my older sister, and Lily, my younger sister. They seem to sleep at work rather often. I'll have to talk to them as well. So, after finishing breakfast, I decided to go to Magic University. My last time visiting the Magic University. The campus where I studied for many years, one I visited regularly even after graduating. A place where there are bitter memories, but fond memories as well. Ah. While walking down a hallway on campus, I met a girl I recognized. The girl that married the fat nobleman. Hey. Oh, hey, Sieg-kun. She was not crying underneath the stairs like before. On the contrary, she was smiling, surrounded by friends. She seemed to be fine. How are you doing? Ah. Yes, I'm doing well. But you were crying so terribly not too long ago. Oh. About that. When I actually got married, it was a little different than I thought. Oh. Sure, he's a bit older and not much to look at, but surprisingly a pleasant guy after we talked a bit. Is that so? He's a bit of a pervert, but I appreciate that he's always working to keep me entertained. He is also giving me a lot of leeway, like allowing me to continue ending school. The situation at home turned out better than I expected as well. There are many other wives in a similar situation to me. With everyone so gracious and considerate, I'll have to do my best as well. Ah, so it's like that. A noble sensibility, throwing money around to help acquaintances without self-regard. Father and Shishao both rated him highly. Only deducting points for his lower half. Not someone I should be beating up. Shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Yet, before I go with Paks, I owe him an apology. I thought. I arrived at Lara's research lab. One knock. Come in. A familiar voice from inside. However, not Lara's voice. Oh, big brother. Lily was in the room too. Playing with a magic tool as usual. Before her, lounging in her favorite chair, Lara was studying magic circles on a piece of paper. Rare for Lily to be here. What the occasion? I have been here since yesterday. Hey, check this out. What Lily showed off was something I didn't recognize. It had a rough round shape, but with a few corners here or there. Not quite a ball, if it hit you, it'd be painful. Based on the magic circle drawn on various places, it's probably a magic tool. I don't know what it is. That's right. I don't know what it's used for either. Isn't it cool? Oh. Big sis Lara found it in the market and didn't know either, so I've been studying it all this time. Lily sure is eager. I don't get it. Anyways, does that mean she's been staring at this ridiculous thing since yesterday? Lily,
Ridiculous
did you
saying,
skip out
bro.
on
It's
work
probably
again?
a football or
No,
some
this
shit.
is part of the job. She insisted. Why wasn't she fired yet? Nepotism. Because she's a grere? Or does she actually produce results? Whatever. Sieg. Lara, who looked a bit haggard, looked up at me. Why are you here? Her usual tone. I would always say to kill time. Saying my goodbyes. Lily looked surprised, but Lara kept her usual sleepy expression.
Fucking hell, man.
How simple. Huh? Oh, yeah. Somehow Big Sis was rather cold. No, that's just her usual self. As usual, she's ambivalent with whatever happens with me. I felt a little hurt. Well, I decided to go to my friend at the Kingdom of the Dragon King, so I might never return. I put it succulently. Then, Lily switched from shock to anger. Not quite what I expect. Well, I just made up my mind yesterday, and already am telling my goodbyes today, so it's understandable. What happened to become my assistant? Huh? I never agreed to that. But Big Brother Sieg is strong, can ride a horse, and knows how to pamper me. You're the best person to be my assistant. Thank you the high evaluation. I told the chief that I would hire a newcomer next year. What should I do? I do not know either. No luck this time. Well, what should I say to the chief? I guess tell him that the person ran away. At least I never consented to this. I thought for sure you'd be short on money eventually and come begging to be my assistant. Tisk. Lily started playing with her magic tool again, pouting. Even though I said we might not meet again, that's her reaction. Well, that's Lily for you, I suppose. I turned toward Lara. Her usual self. With her chin atop Leo's back, looking drowsy. With a huff, she looked back. Big sis Lara doesn't look too surprised. I thought it would happen sooner or later.
You forgot
you see
about
it
the
with your
Lily
fortune teller?
dialogue saying, I
wish you
thought
would've
you'd
told
be
me if you
short
did.
on money
But if she
and
did,
come
would I have
crying to
followed
me
her
for
instruction?
money.
Probably not. All, before my talk with father, I never made up my mind. So why the sudden change of heart? Let me explain. I explained the sequence of events, how one thing led to another. What happened, Pax's background. Why I was under a cloud. And how after talking to
Oh
father,
my
all
gosh.
cleared up for me. What my heart desires. Lara and Lily listened quietly without interrupting me. I feel glad that I talked with Dad. Until Lucy got married, she always misunderstood Dad as well, because Dad was always so lenient on us. Ah. Yes. Father was always lenient with us. Too lenient. I didn't realize it until now. Indeed, bigger sis finally had a heart-to-heart with father only after getting married. Maybe because it was only then, like I am now, she realized father's feelings. So you're not doing that anymore? That? Big sis asked abruptly, causing me to raise my head. Cheddarman. Oh. Oh right, Lara knew what I was doing.
Lily needs a
won't do it
guard.
anymore.
No, she doesn't.
Not
She can
anymore.
handle herself
It was
just
like
fine.
just a way to vent and pass time. Cheddarman. Moon Knight. An ally of justice. It's not like I don't know what I was doing. Reflecting on it now, in a way, I was searching for my true self. I couldn't do what I really wanted to do, so I did what I didn't want to instead. Then tricking myself into thinking that it was what I wanted all along. What's the story? Lily tilted her head and asked. Sieg, behind the scenes, was playing ally of justice. Beating up bad guys and feeling all proud about himself. Oh, so that's why you always came back late at night. Ally of justice. He called himself Moon Knight. Pretty lame, right? Oh yeah. The chief once said to avoid resisting if Moon Knight shows up. Nothing more valuable than your life, he said. I'm not a robber. I have never asked for money, obviously. I just started punching without asking questions instead. Still, Uncle Zanaba doesn't look like a bad person, but maybe he has a dark secret somewhere? So that's it? Brother was doing that behind my back. Yeah. Brother always said you wanted to be an ally of justice since when we were kids, and I did get a lot of help over the years. I get it. She understood. Indeed, I help Lily out often. As a natural airhead, she's an easy target for the bad guys. Sieg. Lara was looking at me while holding her chin. No more helping others, so you're choosing to be a bad guy instead. No, I don't think I'll stop helping people, but I won't hide anymore. I'll proudly help those who want help. I see. Lara studied my face. And said. Sieg is surprisingly clever today. A rare smile appeared. Somehow, it's been ages since I saw Lara's smile. So that's why, I will be leaving soon. Lara didn't call me stupid today. That alone makes coming by today worthwhile. At last, Big Sis finally acknowledged me for myself. Big S.I. Lara. Thank you for letting me use this room until now, and thanks Lily for always worrying about me. I wasn't that worried. But I'll miss my
Lord
big brother.
didn't call me
I
stupid
don't get
today.
to
That's
live
a
late anymore.
big dub.
No,
That's a
you shouldn't
big
be late even if I'm
W.
here. I'm not your horse. Certainly, I did give you rides often. I smiled wryly at Lily's words, then it was Lara's turn. Sieg. Even after going far away, and after many years, we'll always be brothers and sisters. Remember that. Even if we say our goodbyes, it's only distance that separates us. Our relationship would never change. Maybe after half a century, big brother ours and little sis Chris may no longer be with us. But Lara, Lily, bigger sister Lucy, and I all shared mothers with longer lives. Or perhaps Paks will achieve his goals in mere decades, while everyone's still alive. If not, with the twists of fate who knows what might happen.
Man.
Because I became like this. Something might happen among us siblings as well. As long as we help each other when one gets in trouble. Like when Lara helped me. No, she didn't help much, but she did understand me. Yeah, I know. Okay. When I answered, Lara nodded with satisfaction. Then I visited people in the market district. The old man at the fruit stand, the old man at the liquor store. And many other acquaintances as well. When I told them I'm leaving town, they all said their regret. However, no one asked me to stay. If I'm in a pessimistic mood, maybe I'm surprisingly not well liked. We also, when we saw how Sieg just hung out all day, felt it wasn't ideal. But you finally found your calling, so we feel at ease as well. But hearing that, the opposite seems to be the case. Thank you for taking care of us. I was thanked by even those I didn't recognize. Father said, even if I was playing pretend I still saved people. They must be among them. If so, I might feel a little lonely to leave this town. Oh. Ah. A man stood out among the crowd. A man who works the market by day and drinks and sells information at the bar by night. Yes, it was George. Hey, George. Ah, son of Grey House, thanks for your patronage, but please don't call me George. Please don't say that. Weren't we friends? Haven't we hung out every day? No, for you to consider someone like me a friend, I'm really grateful, but... George looked away. He probably thought he would never see me again. I put my arm around his shoulder. It's because of you, I could move forward. Thank you. Then, after taking a serious look at me, George laughed. I see. That's good. But now that my work's done, my prospects look terrible. How are you gonna pay me back? My sister is looking for an assistant. She might hire you if I recommended you. Really? And if you sell information gained as her assistant to my dad, you might do rather well for yourself. Hey, not a bad idea. George laughed, wrapping his arm around my shoulder as well. I've had a lot of fun this past year. He said and laughed. Finally, I visited Shishao. Shishao sat with his back towards the entrance, just as he did the other day. However, he doesn't seem to be training. That face. Looks like you still can't go up against Dark Shadow. Shishao said, his back facing me. Of course, without turning his head either. If you're going to recite that line, at least turn around first. And father is Moon Shadow, not Dark Shadow. So, you still find the sword necessary, didn't you? Teacher lifted something. My sword. Shishao held my beloved sword in his hand. It should have been let in my room. Did you bring it yesterday too? Yes, now is time for you to wield this sword. For justice, for defeating the greater evil. The teacher turned around with great vigor. Shouting cheerfully while making various poses. I shall pass down to you, the final mystery of North God style. And the title of the Emperor. So get ready. Silence followed. Apparently, the narrative created by Shishao and father diverged slightly. Father wanted to talk to me, but Shishao thought differently. He really wanted to drag me onto the path of a hero. Father who wished for me to find my own way, Shishao who wished to direct me towards the righteous path. I can't say which is better. A difference in teachings. Ah, that look, you finally figured out something. Anyhow, looking at me, who remained silent, Shishao realized. Wait, you won? Against Rude. I mean, great villain Dark Shadow. Huh? No, it's not like I won but... Wow, beating him with bare hands. That guy really goes easy on his son. Throwing the match like that. Mumble. Aer mumbling to himself for some time, he suddenly clapped his hands. Perhaps some bad idea came to mind. Sieg-kun, you have successfully defeated Dark Shadow, but he's merely the P of that evil iceberg. Now, go and seek lightning. That's right, if you don't defeat lightning, evil cannot be defeated. It was useless after all. He's at. Shishao, I won't be going. In a stronger tone than usual, I interrupted Shishao. That confused Shishao. Why? Because there is another place I must go. Where is it? The tone of the teacher was surprisingly gentle, unlike earlier. To my friend. Is your friend in a pinch? I don't know. But once upon a time, he asked for my help. I remembered, and now I must go. I only said that much. It's getting a bit tedious, giving the same explanation over and over again, and all the details would probably go over Shishao's head anyways. I see. Well, you need the sword there. But Shishao seemed to get that much. As expected of Shishao. I'll need it. If you can return it to me, I'd appreciate it. All right. Senya said, sheathing the sword and passing it to me. A heavy blade. My beloved sword, custom made by world-famous blacksmith or god for father, perfect for my superb strength. The blade is jet black, like obsidian, and blends into the darkness at night. Only a reflection of moonlight as proof of its existence, for which dragon god Orsted granted the title Moongler. Moonblade.
Glitter, bro.
Yes. I'm not very good with words, and I'm not very smart. I agree. So let's practice till the end. Can you teach me a special move? No, there's no such thing. Just our usual training. Yes. I wore the sheath on my belt, then unsheathed the blade. At that moment, the lesson began. North God style training, no starting sound required. Sparring after a long absence. I tried my best to hit Shishao. And, as a matter of course, I lost. At the end of the day, I was taken by Shishao to a place owned by a friend of Shishao. The person was very rich, fat, and a noble. When I apologized for the other day, he forgave me with a smile. Even though he looked like a villain and rather crude, he welcomed me with warmth and politeness. Just like father, Shishao and his newlywed wife said, aside from being a slave to his desires, he's not a bad guy. I didn't teach Shishao's third lesson, do not judge justice or evil by their appearance. You will surely become a hero. On the way home, Shishao said. Abruptly. Shishao and I had various discussions about heroes and allies of justice over the years. There was always a gap in the conversation. Shishao who aimed to be a hero, and I who aimed to be an ally of justice.
Man.
They seem similar, yet they're apart. It is natural that there would be a gap. I don't think so. What do you think a hero needs? When I heard this phrase before, I replied, the ally of justice never regrets his choices. In response, the teacher said, heroes are the ones who chooses after suffering their choices. From the distress of making that choice. Yes, I wanted to be a hero, but it wasn't possible. No matter how much I stressed over it, I was the opposite. An ally of justice, yet still suffered. Suffering, distressed, unable to make a choice. Yet in the end I did choose. Indeed,
Wait,
from an objective point
what's
of view,
happening
it is
here?
certainly a hero-like behavior. You can be a hero. Not an ally of justice, but a hero. Shishao cannot be a hero, and I cannot be an ally of justice. Instead, Shishao is more like a friend of justice. My disciple. Sir. Can you inherit your master's will? I shook my head quietly. Sensei will still live for a long time, so I will not inherit it now. Shishao, please continue to strive as well. That's true. I'll do it. Shishao stated, without showing any signs of distress. The next day, I made preparations for leave.
Oh my gosh, this is going on for a while.
Finally, after waving off my mothers, I left. Each mother left time with their own advice. Father, having left early that morning, was no longer here. I was hoping for a few last words, but it can't be helped. So I walked through town. My mother said I could ride a horse halfway, but I wanted the walk. The market where adventurers and day merchants hang out. The shopping district where mid-scale merchants do their business, flowers in full bloom. The smoke-filled manufacturing district, with an unceasing sound of blacksmithing clanging. And the magic university with its enormous campus. These were the scenery of my everyday life. Witnessing them one last me, I was deeply moved. Then I arrived at the gate. The walls of the magic city Sharia,
One last
my home.
time.
The gate was wide open. Beyond the gate, by
Fucking
the side of the road,
hell.
a man sat. A middle-aged magician wearing a gray robe. Father. When he found me, he stood up, dusted off the hem of his robe, and came over. Hey, Sieg.
Rudeus,
Dad,
yeah.
what are you doing here? I'm seeing you off. Couldn't you see me off at home like mama? I thought it's BER here. I think it would be good anywhere. But is that so? He probably figured I would leave from the front gate. So he waited for me here. Thank you. I wanted Dad to see me off. Why, of course. Because my son is going on a long journey. He said, Lee had a bag by his side and turned to me. I received it. It was about the size of a human head and rather heavy. I had a bad feeling. But first, let's check the contents. Dad, this. It was a black helmet. A full-face helmet with a crescent emblem on the forehead. Ally of Justice, Moon Knight helmet. Take it with you. Why? You have been doing something different from what you wanted in the past year, but not everything was wasted. What was wasted? Certainly, there was a sense that this year had been a waste. If I had talked to my father earlier, it would not have happened. If you have any trouble in the future, look at the helmet and remember. You might find an answer hidden in that wasted time. He said and looked behind me. I looked back as well. Beyond the gates of Magic City Sharia. Beyond that gate, the streets where I spent my decades. When I came back from Royal Aura Academy, the cityscape had changed a lot. But many things that remained the same. Small sis and big sis unchanged, and my mother's unchanged. Shishao as well. How I viewed my father had changed a lot. But that was my own misunderstanding. If time so wasted helped resolve that misunderstanding, then it probably wasn't a waste. I see. I'll bring it with me. Oh, also, you could use it there too.
Man.
It's pretty sturdy, after all. Ahaha, then I might. Maybe if I find a person on the side of justice, I'll lend it to him. In that case, I'll send you 4 more. Father laughed. Humored by the idea of a moonlight squadron. I didn't think it was very funny, but it must have tickled him in some way. I laughed as well. AER sharing a laugh, I said. I'll go now. Yes, do your best. My father pat me on the back, as if pushing me forward, to my leave. Leaving my hometown, toward my friend. Chapter 14, presently, friend underscore 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 underscore. It was a land without name. An minuscule piece of land slightly southeast of Red Dragon's lower jaw. An enclave of the kingdom of the Dragon King.
I need to. Holy shit! This is a long one. Fucking hell! This is getting very, very long. Holy shit! All right, let's continue.
Impoverished villages, a crumbling fort with no lord in residence. There were several reasons why it was so desolate. One is its proximity with the deep jungle. An ancient dragon's curse, or perhaps due to the dust storms from the Bigario continent, the nearby jungle hosts many terrifying monsters in its depth. Even the most experienced
It's a
adventurers
good
have lost their
one,
lives venturing
but
into its
it's
depth.
not.
Yet the
It's
other
not a
nations in the
good
Red Dragon's
one.
lower jaw still coveted
It's
this
all
land.
right.
If any other power sent a force sufficient to tame the land, they'd surely interfere. Of course, none could openly confront the kingdom of the Dragon King. But nor would they allow the kingdom of the Dragon King to so
It's
easily
all
give us such
right.
a
I
strategic
mean,
position.
whatever.
Dispatching sufficient forces to tame the land would certainly create a diplomacy incident with the Azura kingdom. It's also so distant from the kingdom of the Dragon King heartland. If not cutting straight through the dense jungle, the only path to this territory from the kingdom of the Dragon King is a long detour around the Red Dragon mountain ranges. No matter how powerful the kingdom of the Dragon King is, transiting a large military force through neutral territories takes a great deal of political capital. In some cases, it'll require monetary payoff as well. While cutting through the jungles avoided the political cost, the trade-off was the lives of many soldiers instead. Various other reasons as well. In any case, the kingdom of the Dragon King has tried to develop this land time and time again and ended in failure. To such a land, a man had been dispatched as its new lord. His name, Paxton Jr. With him, a dozen or so subordinates. The numbers were too few. Previous lords would arrive with hundreds of retainers, servants, and soldiers. But his retinue was few in numbers. Yet he was received warmly by the steward of the fort. Doesn't matter if the new lord will eventually run away, get himself killed, or lose interest altogether, at least he wouldn't be so pointless as a steward without a master anymore. More importantly, the new lord of this desolate place is a member of the royal family. His head would surely go flying if he failed to treat the new lord with the utmost courtesy. But Pax turned out more grounded and brilliant than the steward expected. First, he united his people. He had the few retainers he brought along recruit from the impoverished villagers, selecting those with talent and motivation for education and training, bringing them under his patronage. Despite offering little in compensation, there were many young people in the villages who didn't want to be stuck there all their lives, and Pax managed to attract more youths than anticipated. Pax then contacted the lumberjack guild in a neighboring country and sold the lumber in his territory at a discount. Normally, lumber from other countries would be very costly due to border tariffs. But this lumber could be priced cheaply, because its sale was kept secret from his mother country. No one could complain, with Pax the highest local
What happens
authority
is
around.
calibrate.
Then Pax assigned his new workforce to guard the lumberjacks. Cheaply. Cheap lumber, cheap escorts. Using the profit to hire additional cheap labor from neighboring countries to develop the land cleared by the lumberjacks. It's initially tough going. The young people from the impoverished villages were basically useless, and the ones hired cheaply were just as incapable. Several times, Pax appeared in person to instruct them. Some mess even fighting off monsters, protecting them with his own two hands. The tough times continued. Slowly and surely, Pax succeeded in gradually expanding and developing his territory, launching one initiative after another. At times there were troubles, but Pax resolved each of them one by one. As a result, the scale of the business gradually increased, and the funds and human resources had grown to a
Stonks.
surplus. It was smooth sailing. Until one
Is
day,
that
a
just
lumberjack
this
squad died
this
mysteriously. An
entire
eerie death. Everyone laid prone at the base of a
this
tree, with a large
entire
hole in their chest. Their
last
escorts did
few
the same way.
chapters just
When discovered,
stonks?
everyone thought it was a monster. A monster attacked and destroyed the party. There was evidence of scavenging. While rare for monsters to eat human
Lumberjacks
remains, it's
dying
not
in
unheard of.
stonks.
It happens. Even for the powerful lumberjack guild, even when well escorted, stuff like this was commonplace. That's why the local people fear the jungle. Then the incident repeated. Another group of lumberjacks was annihilated. Even adding additional escorts was to no avail. Everyone died. Everyone with a large hole pierced through their chests, lying face down at the base of a tree. Not a monster. Someone was the culprit. Someone killed the strong lumberjacks and their escorts, and dragged them to the base of the tree. A murder who kills for fun? Or someone who wished to cripple the expanding territory? The lumberjack guild stated that they'll no longer send squads into the jungle until the mysterious deaths were resolved. Therefore, Pax needed to investigate. Fortunately, as a result of his previous policies, there was some room in his budget. Pax used it to hire veterans from the neighboring mercenary guild, and had them escort him to investigate in person. His original retainers were all sent by Rudeus. They were all talented and followed Pax's instructions. Still, he didn't make use of them here, because he was worried that there would be a saboteur in their mix. If he didn't weed them out now, it could stall out his plans. Pax investigated numerous times. He made a detailed map of the jungle and marked where each lumberjack squad had died. Among the mercenaries were those skilled in information gathering, so Pax had them conduct background checks of his retainers and for any suspicious movements. Fortunately, there was no traitor working under Pax. Finally, a clue to the cause of death. He noticed the trees where the lumberjacks died and laid down had something in common. They were all Bashikara trees over a century old. These rare trees only grew in numbers in the dense jungles in this area, so their lumber could be sold for top dollars. Some of the trees were even older, among them there were giants over 4 centuries old. That was why it wasn't immediately obvious that they were the same species. However, one of his men was familiar with forestry and determined that they were the same type of tree. Paks, thinking that the tree might be a clue, decided to take a branch home. By the time he realized, they were already surrounded. Surrounding them were people with dark skin, wearing primitive clothing. They accused Paks, "How dare you to break branches of the sacred tree?" They spoke in fighting god language. Paks recognized the language and tried to apologize. But his escorts did not. Surrounded by hostile enemies that they didn't understand, they drew their swords without waiting for Pax's instructions, fought, and were annihilated. Even after losing his entire escort, Paks still tried to open dialogue with his opponents. He tried to explain that he's from the kingdom of the Dragon King and apologized for violating their territory and damaging their trees. If possible, let's establish a peaceful relationship. He offered. But when they heard that Paks was the leader, they bound him up eagerly. Paks was taken deep into the jungle. It was their settlement. Only those with dark skin and dark hair lived there. Paks recalled from school lessons of a tribe from the Bigrio continent that matched their description. They must be the indigenous population of the jungle, but that knowledge didn't improve his predicament in any way. Paks was dragged before the tribal chief. The chief did not offer Paks an opportunity to explain himself.
The tribal chief, Roman
Reigns.
Reigns.
Of the people that defiled the sacred groves, their chief declared that he would be sacrificed upon the next full moon to appease their gods. They threw Paks into a wooden cell in the center square of the settlement. Water was provided, but no food, as a form of cleansing before a divine offering.
Oh no.
At night, the village witch doctor would light bonfires and worship in a frenzy before him. And thus, many days passed.
They're gonna eat him.
Attempted to escape several times, but the wooden cell was surprisingly well built.
They put him in a hot tub like Chicken Joe and put vegetables in there as snacks.
He would never make it. Then the day of the full moon arrived. Paks was dragged out of his cell by a mighty warrior and presented to the village assembly before a bonfire on his knees, then pushed face down to the ground. Paks struggled when he saw the dagger in the hands of the worshipping witch doctor. He cried out, shouting, "I can't die here, help me." Listing reasons why he must live, reasons why he wants to live. And finally, desperately he begged for life. But they were ruthless. Aer finishing his prayer, the witch doctor pressed his dagger against Pax's back, right above the heart, readying his muscles to pierce his. Wait. A voice echoed. A booming voice. The witch doctor stopped involuntarily, distracted by the noise, and the villagers gathered in the square were stunned as well. Their warriors scanned the surroundings, searching for the source. However, it was in the depth of the night, even under a full moon. From the open ground lit by the bonfire, you cannot see into the forest. Then the tribal chief stepped forward and shouted. "Who is it?" "Et." Fighting god language. Et. He murmured something. Tracing that noise, several warriors discovered its origin. It was from above. Standing upon a treetop, outlined by the full moon. The warriors readied their spears, pointing
It's
torches
the
toward
Moon Knight.
a traveler. Hemp cloak, ragged pants. And a worn sword. The looks of a traveler you can meet anywhere. Except for the head. Wearing a jet black helmet on his head. A full face helmet with a crescent emblem engraved on the forehead. Seeing the strange get-up, the villagers stopped
Midnight
their movements
appears
and
on the full moon.
Lemma,
True.
hailing from the distant magic city Sharia, for thousands of miles I traveled to rescue my dear friend. The man in the helmet paused briefly. Briefly lost for what to say for a moment. But soon, he continued. Looking a little chippy. His confidant, Sieg. Hearing this name, this voice. Paks opened his eyes wide. Bam. With a shout, Sieg leaped and spin jumped onto the center square. "I have kept you waiting, Paks." "Sieg. Why?" "Here. Long story short, an informant gave me your rough location for a little cash. Then after arriving in the general area, using Shishao's tracking techniques. It wasn't hard to find this place." Sieg explained casually, but in reality he impatiently rushed here. In truth, when he heard from the steward that Paks went missing, his sight started to darken. When he found rotting corpses under the bashkara tree, his world went completely dark. He continued tracking, with a pounding heart, only to barely arrive in me. Had he been late for a few moments, he would have missed it. "I don't know who you are, but to interrupt our sacred ritual. I am a disciple of the North God Kalman III, North Emperor Sieg. I came as a guardian of my friend Paks. If you want to kill my friend, you must defeat me first." Sieg's booming voice drowned out the village chief, echoing through the surroundings. His voice full of confidence, which the surrounding warriors interpret as performing a sacred ritual without defeating the guardian warrior would be an affront to God. And hearing his title, North Emperor, ignited their fighting spirit. The two warriors holding down Paks released their hands and began to drum the ground with the end of their spears. Following their lead, other warriors began drumming the ground with spears in unison. Seeing this, the village chief was forced to bite his lips and shout. "My name is Polpol, chief of the Ababa tribe. North Emperor Sieg. I swear to the gods that our warriors will defeat you and slay the evil one who defiled our sacred grove. Then allow me to introduce myself once more. Chief Polpol of the Ababa tribe, I am North Emperor Sieg. I swear upon the name of my great father Rudeus. After defeating your warriors with my own sword, please become a friend of Paks." Above both Paks and the village chief's heads, question marks floated. They did not understand the intent of Sieg's vow. However, the chief nodded, as to quickly to over the ridiculous demand. Drumming the ground with his spear, he shouted once more. "Good. Then let the loser keep the winner's vow. We swear to all the spirits of the world that we shall uphold our sacred vows. I swear. I, Chief Polpol of the Ababa tribe, also swear." While Paks was still flabbergasted, the village chief had already made his vows. Then, great warrior Hertel, step forth. Don, the warriors drummed the ground. Not only the warriors, but all the people in the settlement pounded their feet in anticipation. The warrior siding beside the village chief.
Oh my gosh,
Even
bro.
on Sieg's arrival he had remained unmoved. But after heralded and
7%
beckoned by the assembly,
left.
the spear
We're
thruster finally
93% of the way
stood. A
there.
tall man, full of muscle. Perhaps 2 meters or
Come
more in height.
on.
When he arrived before Sieg, there was almost the difference between an adult and a child. But Sieg was not afraid. He folded his arms in defiance and looked up at him. I announce myself a third time. I am North Emperor Sieg Hart, guardian of Paks, with whom we swore to live and die together. My name is Herpel, proud warrior of Yubaba. I'm the one who will defeat you. Herpel's voice ranged as loudly as Sieg. The voice, combined with the surrounding drumming, made Herpel look even more intimidating and looming. Paks became anxious. The circumstances, and his fog after days of drinking only water, made him nervous.
Fatigue, you
Sieg.
fuck.
Paks, be reassured. I'm invincible. I'll be victorious even against the strongest foe. I've never seen you so confident even during our time as students, that's why I'm so worried. Then let's blow away your worries. Sieg said, placing a hand on the shaft of his sword. The dark blade of a great sword glowed faintly from the bonfire. This child. No, this average-sized swordsman, wielded the heavy weight of high sword with unusual ease. The sword Moongli Er. Sieg unsheathed the sword with ease with one hand, then held it with both hands. Holding the sword straight, he stood posed. I'm coming. Although their language was different, Herpel understood his intent. No words needed between warriors. Herpel held his spear by his hips, roared, rushing for. Go Sieg's voice overcame Herpel's roar. Then they collided. It wasn't their weapons that struck. It was their shoulder. Their pose, even their taxi the same. Not totally understandable. Herpel could read him. Reading Sieg's intent, to blow away his opponent with blunt force shoulder tackle, then quickly deliver the killing blow. Yet he stood his ground. As if to say, for a puny warrior like you, I'd blow you away instead. At the moment of contact, he saw a steep cliff. The moment of impact, he had thought of plunging down the bottom of a deep chasm. But it quickly turned out to be an illusion. Because cliffs don't return with momentum. Herpel found himself spinning in midair before smashing into the ground. Having been large-bodied from a young age, he had only been felled 3 times in his life. The first when he first trained with his father, when he was young and knocked down. The second time when he was young and eager, when he challenged a giant monster sized 3 times his own and flung away. This was the third time. Ever since he was fully grown and recognized as a Yubaba warrior, never once was he beaten. Even more so by an opponent smaller than himself. Fell on his bottom, he saw before him a desperate sight. The figure of Sieg, his muscles bulging and tense, ready to release his power. With his sword held by his waist, drooping toward the ground, he inched forward. North God-style mystery. Herpel did not understand the meaning of his words. But he could sense something terrible coming.
Oh my gosh.
Sieg's sword swung.
Gosh. The moonlight spam.
The slash,
Moonlight
as if using the ground as a
spam.
sheath, was faster, more powerful, and more overwhelmingly destructive than any Herpel has ever witnessed. The shockwave came. The slash, as if splitting the air in two, gave Herpel his first life experience of being blown away from a shockwave. The surrounding warriors and villagers were similarly swept away. The momentum of the shockwave did not cease, shattering the bonfire, blowing it far away. The momentum turned into twin tornadoes, reached the village chief house beyond the bonfire, crumbling it into piles of wood. They landed on a big tree way back and made a loud, creaking noise. Finally, an open space remained. The bonfire extinguished, only the light of the full moon
Yeah,
illuminated
screw
darkened
that
space.
indigenous tribe,
space,
you know.
only Sieg stood.
Sieg's
sword
gonna
pointed towards the
kill
heavens,
all
shining
of
in the
them.
moonlight.
Yay.
This is my power.
Fucking hell,
The power
no.
of Pax's friend. He thrust his
No.
sword on the ground and shouted. But there was no one around. Just Sieg. Because both Paks and the village chief were also blown away.
Oh my
Finally, a
gosh.
shadow approached him. A giant man with dark skin. Herpel of the Baba tribe. With some difficulty he walked up to Sieg, holding his upper arm still that was broken by the impact. Why didn't you kill me? Because I swore in my father's name, to defeat you and befriend you with Paks. I do not kill my friends. I admit defeat. Herpel said, kneeling down, hanging his head. Their surroundings began a buzz. Those who had been blown away returning. Warriors, villagers, the village chief, and Paks. To witness. The moment of kneeling, the moment of defeat of a Baba warrior. Paks and the village chief walked toward them. The duel has concluded. It is our defeat. I shall respect our vows and forgive your lord. You may go. The village chief said with a grim face. The battle of Sieg and Herpel. A result every warrior on the ground can recognize. Sieg beat Herpel by force, without signs of treachery. A clear win or loss without a doubt. The next time we meet, let's fight again with the full spirit of our warriors. But this is not the end.
At least he didn't
Today,
kill
we
him.
lost this duel.
We'll take that.
But if we return and try to cut down the sacred tree once more, the battle will start anew. Even though the village chief and his warriors both bore witness to Sieg's strength, they're a proud people. Village chief. That was not my vow. It was Sieg that complained of the result. I ask you to become Pax's friend. Friends and allies. Polpol, chief of the Baba tribe. Please cooperate with us as friends, and we shall avoid things our friends hate as well. An unilateral demand. A surprise to Paks as well. Makes him want to ask, why are you deciding this on your own? But this wasn't a bad deal for Paks. They are a strong people, with innate knowledge of the jungle. With their cooperation, they will surely become a powerful ally for the future of the territory. The jungle is a place to reclaim, but there are ways to utilize the jungle without clear-cutting the land. Some clearing might be unavoidable, but based on the conversation thus far, there seemed to be room for negotiation. 8 from those trees deemed sacred, lumbering the land should still be possible since they can communicate in fighting god language. For the tribal chief, there's little benefit. Until now, this tribe has lived on the land without inconvenience. Paks was the so-called invader that they have tried to fight off. There was no reason to join hands. But the chief swore an oath. Swore to all the spirits that govern this world. The winner's vow. It was of the utmost importance to Yubaba. Then we shall. From this day forth the Yubaba tribe are friends with Paks. We shall be allies.
Oh
The
my
chief loudly
gosh.
Thus, the Yubabas became Paks'
Yeah.
friends. Now, a banquet to witness those who became friends. And when we're done, rebuild my broken house. And that evening, a feast between strong-armed friends was held. The rather abrupt feast, Paks and the Yubabas quickly negotiated a simple treaty between their two peoples. Afterwards, led by the warriors.
Best part of
Paks
post
asked Sieg,
Mushoku Tensei, dude. Like this
I wonder
is
if I'm dreaming.
pretty mid.
That my chest was already
Not gonna
pierced and
lie.
it was but a fever dream. Everything ended so quickly and smoothly.
You only got
confusing.
4% of this
When
whole
Sieg heard the
thing
words,
left.
He pinched Pax's cheeks nonchalantly. Pax so cheek pulled, causing severe pain. It hurts. It hurts. Stop it. If it's a dream, would it hurt? No, the Sieg I know won't pinch
It's
my cheeks,
coming.
so maybe it's a dream.
Alright.
Time to face reality. Sieg shrugged. He then put his hand on Pax's shoulder. I'm going to reply to that day. Reply to that day. I'm coming with you to fulfill your ambitions. Pax was a face of surprise. As if biting down on something, he closed his lips. Nodding, slightly teary. Thank you. I knew.
Chapter 15.
Pax said as he cried. Chapter 15, Future Hero. Decades passed. Knight's Order territory of the Kingdom of the Dragon King. Also an enclave of the Kingdom of the Dragon King. It used to be a palm-sized piece of land by the northern jungle, a no-man's land without a country. The land with the worst monster infestation among the southern central continent, too difficult to develop even for a great power. It was considered. Of course, there wasn't a Knight's Order back then. However, under Lord Pax Chiron, Jr.'s guidance, the territory transformed itself. Slowly developing the dense jungle that has been said to be impossible for many years. He made good use of his people, built dams to divert the river flow, fought back monster invasions, and slowly cleared the jungle to expand his territory. The initial confrontation with the indigenous people of the jungle, he wined and dined the village chief, and eventually wedded the chief's daughter to cement their alliance. In addition, to attract talent, he favored those who were more capable than those of high status. A man came, boasting he could turn any wasteland into for-left farmland, so Pax took him up on the challenge and granted him wasteland to cultivate. A penniless man claimed he could pioneer new trade routes through the dense jungle, so Pax sponsored him. The man has since become the top merchant within the Knight's Order. He found a boy slave with talent for the sword and became his patron. This territory became known as a generous land even to people of low status. Such rumors flowed and people flocked from all over. In fact, the Knight's Order diligently assigned them all work according to their abilities. Even slavery was more organized than anywhere else. Merchandise at its slavery markets rarely died from sickness or injury. On the contrary, the slaves were given the opportunity to showcase their abilities. If they were capable, the Knight's Order would acquire them for a high sum and be treated generously. By the time neighboring countries of the Red Dragon's lower jaw took notice, it was already too late. The Kingdom of the Dragon King's Knight's Order's territory, population, and military had already grown well beyond a mere enclave. When the Knight's Order finally invaded, the neighboring countries were ill-prepared on their southern borders. As a result, the Kingdom of the Dragon King came to rule the eastern regions of the Red Dragon's lower jaw. It became an enormously profitable territory for the kingdom. While the king despised Pax, he still had to honor Pax for his contributions. However, Pax was of royal blood with a territory of his own. With a power base of his own, Pax became a thorn in the side for the princes and ministers already vying for the throne. Therefore, the state ordered Pax to take the Knight's Oath and assume command of the newly formed Knight's Order. A Knight's Oath to his king. As long as Pax maintained his oath, he could not claim the throne of the Kingdom of the Dragon King. Breaking a sacred vow makes one a rebel. Few would support him. Of course, Pax could refuse the vow. But if he did, they could PE on the king to withdraw Pax's honors, and use that to compel him to give up this land. Of course, that would make the land unmanageable and damage relationships with neighbors in the deep jungle. Without Pax as the stabilizing force, everything would fall apart. Such was the calculus of the ministers and princes. To everyone's surprise, Pax took the Knight's Oath willingly, dedicating his life to the king and vowing to protect the homeland. Pax became the commander of the newly established Knight's Order. The birth of the Black Dragon Knights. He immediately appointed 5 of his most reputable men as arch-knights, had them recruit 20 men each, and appointed them as knights as well. As a result, a fighting force of 100 knights was formed. What the ministers and princes failed to realize was that Pax's was not aiming for the throne of the Kingdom of the Dragon King. Black Dragon Castle, Kingdom of the Dragon King Knight's Order headquarters. The conference room had a huge black iron conference desk. There are a total of 7 people sitting there. Everyone was dressed in jet black armor.
Sighting.
Starting from the entrance,
Totally.
a man with dull blonde hair, thin eyes, sharp ears, with scales, and a large X-shaped wound on his face. He is a former slave who was found to have talent for the sword and bought. North Saint rank, half-demon race. Loyal Hound Knight Jeddah. A man with dark skin, black hair braided into several braids, bundled behind his head. Wearing OU, it's common to the Kingdom of the Dragon King, but with a body BER honed than anyone. Tribal Knight Hurtle. A huge man with a gentle smile. Even wider than Hurtle. But most of the width is due to his arms, 2 great mounts of black metal. Iron Knight Atmos Roland. A dwarf woman with a childlike body, who wore a toy-like armor. However, her face was not that of a child, shining with more intelligence than anyone else present. Dwarf Knight Biku. And finally, the innermost 3. Siding to the right of the entrance, another woman. Dark-skinned with blue hair, around 20 in age. Too young for a knight, yet she's also an arch-knight. Moreover, she's the second highest ranked person present. Screaming Princess Lori Chiron. In the center. On the high seat, owner of the castle. Blue-haired, a face full of wrinkles. Although he was quite old, his eyes and body remained full of vigor. Black Dragon Knight Commander Paks Chiron Jr. And to his Ellie. A middle-aged man with green hair sits beside Paks. A large sword on his back, and another sword on his waist. His face had countless scars. No, not just the face, but his armor and sword shaft bore numerous wounds. The physical representation of witness to 1,000 battles. The strongest knight of the Knight's Order. No, the strongest knight of the kingdom of the Dragon King. A man who inherited the name of the 5th place of the 7th powers. Death God. Deputy Commander of the Black Dragon
Place?
Knights.
What?
Death God Knight Sieg Saladin.
No
The 7
shot
observed the map on
he
the conference
beat
table
Death
beside
God.
us.
What the
Pieces were
fuck?
placed on the map. Cavalry pieces, infantry pieces, knight pieces. The pieces
No
were painted in
shot,
DICT colors,
bro. What
clearly
the
representing the
fuck?
forces of the Azura Kingdom, the Kingdom of the Dragon King, and the Ogre God Empire. If the scenario unfolds as expected, the Knight's Order who held such a strategic position would certainly be dragged into the conflict. It is not hard to imagine that even the powerful Black Dragon Knights would be swept away like dust in the wind, if they were involved in a war between the great powers. As far as the board was concerned, the Knights were in a dangerous predicament. Everyone besides Paks awaited for Paks's words. Say what you must say. Everyone thought as they waited. Finally, as if fulfilling their expectation, Paks finally spoke. Finally, our opportunity has come. Paks's words directly contradicted the information presented on the map. But no one objected. Because, everyone knew in their hearts. Indeed, now is the time. The time we long waited for is here. Those words shook everyone in the room. Herpel and P smiled slightly. I realize that our wait for this day has been long and painful. Through crises and missed opportunities, I'm grateful for everyone's patience and persistence until now. Paks said bitterly, looking at each present. Recalling painful memories. Jetta's facial scars to protect Paks's honor. Ever since Paks and the Yubaba tribal chief signed their alliance of friendship, great warriors of Yubaba had fought alongside Paks. Many died by his side, and Herpel was already the 4th in this role. The magical prosthesis that replaced Atmos arms were a result of protecting Paks, entrapped by another member of the royal family. Everyone here was aware that B was raped by the enemy as a prisoner of war. And of course it goes without saying all the uncountable scars and scratches on Seaguard's face, scabbard, and armor. I will not let this opportunity pass and waste all your efforts thus far. Paks said as he looked at the map. The Ogre God Empire, an emerging power that captured the entire northern region. The august Azura Kingdom that ruled the whole of the western region since ancient times. And the Kingdom of the Dragon King that occupied half of the south, watching the movements of its rival nations cautiously. Finally, the Knight's Order wedged in the very center of these 3 powers. In this precarious
Cautiously.
situation, they saw an opportunity. We shall take advantage of this standoff and declare our independence. A grand response from the Knights to Paks's declaration. From the 7 pieces within the Knight's Order, Paks moved 3 pieces toward the Red Dragon's lower jaw. Atmos, P, and I will fortify our defenses. With the Red Dragon's lower jaw as a choke point, just as the original King Dragon King. Yes sir. Got it? The 2 nodded. Paks moved 3 more pieces to the middle of the Red Dragon mountain range. This is the point where the mountain range is split into 2, known as the Red Dragon Cheek. Jetta, Herpel, and Sieg, take an elite force with you and attack this position. Find the hidden fortress of the Ogre God Empire and destroy it. Yes. Understood. 2 nodded. But the last one, Sieg remained silent. He was staring at the map with his arms folded, unmoved. Sieg? What's wrong? Something you don't understand. Sieg laughed at the question. No, I was reminiscing at how far we came. I could still remember the moment when you were nearly killed by the Yubabas. Indeed, if you hadn't come, I suppose I would be fertilizing the Bashkara trees now.
Fertilizing.
Too many things. Reminiscing of the past.
TI.
First,
Once again.
Then before they realized it, they became 3, then 4. At times, their number fell as well, but eventually it SE let down to 6. 6 was said to be an anomalous number, but for the Black Dragon Knights it was the luckiest. Grandfather, Sieg. Sorry to disturb your reminiscing, but what will I be doing? It was Lori who spoke. Screaming Princess Lori. One of Paks's granddaughters, and a talented knight and commander of her own right. Thus, Paks educated her himself and raised her as one of his commanders. AER shedding blood in her first battles, she too had earned the right to end this conference. However, she was still young, too young to place on the front lines of such importance. Guard the castle, can you do it? Of course, grandfather. I'm unsatisfied to be led away from the front line, but I'm a smart girl who understands the importance of securing our rear and won't excuse myself. Good. You shall be rightfully rewarded if you succeed. Phew, you promised. Lori sat back down happily. AER a short silence, everyone stood up naturally, holding a cup before them. To the knights and people of the land. To the people and knights of the land. Everyone chugged down the contents of their cups, and slammed it on the desk with a bang. The black iron cup, hitting the black iron desk, rang like a clash of swords. The sound of battle. Depart. With Paks's command, everyone was in motion. Jetta and Herpel. Atmos and P. Then Lori. And finally, Paks and Sieg left, side by side. In the meeting room, only the black iron desk and empty cups remained. LE as they are. Until their return. Until the day when they return, side by side, to toast with the same cups once more. Credits.
Okay. And the rest of the credits, yep. All right. That was a good, way better than Redundancy by far and away, way better than Redundancy. But like, there were definitely a few dead spots. Then again, I was reading the whole thing at once, so like, yeah, it gets boring after a while. Especially reading it at a robot's pace, it's like not the same as reading it by yourself. If you were just reading it like in your head, this whole thing would go by way faster, and the pacing would be a lot better. But yeah, that last chapter was definitely the best out of all of them. Second only to Rudy's conversation with Sieg. Sorry, my nose is fucking crazy. Yeah, the second only to probably Rudeus's conversation with Sieg. Sieg's a cool character, interesting. Um, I'm I'm concerned with how he's gonna be shaping out in future series. Like, I'm not sure if he's going to be nearly as important as like he is here, because this is an entire side story dedicated to him, I guess. But like, I could see him just being like a random knight, similar to like how Rudyard is like later on in the series. Like, not nearly as important as Rudyard was in the beginning, but if he ever makes a sequel, I doubt he's going to be of much importance. Um, much importance meaning like in terms of like how much time he gets like dedicated to him. Um, I'm sure he's an important character because he's like the fifth power now. Cool, I guess. Again, power rankings like are cool. They get your attention, but like there's not it's nothing too crazy. It can't carry an entire story. It's like, oh, he became the fifth power, therefore the entire story's interesting. No. There were definitely some dead spots here and there. Whenever he was all the marriage subplot shit was bad in my opinion. I think it was done pretty poorly. The Moon Knight stuff was entertaining. I liked that. His relationship with Paks Jr. was fun, good enough to sit through. His dynamic with Rudeus was really good. Every time Rudeus was on there, it was a lot more interesting because typically they talk about something that's really important and important to talk about in the scene whenever Rudeus is on screen. Jobless Oblige is okay. It's nothing great. I am worried if that's the best chapter in post Mushoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. If that's the best chapter that we have, I'm worried for Old Dragon's Tale. Lapras is expected to be born in this territory in this time period. Yeah. That's something. That's something. Will it be Sieg's child? It could be. I don't know. It could be, honestly, getting that Laplace factor. It's more likely for his kids to have the Laplace factor as well. But like, again, don't worry, but we're not going to worry about it till like an actual sequel comes out and explains that part. I'd rather not speculate. It's a waste of time in my opinion. Yeah, overall this was pretty decent. Not the best by any means. But yeah, again, I'm worried if this is the best chapter that we're going to see in post Jobless Reincarnation. Like, oh my gosh, I'm worried about the Old Dragon's Tale because it's much longer. The concept is great, but then again, the concept for Nanahoshi's chapter was great, and execution can fucking ruin it. Honestly, this author is a hit or miss sometimes, bro. Like, oh my gosh. Like he was batting 100%, close to 100% with all the volumes that I read in the light novel. Volume 13 was a miss, but volume 10 was hit or miss, but like the rest were great. So I don't know. Again, this is a web novel. It's not the same exact thing, but we'll see. I'll probably revisit this whole thing again when the official light novel comes out for this Jobless Oblige. That'll probably be the only time. I'm gonna hate going over redundancy again. Like, I could tell. I don't even think a freaking light novel translation is going to fix that. I doubt it. There were a few chapters that were good in there, but like I doubt it's gonna be like Orsted's chapter was extremely disappointing. Nanahoshi's chapter was extremely disappointing. I don't think we got any chapters like that in Jobless Oblige, thankfully. But yeah, I didn't see that being like too interesting. Nothing in Jobless Oblige got nearly to like the hype level of like a volume 12 or volume 15 or even a volume 8, volume 19, to be honest. I don't think anything got nearly to that level. When will you do Old Dragon's Tale? Eventually. I don't know, dude. You know how often I post on this channel. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully soon. I mean, like, I'm starting up a job next week. It's not a full-time job, so it's not going to take up all of my time, but like, yeah. I honestly probably Baldur's Gate 3 is probably taking up more time than like a normal job would on my end. So fucking hell. I feel that. Yeah, I know. The software engineering's market is fucking insane at this point. It's really fucking weird. Every single person I know who graduated like can't find a full-time job to save their lives. Honestly, even though they have like a ton of projects under their belt, it's been impossible. It's like the recession has already happened for software engineers. It's like, wow, cool. They're only hiring people with experience. It's like when you come right out of college, the most you're going to get experience-wise is your own personal projects. And when you display those, it's not enough apparently. But I still don't have that many projects under my belt, so I'm trying to do that right now. When will you be doing Roxy Gets Serious after old? I will never do Roxy Gets Serious. Are you fucking kidding me? No. No shot. No shot. That is just side story garbage, and I will never do that. Okay? Unless it gets very good critical reception, then cool. But I'm pretty sure it's a manga, right? And even then, like, manga's fine, but like it's the kind of story I know I'm not gonna like. Okay, let me close Calibre here. Yeah, that's gonna. It's tough. It's a very tough pickle to be in with post Old Dragon's Tale. Again, I'm hoping to get this reviewed sometime within the week. We can hope. Honestly, it's probably going to be a very long review. Probably 8 to 10 minutes if I had to guess to review it, because I got to talk about spoiler free, spoilers for the volume, spoilers for anime onlys, and like spoilers for web novel. But spoilers for anime onlys, like, I don't think that's going to be that long of a section, to be honest. Yeah, and then I delete the non-spoiler non-spoiler section once I get to later volumes, volume 2. Because like, I assume if I convince you to get volume 1 of Mushoku Tensei, and you're reading and you're like debating whether or not to get volume 2, no one's debating whether or not to get volume 2. Let's be honest here. You either read it or you haven't. So if you haven't read volume 1 either, probably. It's probably how it goes. It's probably how it's going. So I doubt there's going to be enough people for me to justify going over volume 2 spoiler free. That's ridiculous. But volume 1 I will do spoiler free. It's volume 7 made sense to go spoiler free because that was the book that you picked up right after the anime, and I'll probably do it with volume 13 as well once the season 2's done. But yeah, I have theories about bloody canon that I don't know what you're talking about, bro. Let me think. So let me check Ami here. Old Dragon's Tail peak, bro, and need you on it. I'll try to do it this week. How about that? I'll try to do old Dragon's Tail this week. Try to start up on that. I'll have to review it for any potential glitches and stuff, but besides that, yeah, I'll try to get on it. Yeah, no Sylphie figure. Fun. What fun? Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it for this stream. There's a figure for her though. It's not season 2. It's not season 2, Sylphie, bro. I don't have. I don't know what you're talking about there. I don't get that last chat message. All of her figures need love. Stop. It is very cringe to have a figure of a kid in your collection, okay? No matter who it is, it's very cringe. Alright? And plus, duplicate figures of the same character is kind of cringe. Pretty cringe, to be honest. There's a game about, yeah, that one. Don't do that, bro. Yeah. No. Like, let me look at all the figures for, Mushoku Tensei. Dude, some of the stuff is so lewd. Holy. Like, bro, you freaking... They're gonna do Sylphie dirty eventually with some of these figures, I could tell. There's only my game out soon. Don't know what you're talking about. I know that there's like a Mushoku Tensei like normal anime game that's coming out, but it's gonna be disappointing, I could tell. It's probably just gonna be the same, like, it's built off the same engine as the Naruto games and all that stuff. Yeah, I was assuming you were talking about that. It's probably going to be built off of the same engine as the Naruto games and stuff like that, Dragon Ball Xenoverse, stuff like that, and it's going to be fucking weird and cringe. The best game I could hope for, again, is like a Hogwarts Legacy-esque insert character into the Magic University, and then you can branch off and be an adventurer or whatever the fuck. Or just drop where we drop in that world, and then Adventurers Guild, magic student, fucking working for Orsted eventually. I don't know, man. Like, it's a weird pick. A knight, I don't know. With different branching stories depending on which route you choose, but yeah, I don't know. Because like I imagine it being similar to like Cyberpunk, where in the beginning you choose like a corpo street thug or whatever, or a nomad, and then like, but the problem is those paths diverge completely different for the first hour, and then they come back into one central storyline, and they don't change much after that. We can hope they make some changes with the recent Cyberpunk update, but with a Mushoku Tensei game, I hope it's like something similar to that. But again, This latest one, I doubt it's going to be paid that much attention because it was announced alongside other anime games, and I could tell if you're going to treat this like any other anime game, it's going to suck. I could tell. It's not going to be anything interesting. I am not going to buy full price for it. I'm no shot, not unless it's actually really, really good. And I got scammed on fucking AEW's fucking video game. That shit was boring as fuck. And what else? Like the next full price game I'm probably gonna buy is like outside of Cyberpunk's DLC. It's probably gonna be Persona 3 Reload. I'll probably stream that too. I loved Persona 3 Portable, like for the time I played it. As soon as they announced Persona 3 Reload, I knew I wasn't gonna drop. I knew I shouldn't finish Portable, so I dropped it as soon as it was announced. I left that game for a while anyway. So I dropped. I wasn't gonna revisit that game ever until. I don't think I'll ever touch Persona 3 Portable again. It was very a very sketch released. It was very scuffed. Rumor has it the SSR proxy skin is okay, dude. You fucking okay. Yeah. If they add gacha mechanics to Mushoku Tensei's game, like, oh my gosh. Adding gacha mechanics to a fully priced game is fucking cringe, honestly. If it's free, on the other hand, you could debate it all you want, but yeah. Doing something like a sports game, no. And what else is there to talk about? I don't think there's much else to talk about. Yeah. So I'll try to get a video posted on this volume after I finish it. Gotta write a review. It's gonna be a bit longer than the episode reviews I've done. Probably, if I had to guess, probably just the way it's formatted, the way I have to explain myself on my experience with the series thus far. Yeah. Are you getting the Mushoku Tensei card game? No. Dude, cards just sit on the shelf and they collect dust. You never use them. I never play them. I only use them as a collecting thing, and my collection hobby has been burnt out with Honkai Star Rail. Honestly, yeah. Anyway, I think that's it. I think we should end the stream here. All right. Well, I guess like the video if you want to see me do Old Dragon's Tale. Comment below also if you want to see me do Old Dragon's Tale, because whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna see if the next Old Dragon's Tale EPUB file has any glitches. If it does, it needs some fixes. Anyway, see you all next time.